Section 19 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Roman Art and Culture in their Christian Development, Part 11. Artistic representations of the Church and of St. Peter's Office. The symbols used in Rome to betoken the Church and the primacy were so many and varied that our subject demands that we should give some attention to these illustrations of Christian doctrine. The Church, as a rule, appears as a matron wearing the stola matronalis and veiled with a mantle. It is thus that we saw her on the door of Santa Sabina praying with outstretched arms between Peter and Paul. In the interior of that same basilica, she is twice found in the same dress and attitude upon the mosaics near the entrance, once described as Church of the Circumcision, and again as Church of the Gentiles. There can therefore be no doubt as to the symbolic meaning of the matron. In the two pictures last mentioned, she holds an open book in her left hand and raises her right like a teacher. Sometimes, however, the Church is depicted more simply as an orante. It was formerly the rule to go further than facts warranted in seeing representations of the Church in these orantes. Even when an orante bore the name of one deceased, it was declared to be a symbol of the Church. The truth is that in such cases we must see in the orante an idealized portrait of the departed, praying in the beyond for those he or she has left behind. It is, however, a different matter when orantes have no name attached and are found under circumstances which would exclude any allusion to the dead, but which allow of an application to the Church. This, for instance, is the case with the most ancient sarcophagus in the Lateran Museum, a work of exceptionally beautiful classical design. It is one of the few which certainly date from the period previous to Constantine and probably belongs to the time of Antonius, that is, to the latter half of the 2nd century. On this masterpiece, which hails from the Christian cemeteries on the Salarian Way, an idealized orante is placed in such association with the Good Shepherd that she can be taken only as our Savior's bride, that is, as the Church. Even then, Christians were wont to call the Church Virgin and Mother, Virgo et Mater. The figuring of the Church as a woman was quite usual in primitive times. This is evident from the imagery and comparisons used for the Church in the Shepherd of Hermas, in the so-called second homily of St. Clement, and in some sense, too, in the epitaph of Abercius, where Pistis, that is, faith, is personified as a woman who accompanies the Christian bishop upon his wanderings, and everywhere in the assembly of the friends sets before him the Eucharistic fish. The custom of delineating the Church as a woman in prayer passed into the figurative language of the Middle Ages. Upon the miniatures decorating the 10th and 11th century scrolls of the Paschal hymn Exultet, which is sung on Holy Saturday, an orante is sometimes depicted near the words Ecclesia Mater. Moreover, upon medieval works, the Church often appears as a virgin in a posture of faith and trust at the foot of the crucified Savior, whilst the synagogue, also figured as a woman, turns away in pride and unbelief from the cross. Another very frequent figure of the Church is a ship. This symbol, also an ancient one, held its own in the Middle Ages. On Roman and Italian sculptures of the early Christian school, we may see Christ in the ship at the helm, while the apostles, and in one instance also the evangelists expressly designated by name, are rowing. Sometimes a lighthouse is visible on the shore to remind us of the haven of life everlasting. Sometimes under the ship appears a dolphin, which figures our Savior and bears the Church upon its back. Again, a fish occasionally accompanies the ship and carries the Eucharistic bread in its maw. Finally, the ship may be seen in a storm, carrying those within it in safety, whereas those without are tossed by the waves and fall a prey to the elements. This is but a figurative way of expressing the truth that outside of the Church there is no salvation. Something similar is also signified by the oft-recurring scene of Noah in his ark. Saint Maximus of Turin, a contemporary of Pope Leo and Pope Hilary, in one of his homilies, concludes with these words, a lengthy explanation of the ship of Peter. Christ sails in that ship alone, which is navigated by Peter as teacher. This ship travels over the high seas of this life, and while the world is overwhelmed in the flood, it saves all those who trust themselves upon it. When the waters of the deluge had subsided, a dove brought to Noah in his ark the emblem of peace. Christ also brings blessed peace to the church of Peter when the day of judgment comes, for he is the dove, yea, he is peace. On the work alluded to above, as including also the evangelists, our Savior, clearly designated by his name, Jesus, stands at the prow of the ship. According to de Rossi's well-founded supposition, at the stern, now broken away, sat St. Peter with his hand on the rudder. In another scene, Peter is discovered in a ship with Christ, busily engaged in catching fish. So far as the representation in Roman art of the Prince of the Apostles, Peter, is concerned, we have already mentioned some of the commoner types. Peter is the counterpart of Moses in that he obtains water by striking the rock. On two early Christian fragments of gilt glass, the figure of Moses striking the rock actually bears the name Petrus. Again we find Peter receiving from Christ, with the prediction of his weakness, the office of confirming his brethren. He is also represented with the staff of authority, for instance, on the ivory pyx in Berlin, where for the sake of greater clearness, the staff is shown as a club. Especially frequent is the scene in which Christ bestows on Peter the scroll of the law. Dominus legum dat. This last scene is found even on a picture in the catacombs. Wherever St. Peter is represented with other saints or apostles, which is frequently the case both in the catacombs and elsewhere, he always occupies the place of honor. When shown in such groups, he has under his feet a stool or suppedaneum. It is worth noting in this connection that in ancient art, the suppedaneum was a royal emblem. In the time of Leo the Great, Neon, Archbishop of Ravenna, had Peter represented on two large pictures, which served as a decoration to the refectory of his new episcopal residence. On one was shown Peter's call to convert the heathen, that is, his vision of the linen sheet let down from heaven with all manner of unclean animals. On the other, Peter, surrounded by the other apostles, was receiving from the hand of God, coming from on high, the law of the new covenant. As late as the 9th century, Agnellus, the Ravenese historian and presbyter, was still able to decipher the old inscription in hexameters placed by Neon under the two paintings. In these verses, he sings the praises of Peter, set up by our Savior to be a light forever among the apostles. Peter, that stable foundation of God's house, who makes the church to shine in light and might, who tames the rough hearts of men with the doctrine of truth and teaches all Christians to live in harmony. On old pictures, St. Peter is often shown with a cross, which sometimes assumes the form of the monogram, but occasionally has the usual shape. This cross, placed in his hands, is the banner of the Church's kingdom, whose standard-bearer and leader Peter is. Dracontius, a Christian poet from Africa, who flourished toward the end of the 5th century, bestows on Peter some titles which read like a commentary on those pictures in which he is seen with the cross. Dracontius speaks of him as the standard-bearer of the sublime cross, the God-appointed captain of nations without number. A bronze statuette in Berlin, which displays St. Peter holding aloft a cross monogram out of all proportion to his size, would seem to represent him as standard-bearer of Christ's kingdom. On a medal, which may have been struck in the 5th century, Peter is holding the cross monogram whilst he receives from Christ the scroll of the law. This medal would seem to have been intended to be worn, the round holes with which it is pierced being no doubt designed to enable it to be sewn onto some article of dress. The custom of this wearing medals is one which can be shown by other proofs to have been prevalent in the early church. In all likelihood, in Rome itself, such medals of St. Peter were in great demand, especially among the pilgrims. To mark the high esteem in which St. Peter was held, early Christian art was also wont to depict him as the chief shepherd feeding his sheep. On a mosaic of the Roman Basilica Pudentiana, for instance, he was to be seen seated between two sheep, which he is watching. The inscription of the mosaic in question showed that it belonged to the pontificate of Pope Siricius, that is, to the 4th century. In this picture, the apostle was seen to have been seated on a cathedra in token of his authority. His head was encircled by a nimbus, which at that time was not allowed to every saint, but only to our Redeemer, and occasionally to Our Lady and the princes of the apostles. On the font at St. Peter's, the apostle may also have been depicted as a shepherd. At least there is a temptation to follow Garucci in reading thus a passage from Prudentius, in which the poet describes how Peter at this spot leads the thirsty sheep to water. The ushering into heavenly bliss of the souls of the departed is a function often attributed to the saints by early Christian art. It is, however, deserving of notice that for this purpose the saints chosen are usually the princes of the apostles. In such scenes, Peter appears as the heavenly doorkeeper, to whom the keys of heaven are committed, and Paul as his inseparable companion. Not until comparatively late, that is, apparently not before the 5th century, did it, however, become usual for artists to place in Peter's hands the keys alluded to in the Gospel. Neither in the paintings of the catacombs nor on the fragments of gilt glass, where Peter is so frequently found, do we ever see that picture of him with the keys of which later art was so fond. The bestowal of the power of the keys is, however, shown as a historical scene on the sarcophagi, though more frequently on those of southern Gaul than on those of Rome. The whole right-hand portion of the front of a sarcophagus in the crypt of St. Peter's is devoted to the Prince of the Apostles. In the compartment at the end, Peter is receiving the keys from Christ, shown as a youth. To mark his reverence, he accepts them, not with his naked hands, but on the hollow formed by his pallium, which he holds spread out between his arms. In the next arcade, his fall is predicted by Christ, and he receives the office of confirming his brethren. In yet another compartment, he is seen holding a tall cross and approaching Christ, who, with his left hand, offers him an open scroll in token of his office. A peculiarity of this scene is formed by the sheep surrounding the hill on which Christ stands, and from which a number of streams take their rise. This portion of the picture signifies the spiritual benefits conferred by the true divine shepherd, who is about to create himself a vicar in the supreme pastorate. As to the mosaic of Galla Placidia on the triumphal arch of St. Paul's, we should not be justified in adducing it in this connection. It is true that on it Peter holds in his hand the keys, but as already explained, his portrait, like that of St. Paul with the sword, is a later restoration. On the other hand, in the mosaic of the Arian church of Santa Agata in the Suburba, adorned by Ricimer, the keys belong to the design of the early artist. They were borne by Peter on his hands, which were covered reverently by his pallium. A counterpart of this figure is to be seen even now in Ravenna, in the mosaic erected by Theodoric, the Arian king of the Goths, in the baptistry of Santa Maria in Cosmedin, on the picture of the Ascension in the Syriac Codex of the Lorenziana in Florence, a work belonging to 586. Peter again has the keys in his hand. He too, alone among the apostles, bears a high cross. With both cross and keys, Peter appears on the mosaic of Pelagius II in the Roman Basilica of San Lorenzo Fuori le Mura, and on that of John IV in the chapel of St. Venetius in the Lateran baptistry. Finally, we must not forget the great bronze statue in the Vatican Basilica of St. Peter with the keys, which, as we said before, most likely belongs to the 5th or 6th century. On all these representations, with the exception of the Syriac Codex, the keys are always of the ordinary shape with which we are familiar today, and which they assume even in the bronze statue of the Vatican. Hence there is no justification in the contention that the form of the key shows the statue in question to be of later date, seeing that the early church was well acquainted with keys of the present shape. We may fittingly close out our sketch of the old representations of St. Peter by quoting a suggestive passage from Optatus of Mileve. This advocate of unity against the African Donatists wrote as follows in the 4th century. For the sake of unity was Peter exalted above all the apostles. He alone received the keys of heaven, that he might communicate them to the rest. There were many who had never faltered, and yet one alone, he, namely, who had offended the Lord by his sin, received the keys. Optatus accordingly lays stress on the fact that the keys were not given to Peter out of consideration for his deeds, but solely for the sake of the Church's unity. Primacy and oneness, such is the twofold idea everywhere seen and felt in the history of the Church and Papacy. This same idea will loom very large in the storms which Rome and Italy have to traverse at the commencement of the Middle Ages. End of Part 1. End of Section 19. Section 20 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Rome and the Popes during the Gothic domination in Italy. Chapter 1, the Popes during the early period of the Gothic kingdom in Italy. Part 1. Pope Felix III, 483 to 492. Odovacar's rule in Italy was not destined to endure. Another Germanic chieftain came with his brave followers to overthrow it. Theodoric, the Ostrogoth, in agreement with the Emperor Zeno, assembled an army at Nove, or Sistovo, in Moesia, 488, and set out for Italy, accompanied by his whole nation. Once more, that afflicted country was to experience the horrors of foreign invasion. A whole people, writes a contemporary, came down upon us. For houses they had caravans, and everything they could lay hands on they swept into their vagrant tents. In the art of war, in generalship and in numbers, the Ostrogoths were superior to the mercenary leader, Odovacar, and the Italians under his command. In battles on the Isonzo and at Verona, Theodoric was victorious, and in 490 or 491, the city of Rome, like the rest of Italy, was compelled to accept his sway. Ravenna alone, protected by its walls and the sea, still offered a shelter to Odovacar and the remnant of his forces. For 3 years he defended himself there with heroic courage. Not until March 5, 493, did the fortress capitulate. John, Bishop of Ravenna, acted as envoy and was successful in securing favorable terms for Odovacar. He opened the gates of the city, writes Agnellus, the Ravenna chronicler, and went forth accompanied by priests and clerics, the crosses, censers, and the gospel books, to demand terms of the oppressor. The band chanted psalms and bowed down to the ground in supplication. Bishop John's wish was granted. Not only the inhabitants of Ravenna, but all the Romans were promised quarter. Then followed the surrender of the city. But although Theodoric had promised Odovacar his life and freedom and a share in the government, he soon after slew him with his own hand, for he was anxious to govern Italy as sole ruler. His residence he fixed at Ravenna and not in Rome, nor did he make his entry into Rome until the year 500. The foundation in Italy of the Ostrogothic kingdom was as much due to the crafty policy of the Byzantines as to the energy and talents of Theodoric. The inhabitants of eastern Rome had always considered Odovacar in the light of a usurper, and it was merely to displace him that the Emperor Zeno had called the Ostrogoths into Italy. He hoped to reap advantage from the struggle between his two dangerous foes. As a matter of fact, Theodoric's retreat from Moesia did relieve Constantinople, the eastern capital, from the standing terror caused by the presence in its neighborhood of the warlike Goths. Even when Theodoric had proved victorious, he continued to acknowledge Zeno as emperor, governing Italy only as the representative of the Roman emperor. Under his capable rule, the administration of the country was improved. The soldierly qualities and discipline of his race added to the strength of this popular ruler, and his impartial justice and kindly treatment of the Romans reconciled the country to its fate. This alteration in the conditions prevailing in Italy began under the pontificate of Felix III, 483 to 492, and was completed during that of the great Pope Gelasius, 492 to 496. Of Pope Felix, we have already stated that he was a member of the Roman family of the Aniceii, an ancestor of Gregory I and Leo the Great's third successor on the throne of Peter. His pontificate was disturbed not only by the downfall of Odovacar's kingdom, but also by a violent persecution of the Catholics started by the Vandal king. Theodoric and his Ostrogoths were indeed Arians, but they respected the Catholicism of their Italian subjects. Only towards the close of his life did Theodoric become a persecutor. On the contrary, among the Vandals in Africa, who had never associated on friendly terms with the native Roman population, the flames of hatred and persecution of the Orthodox Romans blazed forth fiercely under King Hunneric, the son of Genseric, especially at the beginning of the pontificate of Felix III. Hunneric hoped to strengthen his hold on the country by compelling the natives to adopt the Arian tenets. He fancied that an Arian national church, subservient to the king, would be the best guarantee for the persistence of the Vandal domination in Africa. But the blood which he shed in torrents had the opposite effect. It prepared the way for the shattering of the Vandal kingdom, which had in reality never emerged from barbarism. Victor Vitensis, author of a history of this persecution, revolted by the sight of their cruelty, addresses the Vandals as follows. You are capable of naught but of hating the Romans. All you desire is to degrade their nation and race, and you would fain exterminate every citizen. During that persecution, steadfast Catholics, to the number of 4,976, were, in a single year, dispatched into the desert, where they perished from hardship and want. The bishops were banished to islands, especially to Corsica, where they were forced to fell wood for shipbuilding. In many cases, Catholics heroically suffered death or mutilation in proof of the strength of their religious convictions. An envoy of the Emperor Zeno was able to see for himself how the blood of the faithful was shed with refined cruelty even in the streets of Carthage. This envoy saw when actually on his way to Hunneric's palace, whither he was proceeding, under his sovereign's orders, to endeavor to obtain a respite in the persecution. According to Evagrius, Zeno had been begged by Pope Felix III to use his influence on this behalf with the Vandal king, a statement which seems credible. The misfortunes of the African faithful and their bishops must have touched Rome's heart no less than the plight of Italy, ravaged by war and the ominous dissensions of the Eastern churches. As soon as the storm in Africa had subsided through Hunneric's death in 484, Pope Felix turned all his attention to spiritual warfare of the distressed population. Among other matters, it was necessary to settle the conditions for the readmission of Catholics, whether lay or clerical, who had fallen away. This was done by the Pope at a Roman synod held in 487 and attended by 43 bishops. Felix regarded the future of the East with great apprehension. Belief in the Church's oneness was there waning fast under the influence of the Acacian schism. On the other hand, the fatal principle of the omnipotence of the secular sovereign in all domains, both civil and religious, was making triumphant headway. It will be sufficient for our purpose to recall the cause of the schism. This was the Henoticon issued by the Emperor Zeno in favor of the Monophysites. This led to the excommunication of Acacius, Patriarch of Constantinople, by Pope Felix in July 484, in consequence of the Patriarch's attitude towards the heretics. The name of Acacius has ever since remained attached to the prolonged schism between Old and New Rome, which was the result. In language worthy of an ancient Roman, the Pope fearlessly pointed out to the Emperor how ill his conduct befitted such a sovereign, and how unfortunate it was for the unity of the Church, for the dignity of Peter, and even for the welfare of the Empire. Your Highness has informed me, so he writes on August 1st, 484, that my detailed exposition of the truth proved both tiresome and irritating. Well, I shall now use fewer words, but I shall repeat the truth. The letter goes on to show the injustice of maltreating and misleading the papal legates. Ambassadors sent by St. Peter had been refused the safe conduct guaranteed by the law of nations. Once for all, the Holy See would never recognize a heretic like Peter of Alexandria. Since you find my admonitions wearisome, I leave it to you to decide which you hold dearer, communion with Peter Mongus or communion with Peter the Apostle. I must, however, point out to you one fact. The highest power in temporal matters has been bestowed upon you, together with the obligation of leaving the direction of spiritual affairs in the hands of those whom God has appointed for this purpose. Your government has everything to gain by allowing the Catholic Church to govern itself in accordance with its own laws, especially bearing in mind that it has already helped you to regain your crown from Basilicus. Where God's ordinances are concerned, you will be considering the interest of your empire in submitting, according to God's institution, your imperial will to the priesthood, in receiving with faith, without seeking to preach it yourself, the doctrine of salvation from the heads of the Church, in observing the laws of religion, without forcing civil ordinances on the Church, to the dishonor of its divine founder. Felix III died March 1st, 492. He was not interred in St. Peter's, the usual burial place of the popes of that day, but in St. Paul's on the Ostian Way, most probably because his family was closely connected with this church. He was succeeded by Gelasius I, who seems to have been consecrated on the same day. End of section 20. Section 21 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The Popes during the early period of the Gothic Kingdom in Italy. Part 2. Pope Gelasius I, 492 to 496. The principles expressed by Felix in his letter to Zeno were unswervingly upheld by Gelasius against both Zeno and his successor Anastasius. This pope, a man of strong character and great perspicacity, owing to his many writings dealing with the questions of the Eastern Church and his learned treatises on various heresies, became both the theologian and the historian of the struggles of that day. In consequence of his character, and perhaps of his African descent, his literary style has more vigor than that of his Roman predecessor. He seems also to have been filled, even more than Felix, with the consciousness of the plenitude of power he owed to Peter. Against the Greeks, Gelasius was emphatic in upholding the doctrine vouched for by the whole tradition, namely, that the confession of the Apostolic See is unassailable, that it never will be deformed by any stain of false doctrine or any contamination of error. For if such a thing could happen to us, he continues, which we are firmly convinced never will, how can we claim to resist foreign heresies, and whence could we expect admonition for other wanderers from the path of truth? But while formulating these principles and demanding obedience from the highly placed ringleaders of the Greek schism, he never forgets to pay them the respect due to their rank, writing to them with the greatest deference. Even in his dealings with so narrow-minded and tyrannical an emperor as Anastasius, who succeeded Zeno, this courtesy did not fail him, for after Anastasius' accession and at the emperor's request, he sent him a friendly letter. Some bishops who strove to persuade the pope to take over-indulgent measures were quietly enlightened as to what the Acacian schism meant. For instance, he explained to the Dardanian episcopate how necessary and well justified was Rome's demand that the schismatics should cease from honoring the memory of Acacius, the excommunicate. Among other things, he says, If the schismatics ostensibly insist on bestowing on the leaders of the faction favoring monophysism and the henoticon the liturgical honors of the diptychs, they become partakers in those fatal errors of faith and are doing their best to poison Catholic truth by heresy. Not even the admission of the primacy of Peter by his Greek opponents availed to turn him from his purpose. One special grievance against the Greeks was their obstinacy in claiming for the See of Constantinople its usurped preeminence. Like Leo the Great and Damasus, Gelasius repeatedly entered the lists on behalf of the Second See, as he called Alexandria, and of the third, which was Antioch. These two, so he laid it down, and not Constantinople, followed immediately after Rome in rank. The imperial court, as Gelasius argues, had resided at Ravenna and Milan, at Sirmium and Treves, yet the bishops of those places never tried to exalt themselves at the expense of their brethren, as the Bishop of Constantinople would fain do, because he lives under the shadow of the imperial palace. In Italy and in the West generally, in spite of the ruin consequent on the immigration of the barbarians, the Pope saw better grounds for hope and comfort than in the East. To Bishop Rusticus of Lyons he opened his heart in 494, when expressing to him his joy at the unity and charity of the Gallic bishops, he invites him to share his sorrow over the East. What pain, what persecution oppresses us on account of the business of this godless man, Acacius? In spite of it all, we stand firm. Amid all this affliction, we do not yield. Fear does not make our courage sink. Though anxious and harassed, we rely upon him who may allow us to be tried, indeed, but never overcome. This letter he dispatched by Epiphanius, the saintly bishop of Pavia, who was then about to start for Burgundy, on a mission to King Gundobald. Theodoric, the kindly king of the Ostrogoths, was desirous of redeeming from this sovereign some of his prisoners of war. Though Theodoric remained an Arian, he treated the Church with great fairness. The Gothic chieftain showed unfailing respect for Roman law and Roman civilization. To him Gelasius could turn with entire confidence whenever such rights of Peter's successor were called into question as had been recognized by imperial law. The bishops of Italy, too, stood by the Church's head during the country's distress. From Gelasius they received the fullest instructions regarding the appointment of priests in the devastated and often almost deserted districts. One letter to the bishops of Lucania, Bruttium, and Sicily, dealing with ordinations and other ecclesiastical matters, holds an important place in canon law. One consoling feature in this pope's work was his readiness to protect right and freedom, and the poor from oppression, at a period when violence and greed seemed everywhere rampant, even in clerical circles. Gelasius did not think it beneath him to place before his bishops, and even before secular grandees, their duty of caring for widows and orphans. The first letter of the series recently discovered in the British Museum contains a recommendation of a widow named Antonia to 3 bishops, requesting them to give her the protection of the law, or tuitio, and adding that nothing better becomes the priestly office than defense of the weak and helpless. Not only did Gelasius constantly dispense alms to the needy, but, according to the Liber Pontificalis, on one occasion, he saved the city of Rome from the danger of famine. Of this fact we have no further information, but it would be reasonable to suppose that the chronicler refers to some larger gift than usual, made for the sustenance of the poor, and consisting of alms or a portion of the revenue of the Church's patrimony. This help may have been afforded on some occasion when, as was sometimes the case, the usual annona of the city failed to be distributed in time, owing to the vessels laden with corn being scattered by a storm. On some such occasion, a certain faction among the nobility, deeply attached to ancient customs, had superstitiously called upon Castor and Pollux for a prosperous voyage, but the gods had, however, failed to hearken to their prayers. Gelasius himself it is who points this out to the devotees of heathen rites. Castor and Pollux were not alone in retaining some adherents in Rome, for the senator Andromachus and other tenacious votaries of ancient Roman custom even ventured to take up the cudgels on behalf of the pagan Lupercalia. It is true the Lupercalia were no longer regarded in the light of a heathen act of worship, but as superstitious rites they had survived to that date. On February 15th, the traditional day for the celebrations, youths, or Luperci, clad in skins, still ran about the city as of yore to scare away the wolf of ill luck. Amid all sorts of wild frolic, they struck the women they met with their sacred whips, the blow being credited by the foolish with the power of conferring fertility. The procession was called Lupercalia because it started from the fabled Lupercal, the well-known cave on the Palatine. The whips were called Februa, as these were supposed to avert evil and bring health through purification. The expression februare became synonymous with to purify, whilst February, februarius, was the month of purification. Such traditions accordingly still survived under certain forms in the 5th century. The folly of the Lupercalia even assumed some importance under the Emperor Anthemius, for their celebrations in his reign has been specifically recorded. It must, however, have ceased about that time, for it is noticeable that in the pontificate of Gelasius, what Andromachus and his friends proposed was no mere continuation of the ancient festival, but its reintroduction. Their reason for seeking to re-establish it was the outbreak in Rome of a pestilence, which they ascribed to the discontinuance of the Lupercalia, which, without further ado, they again brought into vogue. Under these circumstances, Gelasius thought it time to put a stop once for all to this folly, for the claim to make the festival a popular one was too provoking to be borne. The Bishop of Rome accordingly issued an order prohibiting the faithful to take any part in the ceremonies. He further attacked these rites and those who observe them in a special work which has come down to us. Among other things, he reminds his opponents that their beloved Lupercalia had never afforded the city any protection against the great calamities which had overtaken it. When Alaric advanced on Rome, when civil war between Anthemius and Ricimer laid waste to the city, were not the Lupercalia still observed? Not only does he demonstrate the foolishness of this relic of paganism, but as a good shepherd of souls, he points out that the reason of the divine displeasure and of the frequent calamities of the city might well be sought in the heathen customs and heathen vices still prevalent among many Romans. According to a view very generally received, Gelasius about this time instituted the Feast of the Purification of Our Lady, or Candlemas, with its procession in order to offer a counter-attraction to the pagan procession of the Lupercalia. This view cannot, however, be proved historically. This festival of Mary, with its characteristic accompaniment of the candles, was adopted by Rome from the East. When, no one knows. It is first mentioned as existing in Rome in the 7th century. Itheria, however, found it already kept in Jerusalem in 386, though on February 15th, or the 14th, that is, 40 days after the Epiphany, the Eastern Christmas, and not on February 2nd, as in the present Roman calendar. In Cyril's time, the feast was observed in Alexandria with a procession in which candles were carried. Theodotus of Ancyra seems also to vouch for a similar custom. As, however, February 15th was also the date of the heathen Lupercalia, some connection may quite well exist between one festival and the other. According to the Liber Pontificalis, the watchful eye of Gelasius detected the existence of Manichaeans in Rome, though this sect was strictly forbidden by law. He had them expelled, their books being burnt in the porch of Santa Maria Maggiore. In acting thus, he was but following in the footsteps of Leo the Great. He also showed great zeal against the Pelagians, who had again appeared on the scene in Picenum and in Dalmatia. In what concerned faith and morals, Gelasius was indefatigable in watching, warning, and stimulating the episcopate belonging to his province. The numerous excerpts of this sort from his letters which found their way later into canon law, show him in the light of an active legislator in many fields. The memory of Gelasius stood so high, even in the period immediately following, that he must needs be accorded a place of honor, second only to Leo the Great, among the 5th century popes. That we should be justified in giving him such a position is clear from what we know of him from other sources, and also from his writings, which reflect a vigorous, comprehensive, and profound understanding. The Pope's character is spoken of with warm appreciation by the learned Dionysius Exiguus in a letter which heads his collection of laws. What he has here gleaned from contemporaries and pupils of Gelasius bears the stamp of truth and is no mere stereotyped official formula, such as those with which we have so often to remain content in the case of early popes. A saintly disposition animated him, says Dionysius. He accepted the highest place in the Church by God's will for the salvation of many. In it he behaved more as a servant than a sovereign. Together with the ornament of purity, he possessed profound wisdom. This man lived in prayer, reading, and study, and when necessary, would even pen documents with his own hand. He found much pleasure in the society of monks. In his spiritual conversation with them, he was inflamed with holy love and sunk in the contemplation of God's word. He was also noted for his prudence and patience. Mortification and fasting he preferred to pleasures. Pride he vanquished by humility, and so devoted was he to deeds of mercy that he died in poverty after relieving countless poor. Dionysius continues his praise, extolling Gelasius as a man great even among the saints, as a pope who had seen in the honor of his supremacy only a crushing burden, whilst regarding the slightest neglect of his office as an omission to the detriment of souls for which he would have one day to answer. Gelasius was the most prolific writer of all the popes who had reigned hitherto. His homilies on the Bible and the liturgy have not come down to us, nor have his hymns and other works. He wrote a sacramentary, or at least composed prayers, and prefaces to improve the wording of the Mass. The so-called Sacramentarium Gelasianum cannot, however, be termed his work, owing to the many alterations and additions. Besides the numerous letters and decrees already mentioned, we still possess several treatises by Gelasius on the heresies and schisms of his day. For instance, against the heresy of the Pelagians, on the penalty of anathema, on the two natures in Christ against Eutyches and Nestorius. Finally, 2 tracts on the Acacian schism. The Pope died, full of merit, on November 21st, 496, and was buried in St. Peter's. End of section 21. Section 22 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The Popes during the early period of the Gothic Kingdom in Italy. Part 3. Pope Anastasius II, 496 to 498. The lamentable schism between Old and New Rome induced Gelasius' successor, Anastasius II, Pope from November 24, 496 to November 19, 498, at the very beginning of his pontificate, to make the furthest possible advances in order to bring about reconciliation and reunion. He sent 2 bishops to Constantinople with a very deferential letter, in which he notified his accession to the emperor and at the same time requested a friendly way that Peter's supremacy over the whole church should be acknowledged, Acacius's name expunged, and Alexandria brought under the sway of orthodox doctrine. He declares therein that the baptisms and orders conferred by Acacius would readily be acknowledged as valid in Rome. In this condescendence, Anastasius went beyond anything done by his predecessor, Gelasius. The latter had, of course, been willing enough to accept Acacius's orders, but for special reasons, he refused to take the initiative of sending to the emperor a letter of greeting. He had also avoided any intercourse with the patriarch of the court, preferring to await events. Pope Anastasius, on the other hand, at least sent verbal messages of peace to the Patriarch of Constantinople. His envoys even found ways and means in the Greek capital to come to an understanding with the apocrisiaries of the schismatic Patriarch of Alexandria, and the latter promised the legates to justify himself to the Pope in a document which he would entrust to them. These demonstrations of goodwill towards the separated Easterns on the part of Anastasius seems to have caused great annoyance to a certain section of the higher clergy in Rome, a common phenomenon in the history of the popes. A new pope will frequently seek to heal previous dissensions, the change in person embodying the supreme power, making this easier to accomplish in the Church than in a temporal kingdom governed by dynastic traditions. The efforts of the new pope in such cases are, however, very likely to prove offensive to the supporters of the previous policy. Anastasius II, besides taking the measures we have mentioned, entered into communication, greatly to the dismay of his friends, with the see of Thessalonica, which then stood under a cloud. In that region, the Acacian schism found vehement advocates and patrons, particularly in Andrew the archbishop. On the arrival in Rome of his deacon, Photinus, sent as an envoy, people with amazement saw him honorably received by the Pope and admitted to communion. Such people had never learnt or had forgotten that Andrew had already made amends in public. He had published, both on his own and in the neighboring diocese, a letter of reconciliation which he had received from Gelasius, and had besides solemnly anathematized Acacius. The choice of his deacon, Photinus, as envoy to Rome was, however, not fortunate, for he seems to have been wanting in discretion, and to have made false statements among the Roman clergy regarding the conditions laid down for his bishop's reconciliation. A certain senator named Festus, himself inclined to give Byzantium more than its due, also seems to have contributed to the misunderstanding of the course of action taken by Anastasius. Thus, in the very bosom of the Roman Church, a strong party was found to withstand their own bishop. The enemies of Anastasius believed that he had needlessly swerved from the stern attitude of the two previous popes, and that the Church would suffer for his policy of weakness. It was even spread abroad that the pontiff, in his zeal for peace, would, after a while, revoke the condemnation of Acacius. His episcopal envoys had scarcely returned from Constantinople, and discontent was yet rife among the clergy of the city, when the Pope's death terminated his brief pontificate. At the next election, the rightful choice fell on the deacon Symmachus, a Sardinian, who was consecrated November 22, 498. At this election, the Roman clergy were not, however, unanimous, one small faction refusing to concur, and ultimately setting up an antipope in the person of Lawrence, the archpresbyter. The supporters and followers of the antipope were only a fraction of the clergy, consisting mainly of short-sighted men who were over-disposed to peace, and who had really expected Anastasius to subscribe to the Henoticon. They now fixed their hopes on Lawrence. This party was, however, ultimately obliged, as we shall see, to yield to Symmachus. Symmachus, on his part, dealt sternly with the Greeks, who had already shown their unreliability and love of schism. The cloud resting upon the memory of Anastasius II was responsible for the one-sided view taken of him by some later members of the Roman clergy. Of it we find the traces even in the statement of the author of the Liber Pontificalis, who brings a formal charge against Anastasius II. The Pope secretly intended to restore the memory and honor of Acacius, but this he was not allowed to do. He died, overtaken by the judgment of God. This statement of the Pope's insincerity is an untruth. It is disproved by official documents, of which the author of those lines was ignorant. His allusion to the speedy death of Anastasius as a divine punishment may have met the views of some of his contemporaries, but it has no foundation in fact. The short notice in the Liber Pontificalis had, however, an unexpected result in later ages. The book, with all its defects, was in medieval times the principal source of the history of the popes. Its comments on Anastasius were accordingly accepted without hesitation as authentic, particularly after they had been incorporated bodily by Gratian in his famous collection of laws. The chroniclers of the 13th and 14th centuries were not satisfied even with this. A pope who had sought to betray the church must needs have died a shocking death. Martinus Paulinus, Amalric Augeri, and Bernard Guidonus therefore make Anastasius die the same sudden death as Arius, being found dead with his bowels protruding. Dante even gives the unfortunate pope a place in hell, where an inscription above his place of torment proclaims that Photinus had tempted him from the path of rectitude. Later theologians, on their side, made the act of treachery of which they fancied Anastasius guilty a pretext for dealing with all kinds of theoretical questions regarding the relations of the Church with her chief pastor. They placed this pope on a footing with Liberius, who they believed, in all sincerity, but quite wrongly, had sided with the Arian emperor Constantius. In both cases, their mistake arose from their reliance on the incorrect statements of the Liber Pontificalis and other doubtful authorities. Investigation has put all these statements in their true light. Historians have certainly accomplished an honorable task in disproving these and such like fables of the Middle Ages. It is useless to deny that fables and legends have often obscured our pictures of the past. They date from a period when there was but little inclination for criticism, and when want of critical apparatus, the absence of books, and mental intercourse threw writers helplessly back on the spurious statements handed down by former ages. For this reason, a historian can scarcely exercise too much caution, particularly when he comes across certain startling and exceptional facts, such as are met in the parchment books of medieval scholars. In excuse for the misjudgments of past times, let it, however, be said that even at the present day, historians busy with the Middle Ages are by no means safe from forged documents, fabricated in modern times and then ascribed to the past, to its advantage or otherwise. One such document is actually met with in the history of Pope Anastasius. Multitudes of people have read with admiration and pleasure the epistle sent by the Pope to Clodovec, king of the Franks, baptized at the beginning of his pontificate. In it, he congratulates the king and the church that so great a ruler with all his people had been caught in the net of Peter the fisherman. With prophetic intuition, he hopes that the Frankish nation will in the future form the especial protection of the storm-tossed bark of Peter. Now, recent research has established beyond the shadow of a doubt that this letter, first found among the papers of the Abbé Jerome Vignier in the 17th century, was invented and forged by this scholar, who was well versed in ancient style. Vignier had done the same with other documents, concerning the authorship of which there can no longer be the slightest doubt. In the study of history, we must expect surprises, perhaps even more than in other fields of positive learning. It was only in 1866 that an indubitably authentic letter of Anastasius II to the Gallic episcopate was made public for the first time, after having been found in a 7th century manuscript. In this, the Pope condemns with the utmost precision as a heresy the doctrine that the soul of man originates in the act of procreation and is not the result of a direct act of God. Until then, no such authoritative settlement of the question was known, and indeed for some time after the discovery of this document, theologians who had not heard of it were content to establish by other means the theological certainty of the doctrine of the soul's creation. Further on, an opportunity will occur of dealing with a whole series of spurious legends and forged fragments from the commencement of the 6th century. These apocryphal documents made their appearance after the death of Anastasius II during the struggle for supremacy between Symmachus and Lawrence, the antipope. Later they were very widely circulated and caused no little confusion in historical accounts. Such were the deeds of Pope Liberius, the deeds of Pope Marcellinus, or the Synod of Sinuessa, the purgation of Pope Xistus III, the charge of Polychronius, Bishop of Jerusalem, and certain documents ascribed to Pope Sylvester. No one now denies that these are forgeries. Quite recently it has been maintained, most unfairly, that they were concocted for the purpose of bolstering up the pretensions of the popes. We shall see elsewhere, however, that they were really of a perfectly harmless character. End of section 22. Section 23 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Theodoric, ruler of Rome, and Pope Symmachus. Part 1. The first years of Symmachus and the Laurentian Schism. Byzantine interest had helped to establish in Italy the throne of Theodoric the Ostrogoth. It was also to the Byzantine party that the opponents of Symmachus, the duly elected pontiff, looked for support. Constantinople was responsible for the revolt of the electors, and Lawrence could count on being seconded by the Greeks. To secure a bishop of Rome amenable to the views of the heretical imperial court had been the constant aim of Festus, the senator already mentioned. This patriotic Roman and overzealous servant of the empire went on an embassy to Constantinople on behalf of Theodoric, while Anastasius was yet living, had held out hopes that the papal subscription might ultimately be obtained for the Henoticon. This hope being frustrated on the death of Pope Anastasius, Festus resolved to do his best to give Zeno's successor, the Emperor Anastasius, a determined monophysite, the pleasure of having in Rome a pope quite favorable to his views. The handful of electors who voted for the archpresbyter Lawrence had been bribed by him. Of Lawrence, Festus felt sure that he would give his approbation to the Henoticon. Symmachus had scarcely received consecration in Constantine's Basilica of the Lateran when his rival, Lawrence, on the very same day, was consecrated bishop in the Church of Santa Maria Maggiore. Both then strove to obtain recognition from King Theodoric, and each betook himself personally to the court of Ravenna. Theodoric, however, wisely decided to regard as Bishop of Rome that one who had the greater number of electors. This was equivalent to an acknowledgment of Pope Symmachus, and for the time being, Lawrence saw fit to submit. No sooner had Symmachus returned to Rome than he assembled 72 Italian bishops and held a synod with them, March 1st, 499, in St. Peter's. Presbyters of the city churches, to the number of 67, also took part in the assembly, and it is in their signatures that, for the first time, we find the almost complete list of the Roman titular churches and their names. The synod devoted itself to the task, appropriate enough under the circumstances, of devising measures for the governing of papal elections in the future. Under severe penalties, it forbade any member of the clergy to promise his vote in the interests of any one during the lifetime of a pope. With regard to the election itself, it was settled that, according to the custom already long established, when the electors were divided, the choice should fall on him who had the majority of votes. According to an expression in the decree, it would seem that at the same time they laid great weight upon the possibility of a pope previously nominating his successor. The rival bishop Lawrence was assigned to the see of Nuceria in the Campania, whither he retired, taking with him the sympathy of his party, which was still secretly dissatisfied. The synod closed with good wishes to King Theodoric, the sovereign of the land. End of section 23. Section 24 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Theodoric, ruler of Rome, and Pope Symmachus. Part 2. Theodoric and the city of Rome. The following year saw the arrival in Rome of the glorious king of the Ostrogoths, who came to take formal possession of a city whose grand traditions he appreciated so well. He was received outside the gates by the Senate and clergy, with the Pope at their head. His first visit was to the Vatican Basilica, where he, the Arian, offered prayers at the tomb of Peter, for the Arians, no less than the Catholics, venerated the Prince of the Apostles. After this he passed through the city in brilliant procession, his northern escort being much admired, and arrived at the ancient Senate Hall on the Roman Forum. At this memorable spot, which still maintained an important place in public life, he desired to greet the secular magistrates of the city and all the descendants of the Quirites there assembled. There, too, the privileges of Rome were to be solemnly confirmed. Theodoric there made a speech to the assembly from the place called Ad Palmum Aureum. The audience consisted of the Senate solemnly convened, of the clergy arranged according to their rank, of a crowd composed of inquisitive citizens and foreign visitors from every nation, and finally of the stalwart Gothic soldiers of the royal escort. Truly a scene worthy of the master hand of an artist, the fabled hero of the German legend, Dietrich of Bern, so famous in the Middle Ages, holding forth in front of the ancient capital and grand monuments of classic times, and promising to defend the rights of the descendants of the Gracchi and of Scipio, assuring the phantom Senate that its existence would be recognized, and Rome that in his laws, government, and conduct he would ever protect her. This proceeding was in a certain sense the prophetic announcement of that bond of union between Roman and Teuton civilization, which in later times was to lead to a fresh and fertile development of national life. Fulgentius of Ruspe, who was present on the occasion, compares the Rome of that period with the heavenly Jerusalem. The beauty of the scene and the surroundings in which it was set aroused in the mind of the impressionable African monk the thought of the city of God with its peaceful and sublime splendor. Unhappily, the Arian Goths were by no means prepared to inaugurate an era of peaceful progress. As soon as his speech was at an end, the king gave orders that his ratification of Rome's privileges should be graven on brass and set up in the Capitol. He then made his triumphal entry into the crumbling imperial palaces on the Palatine, of which he took possession, without, however, establishing there a permanent residence. Ravenna remained his usual residence, and thither he returned after remaining in Rome for about 6 months. Theodoric left careful instructions for the restoration of the imperial palace on the Palatine. He displayed great appreciation and feeling for the ancient monuments of the city, and made himself responsible for the repair of many of the buildings of Rome. Instances of his care are to be found scattered among his edicts, which afford a most interesting glimpse into the civilization at that period. They have been preserved to us in the Verrier of Cassiodorus, who was responsible for them. Cassiodorus, a zealous Catholic, was admirably fitted to represent the old Roman world at the court of the Ostrogothic king. In the sphere of statecraft, he might well be called the last of the Romans. The endeavor for which he stood, to reconcile and unite in joint action for the good of civilization the two great nations, formed a fitting termination to the glorious history of ancient Rome. The edicts of Theodoric, or rather of Cassiodorus, for the preservation of Roman monuments often surprise us by the detail and care they display. The office of supervising and preserving the buildings was entrusted to a special city architect, the Architectus Publicorum, and a subordinate of the Praefectus Urbi. The earlier office of the Curator Statuarum was likewise re-established. The custodian of the statues was to watch lest greed or vandalism should do harm to the statues exposed to view in such enormous numbers. The state undertook, among other matters, to restore Pompey's vast theatre. This work was entrusted to Symmachus the patrician, who had distinguished himself by his new buildings in the neighborhood of Rome. In 508, Theodoric had the Colosseum restored after it had been damaged by an earthquake. Attention was directed principally to the podium and arena, the portions most necessary for use. In no less than 3 inscriptions we may, to the present day, read about the merit of the clerk of the works, Decimus Marius Venetius Basilius. He is therein given titles which sound oddly out of place in Gothic Rome. Vir Consularis, Illustris Praefectus Urbi, Patricius, Consul Ordinarius. An edict comprised in the collection of Cassiodorus informs us that large sums were expended on a Tiber wharf, Portus Licinii, and the adjoining works, which included brick kilns, which were to furnish the state every year with 25,000 bricks for the buildings of Rome. In the Variae, we also find the Roman aqueducts dealt with, and incidentally, we learn that the classical office of the comus formarum had been revived. The keeper of the aqueducts was to repair damaged places in the conduits and to take care that the public thermae and baths, still in use, were kept regularly supplied with water. Special architects were also nominated to control the gigantic underground drains of Rome. One of these, named John, was placed by Theodoric under the instruction of the city prefect Argolicus. 2 high officials for the seaport of Rome are also mentioned and correspond to a similar dual appointment of former days. They were known as the Comus Portus Urbis Romae and Vicarius Portus. In the rhetorical diploma nominating the first, the 2 towns of Ostia Tiberina and Portus Romanus are extolled with exuberant adjectives as the centers of harbor traffic. The city walls, dismantled and decayed at many points, naturally claimed a share of the new government's solicitude. Theodoric undertook at great cost the repair of the work of Aurelian and Honorius. For this purpose, bricks were also supplied by the public brickworks in Rome. In the city walls, in public buildings, in churches, and even on the roofs of ancient basilicas, tiles or bricks bearing Theodoric's stamp have been found down to quite recent times. Besides the name and royal title, they usually bear a cross and the words, "For the welfare of Rome," or "Happy Rome." The words "Felix Roma," if they fail to express the reality, do at least testify to the desire of helping the city to a new period of prosperity and happiness. Even the title "Invicta Roma" ventured once more into the field, though probably with some diffidence. The words "Unvanquished Rome" are to be found on some Ostrogoth coins. The figure on them still wears the helmet, while the reverse of the coin has the wolf suckling Romulus and Remus, or else the Roman eagle. The reader is, however, well aware that the eagle's wings were then already very weak, and that glory was less in place than anxiety lest the buildings of Rome should collapse. To prevent such a calamity, still further precautions had been taken in the edicts. A comus named Suna was specially charged with the business of utilizing available blocks of marble from the ruins. A special official was further entrusted with the supervision of the preparation of lime. As we have no certain knowledge of a similar post existing in antiquity, it seems probable that the Gothic government established it for the purpose of putting a stop to the abuse of casting into the kilns portions of marble buildings and even sculpture, a practice which in later times became quite common among the Roman desecrators of the city. Careful count was kept of the money annually granted for improvements in the city. According to the 6th century so-called Annals of Maximian of Ravenna, 200 pounds in gold from the revenue duties on wine were set apart solely for the repairs of the palace and walls of the city. The same almost contemporary record says in praise of Theodoric, "He generously distributed gifts of money and corn, and by dint of capable administration, he filled the treasury which he had found quite empty. He took no steps against the Catholic religion. He pleased the common people with circus and other public sports, so that even the Romans themselves called him Trajan or Valentinian, because his reign vied with that of those emperors." Such are the flattering terms in which Theodoric is described by this reliable historical source, of which the origin, moreover, is Roman and not Gothic. According to these annals, the distribution of corn to the people and poor of Rome amounted annually to 120,000 bushels, or modii. This quantity then represented a value of 2,000 gold solidi, 1 solidus being the price of 60 bushels. About 72 solidi went to make 1 pound in gold. The ancient prefecture of the Annona, which had shrunk into comparative insignificance, now regains some of its importance. In a diploma full of minute instructions, the newly appointed prefect is told that he must satisfy the people clamoring for bread, and whilst the highest imperial official, the praefectus praetorio, supervises the transport of corn from distant provinces, it is the business of the praefectus annone to distribute it to the hungry. The prefect of the annona must superintend the bakeries and the bread weights, and also keep a watchful eye on the pork butcherers, etc., etc. For as the edict concludes, the love of the populace is strong and reliable only when they are preserved from hunger. If the few annals which exist of those years always speak in favorable terms of Theodoric's rule, we must bear in mind that the misery of the previous period had been so great that the contrast was vividly felt. It may be that, under the influence of the change, contemporaries were led to exaggerate the security and protection conferred by Gothic rule. The eulogies of Theodoric by recent writers, however well grounded they may be, are sometimes due to a too entire reliance on certain exaggerated or rhetorical expressions used in the sources. There could be no question of any real attachment to the new government on the part of the Romans so long as the Goths remained strangers to the religion of the people. A great spiritual gulf divided them from the Romans. In the main, they were still considered barbarians and, what in the eyes of many was even worse, heretics. It was a great mistake of Theodoric's, one which betrayed a want of political insight, to retain in his kingdom the outworn Arian creed instead of seeing in Catholicism the pledge of a better future and making it the foundation of political life. Dreadful tales were also current among the Roman populace of the king's reckless harshness when actuated by motives of ambition. It had not been forgotten that as soon as he found himself absolute master of Ravenna, he had broken his word and with his own hand slain his luckless rival Odovacar. He had even gone so far as to exterminate the whole of Odovacar's family and all his followers among the nobility. In time, great discontent was aroused by the behavior in Tuscia of Theodahat, son of Theodoric's sister, who was in the habit of seizing arbitrarily upon the property of his neighbors. The Latins must have owed the Gothic soldiers many a grudge on account of high-handed proceedings of this sort. The pliant Romans acquiesced nevertheless in the Gothic rule. They were made amiable by the king's bounty to the city and by the public sports which received great encouragement from those in authority. Gladiators certainly were no longer to be seen in the Colosseum, but there was no lack of bold wild beast combatants, aventores or arenarii, pugilists and wrestlers, or athletae, to display their barbarous skill. An edict regarding the games drawn up by Cassiodorus contains, amidst lengthy archaeological disquisitions of doubtful historical value, a very valuable description of the dangers attending the wild beast combats of that time. We also learn that the freshly nominated consuls celebrated their taking of office not only by large distributions of money, but also by public sports in the arena. When Eutharic, the son-in-law of Theodoric, entered upon his consulship in 519, wild beasts of several sorts were sent to Rome from Africa for use in the Flavian amphitheater. Romans stared in amazement at animals, of which the like had not been seen in Rome for ages. During the Gothic period, too, the vast enclosure of the Circus Maximus between the Aventine and the Palatine again re-echoed with the shouts of the charioteers and the cheers of the crowd. Cassiodorus in his description shows us the immense gateway with its 12 entrances, through which the chariots dashed forth upon their wild career. Down the center ran the spina with the 2 huge Egyptian obelisks. Of these, the larger one had been brought by the Emperor Constantius. The other had already been set up under the Emperor Augustus. The former now adorns the Lateran, the second is in the Piazza del Popolo. The Circus Maximus must at that time have been practically what it was under Trajan, though portions of the tiers with their seats may then already have fallen in. A complete restoration would scarcely have seemed desirable, for the population of the city had now been reduced to such an extent that it would not have filled the enormous spaces provided. The Church of the Resurrection, or of Santa Anastasia, on the slope of the Palatine at the northern angle of the circus, looking down upon the high enclosure of the circus on which its foundations partly rested, served to show that the spirit of the age was now no longer the same as when the circus was built. We may safely assume that the details of the ancient sport of chariot racing had undergone no great change. Of what the scene was like, we may form some idea from a large bas-relief belonging to the period of the decline, which, as it happens, represents the Circus Maximus. On the left, we see 8 gateways, or carceres, whence the chariots emerge, and above, the giver of the games in his box. We also see the spina, around which the chariots raced, and which extended from the 2 conical metae near the carceres to another pair of metae on the right, and which supported the obelisk in the center. 2 stands, one with the 7 revolving dolphins, the other with 7 eggs, served for counting the courses round the spina. A noble, vested in the toga plicata, stands ready with a palm branch for the victor. As 8 chariots are represented, we may take it that each of the 4 recognized circus factions have 2. At different points among the chariots, temples, altars, and statues may be seen, which embellish principally the border of the circus. At the top on the right is depicted a triumphal gate, which must correspond with the arch in honor of Vespasian and Titus, which formerly existed at the south end of the Circus Maximus. Party feeling at the circus games in Rome still ran high, though at any rate it was less reckless and savage than in Constantinople, where at this very time, in 501, no fewer than 3,000 persons were said to have fallen during a fight which broke out in the hippodrome between the supporters of the green faction and those of the blue. 8 years later, however, even in Rome, the circus sports resulted in deeds of brutal violence. 2 senators, Importunus and Theodoricus by name, in the progress of a quarrel with the green faction, or Prasina, incited their retinue to attack, sword in hand, the opposite party. Edicts from the king to the Senate and the Roman people were necessary to restore order. In his wordy decrees, Cassiodorus also dealt with theatres, and, with a philosopher's dislike, inveighed against the deterioration of the drama and of all theatrical entertainments. He declared that the authorities felt obliged to yield in some measure to popular folly and to the ungovernable craving for amusement, but that they expected sober, decent conduct from those who availed themselves of the permission, and that they appealed to the moral sense of the spectators. As of old, a tribunus voluptatum was appointed by the government and was charged with the maintenance of some semblance of order and propriety among the actors and actresses of the different kinds of theatres. Popular amusements were not to serve as schools for vice. Above all, the tribune himself must set an example of good morals in the midst of the prostitutes among whom his work would lie. According to the language of these edicts, the noble city of Rome had the ideal task of setting a standard of good manners for the rest of the world. Well-ordered civil life, such as it was the government's aim to impose elsewhere on both Goth and Roman, ought surely to be found in the focus of the ancient empire. If we regulate by law the custom of foreign nations, says an edict, if every commonwealth in league with Italy submits to Roman jurisdiction, how imperative is it that the seat of the civil government, that is Rome, should show great respect to these laws. Whosoever holds public office in Rome should be distinguished for his love of order and attention to the law. The influence of men such as Cassiodorus, the statesman, and the famous senators Boethius and Symmachus actually led, during the best period of Gothic rule, to the verification of the words contained in another edict. The honor of the Goths is to maintain intact the civilitas Romanorum, that is, to preserve the ordered course of civil life on the old Roman model. In one sense, the Goths never appropriated the civilitas Romanorum, their race despising Roman laws. They preferred to retain for themselves their Gothic statutes and laws. The men, all of them soldiers who with their families took possession of a third part of the land, formed, so to speak, a military caste. The Italians, that is, the Roman inhabitants of the country, clung to their own ancient laws and were accordingly judged by Roman law. The Goths, being soldiers, established themselves in Rome in the old military quarter of the city to the southeast on the Caelian and Esquiline, as far as the imperial villa ad Duos Loros and Centum Celle. In their quarter were the Arian churches of St. Agatha and St. Severinus. Both in Ravenna and Constantinople, they also inhabited separate quarters where they had churches of their own. To regulate mutual life and to decide cases in dispute, the so-called Edictum Theodorici was issued. As has now been proved, this was published during the king's above-mentioned visit to Rome. His statutes were mostly based on Roman jurisprudence, and sometimes, in the interest of order, are even more stringent. To wise laws were also added military discipline, strict supervision, and prompt legal aid. A real effort was made to spare Roman subjects from arbitrary oppression. Altogether, the change of government was scarcely noticeable in public functions, whether political or civil. The former government centers at Ravenna and Rome continued to exist and work as of old. The Praefectus Praetorio, the ancient divisions of the provinces, with their duces, rectores, and praesides, the municipal system of the cities, with their curiae, curiales, and defensores, were all retained intact. Even the venerable Senate prolonged its existence, but its jurisdiction no longer extended beyond the city boundaries. This once all-powerful corporation, though it still comprised the whole body of the highest nobility, retained but a moral authority in matters concerning the country. Its sphere of action was mainly limited to smaller local matters. It exercised among other prerogatives a certain judicial power, as may be seen, for instance, in a case in which Jews were concerned. Jewish masters had been injured or murdered by Christians in their service, and on the criminals being brought to justice, a riot ensued against a Jewish synagogue. The latter must doubtless be looked for in the Trans-Tiberine quarter, where the Jews had been established since early times. Some hot-headed anti-Semites went so far as to set fire to the synagogue during the excitement. This was reported to Theodoric by the Comus Aligarn, to whom the injured parties complained, and he at once sent his directions to the Senate. They were to investigate the matter carefully, securing justice and compensation to the Jews and suitable punishment for the offenders. Anyone having any complaint against the Jews was invited to take this opportunity of bringing it to the cognizance of the Senate. End of section 24. Section 25 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Theodoric, Ruler of Rome, and Pope Symmachus, Part 3. Pope Symmachus and the Roman Synodus Palmaris, 501. The Senate's reduced sphere of action corresponded with the narrow views of a portion of its members and to their small-minded meddling in church affairs. This was an evil under which Pope Symmachus suffered greatly. The controversy regarding the papal election had indeed been settled amicably, and the rights of Symmachus had been acknowledged. But scarcely had Theodoric quitted Rome to betake himself again to Ravenna than the senatorial party opposed to the Pope and some of the clergy, led by Festus the senator, brought charges against him at the court. They accused Symmachus of the delinquency of not having celebrated Easter in a beseeming manner, and also brought against him hateful charges of immoral intercourse with women and illegal alienation of church property. Symmachus, being unwilling to proceed to Ravenna to justify himself against such calumnies, his opponents induced Theodoric, who had less experience in canon law than in war and statecraft, to dispatch to Rome an episcopal visitor, just as if there were no bishop in the city, for so far it had been the rule to send visitors only to vacant sees. This bishop, Peter of Altinum, in the diocese of Aquileia, was so little conscious of the irregularity of his proceedings that he took the side of the Pope's opponents, oppressed him in manifold ways, and formally sanctioned the sequestration of his churches and church property. The Catholic party were adverse to a schism and met with the difficulty, conformably with Theodoric's wish, by arranging for a synod with the express consent of Pope Symmachus. About the month of May, 501, 150 Italian bishops had already assembled in council in the Roman Basilica Julia, that is, in Santa Maria in Trastevere, to settle the questions and charges pending. Its business was difficult and involved. Symmachus announced that he would appear at the synod and justify himself only on condition of being first reinstated in all his rights, and in this his claim was perfectly fair. The result was a standstill. Finally, however, seeing that he could not obtain his object on account of his opponents, he decided to take part in the assembly without the restoration of his temporalities. A fresh session was therefore arranged to take place on September 1st, in the Basilica of Santa Croce in Gerusalemme. But while on his way thither to meet the other bishops, he was attacked by the hostile senatorial party and so hardly pressed that he barely escaped with his life. He thereupon returned in all haste to St. Peter's, where, during those troublous times, he resided more as a prisoner than as a pope. He once more refused to take any part in the synod, indignantly declaring, "I will no longer submit to your trial. I am in God's hands. I am at the mercy of the king, come what may." Theodoric, on his part, however, made it known that, as a temporal prince, the decision could not rest with him, and that it was his desire that the synod already convened should not dissolve before the matter was settled. Were the bishops then to sit in judgment upon the Pope, subordinates upon their head? This question had never before been brought before the Church in such a form, certainly never amidst such unexampled difficulties as those then aroused by party strife. The case was to be the touchstone of the monarchical organization of the Church. It was a matter of doubt whether and how to maintain, under the then circumstances, the old principle which so far had never been directly called into question, namely, that the Pope, as Christ's vicar, has no earthly power above him. The bishops themselves composing the synod hesitated to pronounce judgment upon their head, the Pope, whether in his favor or against him, so long as he raised his voice in protest against the proceedings. To the king they wrote that it was an unheard of thing and quite unprecedented that the pontiff of this see should be brought up for trial and judgment. Symmachus himself maintained unswervingly the same principle. Yet it was necessary to come to some decision, seeing that the faction fights continued and the streets of the city ran with blood. The senators, Festus and Probinus, with their adherents, waged war against the Pope's party, which was captained by another senator named Faustus. Priests and monks, and even nuns, who withstood the schism, were mercilessly assaulted. In spite of all, the people, with their sound religious sense, in the main, sided with Symmachus. The timorous fathers of the council at last, on October 23, 501, came to a decision, which was signed by 76 bishops. This happened at that session of the lengthy council, which received the name of Synodus Palmaris, a name which came either from the decree having been promulgated on the Roman Forum, ad Palmam, whence Theodoric had addressed the people, or perhaps because the assembly was held in the forecourt of St. Peter's at a place called ad Palmata, of which we find mention elsewhere. The decree decided that all the denunciations hurled against Symmachus were to be regarded as nothing in the eyes of men. All questions concerning the Pope must be left to God's judgment, and all the faithful were under strict obligation to obey him. The synod also adjudged the temporalities to Symmachus, appealing to the commands of the sovereign who had empowered them, and without whose intervention the latter measure could of course scarcely have been carried out. Thus at this synod, the principle that the Pope is not amenable to justice, summa sedis ad nemine indicator, had, after all, finally carried the day. But the Senate, divided in its opinion, could not so quickly see its way to retreat. To prove their power, they left the lawful pope in practical exile at the Vatican, and to spite him, they even recalled home from Ravenna his former rival, Lawrence. The latter had been awaiting quietly the outcome of events at the court of Ravenna. Both he and the visitor, Peter of Altinum, were forthwith excommunicated by the pope, who made the rejection of both a condition for those of the schismatics who sought to re-enter his communion. In 502, another synod met in Rome under the pope's presidency to confirm the order which had now been restored. One of its resolutions, which deprived the turbulent opposition of one of their best weapons, shows us how anxious the Church's authorities were about the future. In 483, under Odovacar, there had been a declaration of the Praetorian prefect, Basil, whereby future popes were forbidden to alienate church property under pain of excommunication, and this pronouncement had been imprudently accepted by the Senate and clergy gathered together to elect a successor to Simplicius. As this declaration might be a dangerous weapon in the hands of the pope's foes, who were charging him with alienations, the council assembled by Symmachus on November 6th condemned it. In its deliberations, the synod invoked the ancient axiom that no layman can settle any church matter without the pope's leave. On the same occasion, Pope Symmachus very advisedly took the course of himself issuing a prohibition, couched in terms stronger than those of the declaration, against any alienations of property belonging to the church. By this means, his opponents were deprived of their main weapon of offense. The sad times for the Church in Rome and the neighborhood were nevertheless not at an end. Unity had not yet been restored. Lawrence not only held his own with his faction, but during 4 long years retained in his power all the titular churches of the city. Symmachus had, however, the consolation of finding his conduct approved by the best churchmen. The principle, too, that the pope is subject to no judge met with all but universal approval. Contemporaries of Symmachus have left us in their writings emphatic testimonies in favor of this principle and of the pope. Avitus, the famous and learned bishop of Vienna, was shocked by the proceedings against the pope, about which, indeed, he had received only vague reports, and wrote in haste to certain members of the Senate. No one, so he urges, could understand by what law or by what right a superior could be judged by his subordinates. The synod was doubtless well-intentioned, but in his opinion, it could not be pronounced free from rashness in undertaking to settle such a controversy. If the authority of the Pope of Rome may be impugned, it is not one bishop, but the whole episcopate, which becomes unstable. Such are the words of one who was a Burgundian bishop, a Roman by birth, and a zealous upholder of Christian Latinism. In Italy, the Polish writer Ennodius of Pavia felt called upon to pen a defense of the Synodus Palmaris. Here, not without some heat, he takes to task the opponents of the council and of the pope. The axiom that the supreme pastor of the church is subject to no judge but to God alone is to him a doctrine to which the church has ever clung. He does not even think it necessary to discuss the limitations which in theory and practice safeguard this doctrine from abuse. Ennodius further enters upon a long disquisition regarding the holiness of the popes, which, strange as it may sound, was a matter which had to be dealt with. The opposition, and even Theodoric himself, had laid stress upon it, arguing that if the pope could not be judged, it followed that he could not sin. Ennodius was, however, ready to answer by means of a distinction. The constitution of a monarchy bestows indeed far-reaching legal privileges on the sovereign. But private moral responsibility is something quite different. In the case of the monarch, it is so great that he is not allowed to break the least precept of the moral law. Further on, he also sees fit to point out that, as regards the holiness of the popes, their lofty position is a good reason why they should receive extraordinary grace from God for their personal guidance. The merits likewise, and the intercession of their saintly predecessors, so he says, bring down upon them heaven's choicest blessings. Moreover, Christ allows a special providence to prevent unworthy persons from usurping the papal office. Moreover, as a rule, only such men are elected popes as are not likely to cause complaint. The words used by Ennodius naturally must not be taken to mean that it is absolutely impossible for an unworthy person to secure the sacred office, or for one whose intentions were good in the beginning to fall afterwards into grievous crime. In spite of the votes of the synod and of the best men in the church, Lawrence was not prepared to surrender. Among other basilicas, he retained possession of St. Paul's outside the walls. This church he and his followers converted into a kind of rival to St. Peter's, where Symmachus resided. In St. Paul's, where the busts of all preceding popes decorated the upper walls of the nave, Lawrence had his own portrait inserted as the last of the series. In the 17th century, Cardinal Barberini's draftsman, who sketched these pictures, was able to read the name Laurentius under one on the north side, a name which can only refer to Lawrence of Nuceria, who alone of all the popes and antipopes bore the name of Lawrence. The portrait must have been painted during the period of Lawrence's success, as no one would have set it up after his downfall. Lawrence was ultimately overthrown through the efforts of Symmachus at the court of Ravenna. In 505, the pope again complained to Theodoric, through the deacon Dioscorus of Alexandria, concerning the intolerable state of things in Rome. At last, the king allowed himself to be persuaded by the wily Greek to interfere effectively, giving orders that Symmachus should be reinstated in all his rights. The senators had to look on while the city churches were restored to their lawful bishop. Lawrence was forced to seek refuge outside Rome, a country seat belonging to his patron Festus, affording him a quiet retreat for the remainder of his life. In Rome, peace was gradually re-established, and Cassiodorus could boast in his chronicle that during his consulship in 514, the year that Symmachus died, he had been able to bring the long-drawn quarrel to an end. End of section 25. Section 26 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Theodoric, Ruler of Rome, and Pope Symmachus, Part 4. Continuation of the Eastern Schism. While schism was being slowly stamped out in Rome, the Greek court once more excited division in the field of dogma. Persecution of the Eastern Catholics was at this time accompanied by revolting personal affronts to the Pope. The Emperor Anastasius, a blind devotee of monophysism, in one of his decrees railed against Pope Symmachus, the defender of orthodoxy, as a Manichaean, an unworthy pope, and one who had unjustly treated the Church of Constantinople. The answer of Symmachus, written between 506 and 512, was dignified and firm. He has few words for the attacks against his own person. He is content to call the city of Rome and his public writings as witnesses to his maintenance of the Orthodox faith. But with the attitude of the papacy towards the schismatic Church of Constantinople, he deals at great length, justifying it and placing in its true light the cause of the old dispute, namely, the Greeks' mistaken support of Acacius, the excommunicate. Moreover, as he points out, the Acacian schism had assumed a more threatening character, owing to the emperor's open advocacy of the Eutychian heresy. "Think you," he says with noble dignity, "that because you are the emperor, you need not fear God's judgment? Do you fancy that as emperor you are beyond the power of the chief apostle Peter? Compare the dignity of the emperor with that of the Church's head. The one takes charge only of worldly matters, the other of things divine. As emperor, you receive from him baptism and the sacraments. You crave his prayers and blessings. From him you ask a penance. Revere God in us, and we shall revere God in you. But if you do not revere God, how can you claim privileges from him, whom you deprive of honor? Consider, O Emperor, the long list of those who, since the beginning of Christianity, have persecuted the faith. They have perished, but the true religion has shone forth with greater splendor the more it has been oppressed." Such was the grand language used by a pope who in his own city was the sport of opposing factions, and whose situation there was sad to a degree. How heavily the emperor's hand was felt in the East soon became clearly known in Rome through the Greek fugitives who sought shelter there. Very pathetic is an appeal from the oppressed churches, written by a large number of the Orthodox pastors to the Bishop of Rome, in which they beg Symmachus, the divinely appointed healer of the sick, as they call him, to use all the remedies in his power for their benefit. Take care of the broken members of the body of our church, strengthen our feeble hands, steady our shaky knees, direct our footsteps in the right way. Show us the royal road between the two contrary errors, both of them condemned, of Nestorius and of Eutyches. Enlighten us in the confession of the true faith, which Pope Leo and the disciples of the Holy Fathers of Chalcedon have handed down to us. Yet these suppliants, whose names do not appear, are not quite clear as to the questions in dispute. They ask why, in the Church's hour of trial, they should not hold communion with such persons as did not reject from their communion those who were excommunicated by Rome. An answer of Pope Symmachus, addressed to the bishops, clergy, and people of Illyricum, Dardania, and the two Dacias, contains the solution of this doubt, and at the same time a counsel of encouragement to look their trouble firmly and patiently in the face. The time had come when it befitted the faithful to show fight, the hour when an everlasting reward could be won by confession. To yield at the expense of truth, or to compound with falsehood, would be to allow the Church's body to remain sick and feeble, to remain the friends of the Apostolic Church of Peter, and to save themselves from falling into the bondage of worldly powers, like those who were estranged from Rome. They must, once for all, firmly dissociate themselves from the followers of Eutyches, Dioscorus, Peter, Timothy, or Acacius. After long and fruitless struggles, the pope to whom it was granted to conclude peace with the Greeks was Hormisdas, the successor of Symmachus. The latter ended his trying pontificate on July 19, 514, and was buried in St. Peter's. End of section 26. Section 27 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Pope Hormisdas and Reconciliation with the East, Part 1. Hormisdas and the Empire. Hormisdas was consecrated on July 20, 514, the day following the death of Symmachus, and no disturbances are mentioned as having occurred. From what Enotius says, we may gather that Hormisdas was recommended or designated by his predecessor for succession in the papacy. He came from Frusino, or Frosinione, in Latium, or in Campania, to use the medieval expression then already current. The Emperor Anastasius was at that time hard-pressed by revolt of his general, Vitalian, and the urgent demands of the Catholics for peace. He accordingly entered upon negotiations with Hormisdas. In the interests of peace, he gave a formal promise to a council at Heraclea under the Pope's presidency. In spite of this, 2 embassies dispatched for this purpose to the east were fruitless. The second one consisted of the bishops Enotius of Pavia and Peregrinus of Misenum. As the emperor, by the time they arrived, chanced to have nothing more to fear from Vitalian, he tried to corrupt them by bribery. As this did not succeed, he had them secretly brought out of the city of Constantinople by a side gate, embarked in a crazy ship, and, with orders to touch land nowhere on the voyage, dispatched under a strong escort to Rome. Conscious of his power, he even wrote to the Pope, "On him who hearkens to no expostulations, we shall waste no words in making petitions. We can indeed endure being scorned and despised, but not being commanded." The emperor, now 88 years of age, after having thus brought all connection with the Pope to an end, used the last year of his life in confusing yet more the issues between church and state. On July 1st, 518, he expired suddenly in his palace during a violent thunderstorm, perhaps from fright, or perhaps, as the Liber Pontificalis opines, being struck by lightning. His successor was the Emperor Justin I, whose disposition was more conciliatory, who saw the need and the urgent desire of the people for union, and who was anxious not to oppose it. As a matter of fact, this craving of the faithful for the restoration of peace was already bursting the political barriers. Through the intermediary of Gratus, a comus of the imperial consistory, written requests of the new sovereign, of his nephew Justinian, and John II, the Patriarch of Byzantium, were presented to Hormisdas, praying him to come personally to the East to establish peace, or at least to dispatch legates with conditions of peace and full powers for its conclusion. After having sought King Theodoric's advice, the Pope deputed Germanus, Bishop of Capua, a certain Bishop John, the presbyter Blandus, Felix and Dioscorus, deacons of the Apostolic See, and Peter, the church notary. It was in the beginning of 519 that, accompanied by the blessings of every Roman, they started upon their hopeful voyage across the sea. End of section 27. Section 28 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Pope Hormisdas and Reconciliation with the East, Part 2. The Formula of Hormisdas. The envoys from Hormisdas brought to Constantinople a formulary, or libellus, by signing which the schismatics would show their submission to the See of Peter and secure their reincorporation in the Catholic Church. The famous Formula Hormistae had been drafted some years previously and had been submitted and accepted in the provinces of Illyricum and in Spain. The Formula of Union was now to triumph entirely. Under the influence of the better spirit now pervading the torn and harassed East, the hindrances which had previously stood in the way were removed. No allusion was made to the Henoticon. The removal of the name of Acacius from the diptychs was agreed to without opposition. No objection was taken even to the erasure of the names of his successors and imperial patrons, Zeno and Anastasius. The Greeks no longer desired any cloak for heresy, now that they sincerely wished to forswear the heresy itself. In Constantinople, John II, the Patriarch, subscribed to the formula on Maundy Thursday, March 28th. On this occasion, a special synod met in the imperial palace. I look on God's holy churches, John adds in writing, that of old Rome and that of new Rome, as one and the same church. I regard the See of the Apostle Peter and See of Byzantium as one and the same. I agree with the Pope in confession of doctrine and reject all those whom he rejects. The Emperor, the Senate, and all present testified their approval and consent by loud applause. All then went in procession from the palace to the church to seal by the celebration of the liturgy the solemn ending of the Acacian schism, which had not ceased to distract the East for 35 years. The people thronged the vast enclosure. They wept and gave vent to their enthusiasm by cries and thanks to God. From the choir resounded acclamations to St. Peter, to the Pope, the center of union, and to the Emperor, its happy protector. The clergy of Constantinople declared with amazement that never had so great a number of people received Holy Communion as on that memorable day. The formula of Hormisdas went the round of the Greek Empire. John II of Constantinople and Epiphanius, his successor, labored for its acceptance throughout the other dioceses of the empire. In the city of Alexandria, it is true that Timothy, the heretical patriarch, still held out, whilst the Church of Antioch was given a weak and impotent head in the person of Euphrasius. But the papal definition of faith, also called the Regula Fidei, is computed by Rusticus, the deacon, to have been subscribed by about 2,500 bishops. In the course of later times, it was repeatedly brought forward afresh on important occasions, its ground principles serving to express the abiding law of doctrinal harmony with the See of Peter. This occurred under Popes Agapetus, Nicholas I, and Hadrian II. Even at the Ecumenical Council of the Vatican, a portion of it was embodied in the decree relating to the Roman primacy. It begins thus. The first condition for salvation is to preserve the true rule of faith, without swerving from the constitutions of the fathers. The words of Christ, "Thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church," may not be disregarded. These words have been proved in every deed, for the Apostolic See has ever preserved the Catholic religion without stain. Desirous not to be cut off from this faith and doctrine, and anxious to follow the institutions of the Fathers, we solemnly reject all heresies. There then follows a list of various Eastern Christological heresies, with the names of their inventors, including that of Acacius. Further on in the document, a general assurance is given to the Pope, "Obeying the Apostolic See in everything, and teaching what it has decided, we hope to stand joined with you in that single bond of union which the Apostolic See proclaims, and in which the stability of Christendom consists." The altar of St. Peter's in Rome bore eloquent witness in the multitude of its Greek votive offerings to the settlement now happily secured. The emperor and the imperial family, including Justinian, the future emperor, as well as the patriarch and many other people of note, sent valuable gifts in precious metal to be exposed at the tomb of the Prince of the Apostles. During the pontificate of Hormisdas, Theodoric, king of the Goths, also presented 2 silver candelabra, each weighing 70 pounds, to the tomb of Peter. From Clodovec, king of the Franks, who had rejoiced all Catholics by joining the Church, a richly jeweled crown came after his death, in 511, as a gift to St. Peter. Around the tomb of the Apostle, sovereigns and nations rallied in charity, as around the hearth of one vast family. To complete the success and satisfaction of Pope Hormisdas, shortly before his death, there came over the sea from Africa the good tidings that the last great persecution of the Catholics, begun by the Vandal king Trasimund, had been terminated by this Arian's death. To the joy of the Roman Church, there was nothing more to hinder the triumphant return of the banished bishops and their reinstatement in their sees. When Hormisdas departed this life, on August 6, 523, he can scarcely have foreseen that after such happy experiences, a sad change in the position of the Church in Italy would suddenly be brought about by the action of King Theodoric. After a week's delay, John I, a native of Tuscia, was consecrated pope. End of section 28. Section 29 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, John I, 523 to 526, and the Gothic Kingdom in Italy. Part 1. John I, a martyr. John I received in 525 from Theodoric an invitation to betake himself to Ravenna, which unhappily left him no choice. Though ill and full of gloomy forebodings, he set forth. He knew quite well that the haughty king had for some time past cherished a deep feeling of hatred for Romans and Catholics generally. The measures taken by the Emperor of the East for the conversion of heretics, and especially of Arians, who were one in faith with the Goths, had increased Theodoric's ire. The mainspring of his aversion was, however, political distrust. The friendly relations re-established between Rome and Byzantium had excited in him the deadly suspicion that the clergy and nobility of Rome were allying themselves with the emperor against his own rule in Italy. Pope John was accompanied, on his melancholy journey, by the senators and ex-consuls Theodore, Importunus, and Agapetus, and by another Agapetus, a patrician. On reaching Ravenna, Theodoric desired John to set off at once on an embassy to Constantinople, and among other things, secure an undertaking from the emperor to restore the recent converts from Arianism to the Arian faith. The Pope declared bluntly that he would carry no such message, but that he was ready to fulfill any other commands of the king. The indignant monarch then had him brought on board ship with 3 bishops, Ecclesias of Ravenna, Eusebius of Fanum, and Sabinus of Capua, and the distinguished Romans just named. The vessel was then dispatched by the quickest route to Constantinople. There was an honorable reception on the part of the Catholic capital of the East, and the court formed a brilliant contrast to the treatment just experienced. The news spread like wildfire through the delighted and excited city that the Pope was arriving, the first of Peter's successors to tread the soil of Constantinople. The distinguished guests were met at a distance of 12 Roman miles from the walls of the city, the people and clergy receiving him in solemn procession with crosses and candles. The emperor, too, on meeting him, prostrated himself, honoring him, says our authority, as though he had been Peter himself. Among the various matters of business which the Pope accepted to arrange on behalf of Theodoric, one was probably the proposal that those who remained Arians should not, for the time being, be forcibly deprived of their churches. But, needless to say, nothing was settled in fulfillment of Theodoric's main demand. During his stay in Constantinople, John performed the religious ceremony of crowning the emperor. At Easter, on April 19th, he publicly celebrated the liturgy in the Latin language, and during the ceremony took precedence in rank over the patriarch of the capital. After this he quitted the city in haste, and was conveyed back to Ravenna with his companions. It would seem indeed that the whole while, even during his stay in Constantinople, he had been watched by people in Theodoric's service. In Ravenna, the king had him remorselessly cast into prison. Quite unreasonably, the Pope's share in the emperor's coronation had incensed the king yet more, and added to his distrust. This imprisonment was the last bitter cup to be forced on the unfortunate Pope, whose only fault was his devotion to duty. As a result of the fatigue of his voyage and of the fresh indignities and sufferings he was made to bear, he survived but a few days, and breathed his last in prison, a noble victim of his own courage and the undeserved suspicion of a despot. He died on May 18th, 526. His body was at first interred outside the walls of Ravenna. In the almost contemporary annals of Maximian, it is stated that during the funeral, a man possessed was restored to his senses when the body was carried past. The people and the senators also, so we are told, had reverently taken fragments of the Pope's robes as relics of a saint. Not long after, the martyr who died with glory, to use the expression of the Liber Pontificalis, was brought to Rome, where he found a resting place in the porch of St. Peter's among the other popes of his period. At the end of his metrical epitaph, one could read the significant words which describe, with the fate of this pope, the fate of the papacy as a whole, of which the path leads through the sorrows of this life to heavenly glory. Priest of the Lord, thou fallest a victim of Christ. Yea, in this wise did the popes earn God's highest favor here below. Other distinguished victims were also to be sacrificed in Italy at about that same time. The irritability, cruelty, and distrust which seemed to possess King Theodoric in the last portion of his reign make this otherwise eminent ruler seem petty and feeble in the evening of his life. His bad humor turned him into a blind, reckless foe of the Romans and of the Catholic Church. Cassiodorus, his good genius, had withdrawn, and new counselors now advised the monarch, for instance, an unscrupulous officer of state named Cyprian, and a Jewish attorney named Symmachus, his most influential adviser. Cyprian, even before the journey of John already related, had accused the senator and ex-consul Albinus of high treason for having intrigued with Constantinople. Boethius, a great man, equally famous as a statesman and as a writer, generously undertook to defend Albinus and the Roman Senate. The consequence was that he himself had to bear the brunt of the king's suspicion and displeasure. His execution amidst exquisite torture remains an indelible blot in the history of the king of the Goths. Shortly before his death, Boethius penned his well-known treatise, On the Consolation of Philosophy. This work, composed in prison by the deeply religious author, is full of profound thought, cast in the elegant form of antiquity. The book seems to shed a soft radiance over the figure of the sorely tried sage. It is the poet Dante who makes St. Thomas Aquinas say of Boethius, "By seeing every good therein exalts the sainted soul, which the fallacious world makes manifest to him who listeneth well." How small in comparison with this spokesman of Romano-Christian culture appears the fierce king, who, after so brilliant a beginning, relapses into barbarism at the suggestion of blind political prejudice and religious hatred. Nor did the king's rage subside. The fate of Boethius was shared by his father-in-law, the aged senator Symmachus. The guilt of the leader of the Roman Senate lay in the fear lest he should avenge the murder of Boethius on the king. He was accordingly ordered to Ravenna and there beheaded. In his mania of dread, Theodoric next issued an edict forbidding any Roman throughout the kingdom to carry weapons. By pulling down a Catholic oratory at Verona, he showed that even churches were not safe from his rage. The annals of Maximian complain of him that he became a foe of God, unmindful of the blessings he had received. According to this authority, Symmachus the Jew had already prepared a law, according to which the Arians would immediately have entered into possession of the Catholic churches of the country. The king was, however, seized with an attack of dysentery, which terminated fatally. August 30th, 526. End of section 29. Section 30 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, John I, 523 to 526, and the Gothic Kingdom in Italy, Part 2. Theodoric's buildings. The mausoleum which Theodoric erected outside Ravenna as his own burial place still exists almost uninjured. Its strong and massive form, crowned with a cupola consisting of a single stone, is typical of the Gothic period in Italy. This rotunda, which strikes out a new line in architecture, reveals in some sense the aboriginal talent which lay dormant in this gifted nation. Whoever ponders on it will call to mind with some sadness the great hopes to which the energy of the Goths gave rise as long as they remained on friendly terms with the Church and with the Romans. Unluckily, these hopes were never to be realized, for no sooner had Theodoric vanished from the field of history than all prospect disappeared of the nation making the progress it had once promised. The unfortunate Goths, far from consolidating either their religion or their culture, were soon to engage in a sanguinary struggle for their existence, and in spite of all its valor, their nation was to bleed to death upon the battlefields of the fair provinces it had conquered. The mausoleum at Ravenna is the nation's tombstone. But this edifice, as the king's building activity in Rome would already lead us to suppose, is not the only witness standing to Theodoric's enterprise in the architectural domain. Many cities of Italy, but especially Ravenna, reap the harvest of his passion for building and love of art. In Ravenna, his capital, he built a vast royal palace, of which a mosaic in one of the city churches is commonly thought to be a picture. Theodoric also restored Trajan's aqueduct and other conduits of the city, besides erecting a smaller palace, a portico, some baths, the Basilica of Hercules, various churches, and the Arian baptistry. The latter buildings, several of which are still standing in the city, contribute by their character to give Ravenna its peculiar, venerable aspect, and to rank it above Rome itself for its profusion of monuments in good condition belonging to the 5th and 6th centuries. It is true that, under Theodoric, Rome's wealth of marble was often laid under tribute for the embellishment of Ravenna. Superfluous marble blocks from the Pincian Palace were, by the king's orders, brought to Ravenna by the catabolenses, or public carriers. To make up for this, his men and his money were often enough at Rome's service for the building of new churches in the Eternal City. Particularly was this the case during the better days of his government, when as yet he was kindly disposed to Catholics. Pope Symmachus, during Theodoric's reign, built the rotunda of St. Andrew beside St. Peter's. This pontiff, one of the most prolific poets among the popes, provided the altars of the rotunda with verses of his own. Besides other churches, he built the Basilica of St. Pancras outside the Aurelian Gate, and the Basilica of Saints Sylvester and Martin, close to the ancient Titulus Aquitii. This last is the church now called San Martino ai Monti. The Basilica of Saints Sylvester and Martin, still in a fair state of preservation, may be placed beside the previously described churches of Santa Maria Maggiore, Santa Sabina, and San Paolo Fuori le Mura, as a type of the basilicas of the 6th century. But what excites our interest in Saints Sylvester and Martin's is on the one hand the connection of this basilica with the Titulus Aquitii, a place of worship reckoning among the earliest public churches in Rome, and on the other its association with Theodoric's rule. The Titulus Aquitii may still be visited below the church, and as memorials of Theodoric we may see in the upper part of the present building a collection of recently discovered roofing tiles bearing his name. The basilica deserves close examination. 2 rows, each of 12, fine ancient columns divide the inner space. These columns are all of similar size, shape, and sort of marble, a remarkable exception of that period when change and variety had already become the rule. On the lower portion of 2 of these columns, the present writer found the name of Propus or Probus. This, as at Santa Maria Maggiore and Santa Sabina, gives us the name either of the quarry owner or of the contractor who supplied the marble. When the church was being built, these columns were set up on high bases because they proved too short in proportion to the height of the structure. They support highly worked Corinthian capitals, most of which betray by their decoration that they do not date from the period previous to Theodoric and Symmachus. By striving unduly after greater variety of form, they deviate considerably from the ancient type of Corinthian capitals, but in spite of this, they are executed with taste and skill. The pillars are linked up with one another by a straight entablature consisting of a marble architrave with projecting corbels. There is no transept. The apse makes a fine sight when seen from without, that is, from the piazza in the adjoining modern street, its effect being heightened by the lofty medieval tower of the Capocci family. The upper border of the apse, below the roof, is encircled by a 6th century cornice. The profusely decorated corbels support panels, which, looked at from below, are seen to bear large fantastic masks in the ancient style, alternating with rich ornaments of trailing foliage. Classic influence was still much in evidence, but a profusion of secondary details and decorations, which the period lacked sufficient artistic sense to control, was now making its appearance. A similar remark may be made regarding the mosaics. Opulence and ornament, both in dress and other details, become the order of the day, but expression and sincerity to nature gradually deteriorate. In consequence of fresh excavations, the interesting crypt of the Church of San Martino, to the left of the apse, has been partly laid bare. It is composed, partly on the east side, of great blocks of tufa, taken from the Servian city wall, which passes the church on that side, which in some cases retain the stonemasons' marks of the original builders. Here, accordingly, in a certain sense, the Rome of earliest times is linked with incipient medieval Rome. But imperial Rome is also represented here. In fact, the basilica may be said to stand in the shadow of one of the wonders of the classic world, for it rose in the immediate neighborhood of Trajan's superb baths. Trajan had extended these thermae, begun by Domitian, from the Opius as far as this part of the Esquiline. According to an inscription, they were still used in the 4th century. For a long time, they were wrongly associated with the name of Titus. It was near their northeastern angle that Symmachus erected this church. In our own day, rooms which belong to the best period of Roman architecture have been excavated beneath the apse among other blocks from the Servian wall. A ruined portico also came to light, of which one portion ran parallel with the northern wall of the church. According to a contemporary authority, Symmachus had erected and decorated his sacred fane with the assistance of a certain noble, Palatinus. He dedicated it to Saint Martin of Tours, the great apostle of Gaul and promoter of monasticism among the Germans and Romans of the north. Symmachus had a special reason for selecting this spot as the site for his basilica. He evidently wished to honor anew the ancient Titulus Aquitii lying close by. The church of the presbyter Aquitius stands to the west, directly under the hill upon which the new basilica was built, and is a sanctuary dating from the days of Constantine. This pious priest of Pope Sylvester had given up his own house and grounds for the establishment of a Titulus, and at the instigation of Sylvester, the Emperor Constantine had enriched the title with important foundations. The low situation at the foot of a slope covered with buildings in decay may have unfavorably affected the masonry. At any rate, Pope Symmachus connected it with his basilica by a staircase. The venerable Titulus was thus preserved as a place of worship. In fact, during medieval times, it became a much frequented shrine of Saint Sylvester, mainly owing to the legend started by the 6th century forgeries regarding this pope, which told of a great synod held under his presidency in the Baths of Domitian or of Trajan, the Titulus Aquitii being mistaken for these thermae. Everything which concerned Sylvester seemed calculated in the Middle Ages to excite the poetic fancy of the Roman populace. An archaeological discovery has, however, proved that Pope Sylvester was venerated here as early as the 5th century. We allude to the silver votive offering of that date, a sort of gabata found near this place, and which, according to its inscription, had been given in honor of Pope Sylvester. In the newly erected church of Saint Martin, the worship of two renowned saints was combined, that of the extirpator of Roman paganism, Saint Sylvester, who bound the dragon of the temple of Vesta, and that of Saint Martin, who in the north was the great champion of Christianity and civilization and father of monasticism. The fact that Saint Martin, the Pannonian monk and bishop who labored among the Gauls, was venerated by the Church as early as the 5th century is one of the earliest, or at least one of the most noteworthy, instances of a confessor who was not a martyr being made the recipient of liturgical honors. Even at the present day, we may see in his office the trace of the transition from the worship of martyrs to that of simple confessors. We are there told, as if to justify the inclusion of this confessor in the list of saints, that though Martin had not been struck by the persecutor's sword, he had in other ways secured the palm of martyrdom. That veneration for Saint Martin, already widespread in Gaul, should have at that time been introduced into Rome, may possibly have been due to the person described above as Palatinus, who bore the cost of the building. He may have been some Gothic official of the court, like Valelia, the founder of St. Andrew Catabbarbara, and if he was like Theodoric, a northerner, then the memory of Saint Martin would probably have been dear to him and would have suggested the saint as a patron of his church. From San Martino, the old flight of steps leads down to the Titulus Aquitii. This is, indeed, in a sad state of decay, yet the portions of the ancient church still remaining carry us back in mind to the times of Aquitius and Sylvester. Walls and vaults belonging to the 4th century still exist. The visitor's foot still treads upon remains of the ancient black and white tessellated paving of the floor. On the walls, classical colored decorations, now almost effaced, may yet be discerned. It is clear that Aquitius, with the broad-mindedness usual in his time, when transforming his house into a church, left intact such of the decorations as were not distinctly idolatrous. In the 80s of last century, the present writer was able to admire the mythological figures painted in heathen times with a light, artistic brush on one of the vaults. They had then just been brought to light by excavation, but have since been entirely ruined by the damp. Filippini the Carmelite, who in 1637 found his way into these long-forgotten vaults, saw on the pictures discs, mythical griffins, birds, and foliage, all carried out, as he phrases it, in a grotesque style. Also a bounding stag and little figures with flowing drapery. Even now, showing in what esteem this sight was held in the Middle Ages, we may make out on the walls paintings depicting saints bringing their crowns to Christ, or grouped around him and Our Lady. On the ruined vaults, remains of large, coarsely worked ornaments in the shape of crosses and stars are also to be seen. Theodoric was only able to do what he did for the preservation of the monuments of Rome and for the erection of new buildings in other cities of Italy, thanks to the excellent financial administration conferred by him on the Gothic kingdom. The administration of the kingdom was conducted on Roman lines. The king, looking on himself as the supreme governor of the Roman Empire of the West, appointed as officials and functionaries of his realm men who were also favorable to the ideals of Rome. Theodoric never regarded himself as king of Italy or even of Rome. He never styled himself thus, nor yet king of the Goths, but simply king, without any addition. His right to the title of king was founded on his German sovereignty. End of section 30. Section 31 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, John I, 523 to 526, and the Gothic Kingdom in Italy, Part 3. Theodoric and the Empire of the East. The public position of the Ostrogothic kingdom enables us to understand how the Byzantine emperor could continue his relations with the West. The governing power which Theodoric, according to an agreement made with the Emperor Anastasius, exercised throughout the Western Empire, with the exception of conquered Spain, was practically that of a Roman viceroy. He was, although he never used the title, at once Magister Militum, consul and patrician. As the idea of a Roman Empire of the East and West, one and undivided, still held good, he could govern Italy and the other countries which then went with it, merely in the name of the Byzantine emperor. The only peculiarity about his case was that his rule was not to be a personal privilege, but a permanent right vested in the Gothic sovereign. Theodoric, the ruler of the West, for instance, had not the right of minting money, or if he had, it was only as a subordinate. Nor could he legislate save within limits. For the appointment of a consul, he had to seek consent of the Emperor Anastasius. Not having the right of bestowing Roman citizenship upon aliens, he was unable to appoint Goths to Roman offices, or to put them in the Senate. On the other hand, he could nominate Romans to any office in his portion of the empire. Theodoric was formally authorized to wear the royal insignia. Odovacar had never envied these externals, and had even sent the ornamenta palatii back to Constantinople. These the Emperor Anastasius returned to Theodoric, who accepted them. The German king might, therefore, be seen in his palace at Ravenna, robed in purple, with a diadem on his head, and seated amidst the imperial regalia. In his private capacity, he was reckoned not only a Roman citizen, but also a member of the tribe of the Flavii, just as Odovacar had previously taken the name of Flavius when he received from the emperor the rights of Roman citizenship. In this wise, a certain imaginary connection was established with the family of Constantine and the later emperors, who were all of them Flavii. In the edicts of King Theodoric, they are called edicta and not leges. The name Flavius does not appear, because they were all drafted by Cassiodorus, who had a rooted objection to the then Roman habit of accumulating names. The Germans in Theodoric's state were, judging by the standard of Roman law, to all intents and purposes, merely foreign soldiers in the Roman service. They held the same position as the ancient Barbari or Gentiles belonging to the empire. In the main, they were subject to the old regulations governing friendly populations settled on the borders of the Roman Empire. In the Roman system, everything was based on tradition and legal precedent, in which indeed lay the secret of Rome's strength and authority. On the other hand, the German tribes outside Italy, the Burgundians, the Visigoths, and the Vandals, had shaken themselves free of this sort of tutelage. They had raised themselves, thanks to their energy, from their former position of subordination to a state of independence. Their kings ruled independently and were no longer mere generals of the Romans' German allies. They had the right of coining money and of making laws, though sometimes, whether from force of ingrained habit or from motives of personal interest, or owing to the influence of bishops who by birth or training were Romans, they continued to accord a certain preeminence to the emperor of the Roman Empire. When Theodoric wrested from the Visigoths the kingdom of Spain, which hitherto had enjoyed an immunity of this sort, he too immediately adopted the style and dignity of an independent king, though he confined this independence to his action as king of Spain. From all this, it is easy to see how incorrect it would be to look on the famous Gothic sovereign as the founder of a new Germano-Roman polity. End of section 31. Section 32 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, John I, 523 to 526, and the Gothic Kingdom in Italy. Part 4. Theodoric's successors on the Ostrogothic throne. When death snatched the crown from Theodoric, there was no male heir on whom it could descend. No keener blow than this could have been dealt at his kingdom in Italy, particularly at a time when he had alienated so many hearts by his oppression of the Catholic Church and its chief pastor, and by his unjust persecution of the Roman Senate. The subsequent reigns following each other in rapid succession would almost lead us to suppose that some overpowering hostile fate rested on the Goths. On behalf of Athalaric, the infant son of Theodoric's daughter, Amalasuntha, and the Visigoth Eutharic, Amalasuntha herself, a high-minded and well-educated woman, assumed the regency. By every means in her power, she endeavored to bridge over the wide gulf still yawning between Roman and Goth. She herself, both in thought and action, was more a Roman than a Goth. In her mind, everything depended upon retaining the friendship of Justinian, the Roman emperor and law-making representative of the ancient empire. Under such circumstances, a countercurrent of Gothic feeling in the hearts of the nobles of her people was inevitable. Athalaric paid the penalty of his excesses by an early death, and his mother chose as co-regent Theodahat, a well-educated but violent and rapacious soldier, a son of Theodoric's sister, Amalafrida, by her first husband. Cassiodorus, who had then returned to court as chancellor, drew up the edict by which both Amalasuntha and Theodahat were to share the throne of Italy. But Amalasuntha fell, a victim to the hatred of the Gothic nationalists. She was banished by Theodahat to the delightful isle of Martana, on the lake of Bolsena, and was there violently done to death by unknown hands. Her death, however, furnished her friend, the Emperor Justinian, with a good pretext for declaring war against the Ostrogoths and wresting Italy from them. Italy was to become once more a province of the empire immediately dependent on the emperor. It seemed a favorable moment for such an enterprise. The far-reaching plans of Justinian, which aimed at re-establishing Rome's power throughout the West, had just been realized with remarkable success in the Vandal kingdom. In 533 he had captured Carthage and had brought Gelimer, the last Vandal king, in triumph to Constantinople. With the help of a general so able, energetic, and faithful as Belisarius, who had accomplished the conquest of Africa, the emperor hoped soon to see Italy too at his feet. With this end in view, Belisarius landed in December 535 in Sicily. Dalmatia was attacked by the Byzantine general Mundus, and the northwesterly portion of the Ostrogothic state was, at the demand of the Greeks, simultaneously assailed by the Franks. King Theodahat, whose courage was no greater than that of his predecessor, the boy king Athalaric, first made reckless overtures to the Emperor Justinian, and then took measures to offer a hopeless resistance to the imperial troops advancing from the south of Italy. Finally, his own Gothic chieftains at Regita in the Pontine marshes declared him deposed and raised a new leader, Vitiges, on the shield. This brave and prudent king at once decided upon the only right step, namely, to leave Rome and central Italy to the steadily approaching Roman armies, and to concentrate his own forces and those of his allies behind the ramparts of Ravenna. Belisarius, without meeting any resistance, entered Rome by the Porta Asinaria beside the Lateran on December 9, 536. The welcome given to the Roman tokens of victory and to the Catholic general by both Pope and Senate was joyful and sincere. End of section 32. Section 33 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The Popes from John I to Vigilius, Part 1. Felix IV, 526 to 530, Boniface II, 530 to 532. When the forces of the Eastern Empire under Belisarius once more brought the Roman eagles back through the gates of Rome, the head of the Church was Pope Silverius. No fewer than 4 popes had succeeded one another during the short period which intervened between his pontificate and that of John I, who died in prison. The last portion of the Gothic occupation of Rome had been a time of sad trial for the city, for the country, and for the Roman bishop. The Church of Rome had rarely had to face such difficulties at home. Dangers of a sort never experienced hitherto were created by the machinations of political factions and by disputes concerning the papal succession. Interests of the most divergent nature invaded the Church and sought to influence the elections. John's first successor, Felix IV, a native of Samnium and the son of Castorius, had been backed by the overwhelming influence of Theodoric. The electors, however, gave him their votes, and he was duly chosen pope, and consecrated July 12, 526. Felix naturally enjoyed the favor of the Gothic government, and with no detriment to the Church. When the Roman clergy complained to Theodoric's successor, Athalaric, at Ravenna that the liberties of clerics were constantly violated by civil courts of law, a royal edict penned by Cassiodorus and showing great reverence for papal authority was issued to forbid such injustice. It insisted on the observance of the earlier custom, whereby any civil or criminal charge brought by a layman against a cleric was to be tried before the Bishop of Rome or the ecclesiastical judges appointed by him. Anyone infringing this rule and taking such a case before the king's justices was to incur a penalty of 10 pounds in gold. The treasury officials in Rome, that is Palatini Sacrum Largitionem, were to collect these fines and place them in the Pope's hands for distribution among the poor of the city. Another remarkable token of royal favor towards Pope Felix IV was the permission he received to adapt into the church of Sans Cosmas and Damian the 2 classical buildings on the Roman Forum. The famous mosaics of Felix IV in this church, even at the present day, carry us back in mind to the closing period of Gothic rule. But in Rome, the party of the Goths were always faced by that of the Byzantines. Both had eminent representatives in the Senate and in the Church. While this conflict endured, it was the rule to cast about, even during the Pope's lifetime, for a suitable successor. It appears that under Felix IV, the wishes of the Byzantine faction were already centered on the person of the deacon Dioscorus, a distinguished and capable Alexandrian cleric, who had done excellent service to the popes not only under Hormisdas, when peace was concluded with Constantinople, but also under Symmachus at the court of Ravenna. Dioscorus now belonged to the Roman clergy, but on account of his birthplace, he also represented the Greek element. His previous attitude seemed to promise well. In 530, Felix IV was brought near to his end by a severe illness. To obviate the risk of schism, and to secure the successor in whose hands he considered the reins of power would be safest, he took a step of which the like had never been taken before. He bestowed his episcopal pallium with right of succession in the see of Rome on Boniface, his trusty and well-deserving archdeacon, a man who, as the son of Sigobald, was of a German family, though a Roman by birth. A letter signed by the Pope's own hand was put up in the Roman Titoli, proclaiming this appointment to the clergy, the Senate, and the people. Consideration for the quiet and peace of the Roman Church, says Felix in the document, had made it necessary, especially as the Church of that juncture was impoverished and weighed down by debts. Should Felix recover, Boniface would, moreover, return the pallium. He trusts that all will accept his decision in a God-fearing and religious spirit, since he, the Pope, had taken it only after much prayer and under guidance from on high. Anyone causing divisions and striving to rend the Church is no longer a son of the Church and must be excluded from communion. Let all know that he has given notice of this his will to the authorities, that is, to the court at Ravenna. Felix IV died very soon after, apparently on September 22, 530, and Boniface II was immediately consecrated, and Dioscorus too. The latter had also the support of by far the greater part of the Roman priests, and whereas his consecration took place in the Lateran Basilica, that of Boniface had occurred in a mere hall of the Lateran Palace, the so-called Julian Basilica. Felix's nomination of his own successor, far from being productive of good, plunged the Roman Church anew into schism. It was indeed a lucky thing that, before a month had passed, Dioscorus was dead. After his demise, his large party wisely agreed not to continue the schism, but to submit to Boniface, setting thereby an example of singular moderation. No fewer than 60 Roman presbyters made a written declaration to Boniface, rejecting the memory of Dioscorus, anathematizing him, and giving his succeeding rival the satisfaction of being called Beatissimus Papa and Papa Veneralibus. It is scarcely credible that this overwhelming majority of the Roman presbyterate had previously acted against their consciences in using their right of election to oppose the choice of Boniface. It seems more probable that they wished to show their disapproval of the new manner of appointment. When, however, they were ready to forsake their attitude of opposition, Boniface, so far as we can judge by the wording of our documents, actually induced them, by what means we know not only to acknowledge him at the expense of Dioscorus, now deceased, but also expressly to promise that they would, in the future, not oppose the designation of his successor by the Pope. This promise is made in the above-mentioned declaration. Boniface was quite convinced of the necessity and usefulness of the nomination or designation of one pope by the other. He considered the discarding of the previous practice the only expedient to be adopted under the circumstances of the time. As soon, therefore, as that declaration, duly signed by every presbyter, had been deposited among the archives of the Church, he assembled a council at St. Peter's and made known to the clergy that he had decided on the deacon Vigilius as his future successor. This measure was acquiesced in quietly by those present, and the assembly dispersed. Against this proceeding, feeling began, however, to grow, and soon opposition became so strong that Boniface was compelled to ask himself whether the measure should not be cancelled. Choosing the lesser evil, he yielded, convoking to the tomb of Peter another council, in which we are informed that the Senate had a share. Before the whole assembly, Boniface confessed that he had done wrong in the designating of Vigilius as his successor, and thereupon cast the decree into the flames. Until recently, little was known regarding these remarkable proceedings. The nomination of his successor by Felix IV, with the details involved, was first made clear in 1882 by the discovery of 3 documents in the capitular archives of Novara. The first 2 documents were the deed in which Felix designates his successor and the text of the presbyter's anathema against Dioscorus. The third is the report of a decision taken by the Senate, about which we must now speak. During the pontificate of Boniface, reproach was brought against the Senate in connection with the above proceedings, that it, or at least several of its members, had allowed themselves to be corrupted, and in consequence of bribery had taken sides in the question of the appointment to the Holy See. It is not clear whether this charge relates to the trouble at the time of Dioscorus or to the choice of Vigilius, but at any rate, so jealous was the illustrious Senate of its good name that the charge of corruption moved the fathers of the Curia to exculpate themselves by a public deed. The Senate accordingly took the same action as Pope Symmachus had taken with regard to the alienation of church property of which he had been accused. By senatorial decree they forbid, under penalty, any offer or acceptance of money for the purpose of influencing the choice of a candidate at future papal elections. Thereby they simply made known their assent to the ecclesiastical regulations already in force, in sending their decree, or contestatio, to the presbyters, deacons, and all the clergy. They were making use of their ancient privilege of cooperating with the church authorities in the maintenance of ecclesiastical discipline. Perhaps this threat of penalty may have also had a wholesome effect upon certain members of the clergy who were oblivious of their duty, and may even have been necessary to stop the abuse. The Senate's decree pleased the Gothic court at Ravenna. Not long after, under John II, it was included in the law of the land, the nature of the offense and the amount of the penalty being also at the same time more clearly set forth. It was also extended to all the sees in the Gothic kingdom. This edict of Amalasuntha and Athalaric, framed by Cassiodorus, seems indeed somewhat irreverent to the clergy, whom it threatens, but the observation with which it begins is quite correct, namely, that its contents are but an application of the canonical ordinances. In one point, this edict is still less honorable, and cannot be alleged as a pattern for church laws, namely where, in order to prevent contested elections, it directs that whenever such a case is carried by the people, the nobility, and the clergy of Rome to the Ravenna tribunals, a money payment shall be made. 3,000 solidi, so it says, may be demanded by those judges of the court who decide the question, a sum which, seeing it comes from the church, shall be given to the poor. The last clause was in all likelihood observed but little in practice, for Roman officials in the service of the Goths had not unlearnt the Byzantine art of filling their own pockets. When Felix IV designated his successor, he was at pains to point out how straitened the Roman Church was financially. The directions contained in the edict just spoken of enable us to understand better why the Pope, then on the point of death, sought to avert a quarrel over the election. Similar expenses had had to be incurred even before the exact amount had been fixed by royal edict. In addition to this, the Church's revenue was always drained to some extent to meet the promises made by rival candidates for the purpose of securing votes. Under such circumstances, many people conceived an objection to an election of any sort, and were thus led to welcome the idea of the Pope designating his own successor. The financial embarrassment of Felix IV towards the close of his pontificate was due partly to his great liberality towards the clergy and the poor of the city, partly to a disastrous failure of the crops. The revenues, or pensiones, usually drawn by the Holy See from its patrimonies, were then at a very low ebb. On the other hand, it is stated by Boniface II that when a famine was feared, he distributed very abundant alms. We are even told that, from legacies he had received, he made presents of dishes, probably of silver, to the presbyters, deacons, subdeacons, and church notaries. The epitaph of this pope also extols his charity. End of section 33. Section 34 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The Popes from John I to Vigilius, Part 2. John II, 533 to 535. Agapetus I, 535 to 536. Pope Boniface II reigned only till October 17, 532, whilst John II, who succeeded him, seems to have been elected on January 2, 533. His pontificate, too, lasted but 2 years and 4 months. His own name was Mercurius, which probably on account of its pagan, mythological sound he exchanged for John. A Roman by birth and the son of Projectus, he had, before his election, been presbyter of St. Clement's Basilica on the Caelian, with which the reader is already acquainted. In San Clemente, 2 inscriptions referring to this pope before his election still exist. In them he calls himself Mercurius Presbyter. Both belong to a marbled pillared ciborium erected by himself and his clerical brethren of the basilica. The marble screen of the Schola Cantorum also bears a monogram of the name John as a memorial of its erection during his pontificate. At the election of Pope John II, party feeling seems to have been very active. In connection with it, a defensor of the Roman Church brought very serious complaints before the Ostrogothic court at Ravenna, to the effect, namely, that members of the electoral body had promised money to secure votes, and that liabilities had been incurred to the detriment of the funds intended for the support of the poor. Church vessels even had been openly put up for sale. Such reports carried by self-seeking and party-spirited persons to the Arian court of Ravenna laid the Roman clergy open to every insult. The city was the sport of political factions. The Pope was forced to realize in bitterness how entirely dependent he was on the secular power, residing in a city which was not even his property. How mortifying must it have been for John II and to all right-minded people, when by command of the government the decree of the Senate against simony in papal elections was again brought into prominence, and together with the corresponding edict of Amalasuntha and Athalaric, graven on marble and put up in the court of St. Peter's. This was the last decree of which history is cognizant, corporately issued by the ancient Senate. After this decree, during the next few years, the Senate is only alluded to a few times, and then quite cursorily. After that it disappears altogether from the history of the world. It surely had a grand past to look back upon, when, like so many of the monuments of classic Rome, it was forced to share the inevitable fate of dissolution. The outstanding fact is, however, that this last Senatus Consultum of the Patris Conscripti was issued to promote the welfare of the Church and Papacy. It sought to assure greater regularity in the election of the Church's head. In no better way and in no better place could the Senate more worthily have closed its career than by this edict for the benefit of the Papacy, graven on marble and set up as a memorial in front of St. Peter's. The decree was to strengthen the great upholder of Rome's future and to corroborate that authority, which, as the protector, and later on, as the owner of Rome, was to render yet more real the city's claim to be the urbs aeterna. In the time of John II, the Eastern Empire on one occasion proved its veneration for the Eternal City and the Apostolic See. The Emperor Justinian, who had always an eye on the West, sent Hypatius, bishop of Ephesus, and Demetrius, bishop of Philippi, to Rome to present to the Pope their monarch's confession of the Catholic faith and his assurances of respect for the teaching office of St. Peter. They were probably also bearers of fresh princely gifts from Justinian for the apostles' tomb. These presents consisted of a gold scippus to be used for the consecration, set round with costly jewels, besides other silver chalices, both for the consecration and for communion, and 4 purple, gold-embroidered hangings. Thus did Justinian approach Rome with envoys and gifts. Not long after, his victorious general was to enter the gates with the forces of Eastern Rome and incorporate once more the city in the empire. When John II died on May 8, 535, he was followed 5 days later by Agapetus, a Roman and son of the presbyter Gordian, belonging to the church of Saints John and Paul on the Caelian. When elected, he was an archdeacon. Belonging to a senatorial family, he had a mansion in the vicinity of the church just named. The house adjoined this sumptuous residence, to be occupied later on by Pope Gregory the Great, and even appears to have come into Gregory's possession, and through him into that of the Gregorian monastery of the Clivus Scoury. In this mansion, Agapetus founded a library, of which the text of the dedicatory inscription has come down to us. The choice of Pope Agapetus unquestionably indicates the reappearance in Rome of that party which formerly supported Dioscorus the Greek. They had not yet forgiven themselves for having been persuaded, after the death of their candidate, to condemn his memory. The disturbances at the election of John II may have been partly their doing. Having now again secured the upper hand, with their friend Agapetus as pope, these restless clerics were soon to see the fulfillment of their fondest hope, namely, the rehabilitation of Dioscorus. One of the new pope's first acts was to institute a search in the archives for the declarations signed by his supporters with the condemnation of Dioscorus, in order to try the case anew. The clergy were called together in synod, whereupon the pope appeared, carrying the documents, which in the presence of all he committed to the flames. This was no mere act of personal spite. Dioscorus the deacon had in fact secured the votes of a very large percentage of the clergy, who were against the novelty of a pope appointing his own successor. In the incident just related, we have merely a new and more energetic condemnation of the practice, conveyed by the quashing, as unjust, of the anathema against Dioscorus. Boniface II had been defeated in his attempted nomination of Vigilius, and the same party which had then secured a victory over him was now successful in obtaining a condemnation of the very principle of designation. As a matter of fact, from this time onward, the nomination of a pope by his predecessor was a thing excluded by the Church's practice. Only during the reform initiated by Gregory VII did it threaten to reassert itself again. In previous history, moreover, in spite of an apparently contrary statement of Eusebius, it cannot be proven with any plausibility that any pope obtained his office through being designated by his predecessor. All that we have are certain passages in Enodius, which would lead us to conjecture that such a thing occurred in the case of Hormisdas. It is just possible that he owed his position to his predecessor, Symmachus. According to canon law, the more probable opinion is that a pope could not prescribe designation as the usual mode of appointment to the Holy See, nor may a pope under ordinary circumstances dictate his own choice. As a rule, the pope must be chosen by free election, that the danger may be averted of anything in the nature of a dynasty among the popes, and arbitrary choice precluded. Were designation to become the rule, cases of such arbitrary nominations would speedily arise. For the popes, being usually men of advanced age, it would be an easy matter for the unscrupulous to take advantage of their natural infirmities, and thus become favorites and secure their own designation. It is a different matter when designation takes place exceptionally. Should the pope, in a special case, consider that the ecclesiastical or political situation is such as to render designation necessary or very advisable for the Church's welfare, then he may, according to the opinion of some theologians, appoint his successor, cancelling for the time being the right of the electors, by virtue of the supreme power bestowed upon him for the Church's good. In the light of this wise principle of canon law, we may perhaps estimate the conduct of Felix IV and even of Boniface II more mildly than apparently was done by the party opposed to them. It may be that both popes, with their keen insight into the internal dissensions and outward political dangers of the Church, saw reason sufficient to justify designation. On the other hand, the sharp opposition they encountered had the advantage of preventing the experiment being attempted, save on these few occasions. In judging the endeavor of these two popes, we must also be mindful of the fact that the succession of the emperors on the Byzantine throne was quite commonly secured by designation. The same principle was also accepted by the Gothic sovereigns in Italy. This secular sanction given to the custom, and particularly the example of Eastern Rome, more easily explains how, at a time of great stress, the Church could have recourse to a practice unheard of in her own history. Under Agapetus, the political situation of the papacy grew even more difficult than hitherto, and politico-ecclesiastical feuds did not fail to exercise their influence in the election of his successors. The preliminaries to Justinian's warlike expeditions against the Ostrogoths in Italy led to the Pope's visiting Constantinople as an envoy, though the Pope, as a noble Roman, was certainly by no means averse to the conception of a Roman Empire. He, too, followed in the footsteps of the martyred Pope John I, and approached the emperor with a view to upholding peace. It was the intention of Agapetus to induce him to spare the Gothic kingdom. This object he desired, both out of respect for the ruler of his country and because he wished to avoid the horrors of a prolonged war. The entreaties and threats of King Theodahat eventually led him to undertake the mission in person. Theodahat, in his distress, had turned to the Pope and the Senate with most urgent representations and commands. Among the ill-advised steps he took in his abject terror must be reckoned the written threat addressed to the senators, to the effect that, did they not open negotiations with Justinian, he would have every one of them slain with their wives and children. There was, however, a further reason which induced Agapetus to undertake his journey, namely, the danger in which the faith stood in the East, owing to the Monophysites. Of this we are informed in the narrative of Zacharias of Mytilene, where questions of dogma occupy the foreground. We are told that at the request of Ephraim, Patriarch of Antioch, the presbyter Sergius was instrumental in persuading the Pope to take the decision he did, and also accompanied him on the voyage. So little did Agapetus shrink from any difficulty in the interests of Rome, that being in some temporary embarrassment as to money for his journey, he actually pledged to the Roman treasury officials valuable plate belonging to St. Peter's. Later on, the Pope's legal representatives again claimed it, though they obtained it only by a decree from Cassiodorus, the praetorian prefect of the day, to the officials Thomas and Peter, to which decree we owe our knowledge of this interesting fact. By command of the Emperor Justinian, the Pope was very honorably received outside Constantinople. One person only was excluded by Agapetus from the reception, namely Anthimus, the court patriarch, whose promotion to office had been irregular and who was suspected of heresy. No sooner had the Pope succeeded in obtaining an audience, in which he was received by Justinian with every honor, than he perceived that his peace mission was bound to be a failure. The emperor informed him point blank that the preparations were already too far advanced and the expenses already incurred too heavy for war to be avoided. Religious differences with the haughty Anthimus, who was the court's favorite, were soon to make themselves manifest. Agapetus, poor as he was and wanting in worldly resources, in this matter affecting the faith, displayed great strength of character, in spite of all the seductive arts employed by the court. He unflinchingly faced the tempests aroused by Theodora, the empress, a former actress, who alternately by threats, attempts at bribery, and noisy scenes, demonstrated her attachment to the cause of the heretical patriarch. Unmasked as a Monophysite, this ambitious man was in the end deposed by the Pope and forced to quit his see. Agapetus replaced him by Minas, a Heriomonachus and head of the great hospital in Constantinople, which bore the name of Samson. The Pope had convoked a synod in the Greek capital to decide various points, especially to repress the heretical intrigues regarding which 96 heads of monasteries in Constantinople and the neighborhood had sent him a petition, when he was suddenly taken ill and departed this life on April 22, 536. He died, says a Western eyewitness, with signs of joy that formed a striking contrast to the grief of those present. Bishops from different provinces came in great number to the funeral, the streets resounding with psalms chanted by the long procession of priests and monks. The public squares, porticos, and even the roofs failed to hold the crowd of people. All were full of veneration for Peter's successor. Many extolled the departed. No bishop, nay, not even an emperor, concludes the account, ever had so grand and wonderful a funeral. The mortal remains of Agapetus were enclosed in a leaden shell and sent back to Rome, where they were buried that same year in the atrium of St. Peter's. Constantinople has ever been a dangerous city to the popes. John I had returned thence only to die in a dungeon. Agapetus departed this life there, whilst vainly interceding for Italy and struggling against heresy. Vigilius, the next pope after Agapetus to journey to East Rome, had to undergo a mortal martyrdom at the hands of Justinian. Finally, Martin I, who later on was carried thither by force, owes his martyr's crown to a course of ill usage which began there. But even in old Rome itself, the seat of the papacy, Constantinople, with its abuse of power, was to be disastrous to the next successor of Agapetus. End of section 34. Section 35 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The Popes from John I to Vigilius, Part 3. Silverius and Vigilius. Agapetus was succeeded by Silverius of Frusino in Campania, son of Hormisdas, an earlier pope, and hitherto a Roman subdeacon. Owing to the circumstances of the moment, his appointment was not by election. He was placed upon the pontifical throne by King Theodahat, but the choice was subsequently ratified by the clergy. So far the popes had usually been chosen from the ranks of the Roman deacons. The Archdeacon of Rome, in particular, stood, so to speak, on the step of the papal throne. Leo I, Hilary, Felix III, Symmachus, Hormisdas, Boniface II had all been deacons at the time of their election. John II had, indeed, been a presbyter, but Silverius formed a still more notable exception, being a subdeacon. His consecration seems to have taken place on June 8, 536. The sad figure of this unfortunate pontiff fitly ends the series of popes who, within a space of 10 years, had occupied the see of Peter. The anger of the Empress Theodora knew no rest. In her womanlike passion, she sought to avenge the fall of Anthimus. Unhappily, she found a tool in Vigilius, the deacon, then in Constantinople, the same who had already once before almost reached the papal dignity through his nomination by Boniface II, but had never actually obtained it. The deacon was weak enough to make promises to the woman who offered him the papacy, together with 700 pounds in gold. He agreed that when pope, he would endeavor to carry out her will as far as possible. There is no proof that he openly promised to establish heresy, but the empress believed in her own mind that it would at last come to this. She does not seem to have troubled herself with the means whereby to win over to her plans her husband Justinian, who was irreproachably orthodox. Vigilius returned to Rome with letters of recommendation from the court. The general Belisarius at that time ruled the city from the Pincian Palace, where he had taken up his residence, while the Goths, who had concentrated their forces at Ravenna, were already on their way to Rome, which they intended to besiege. The efforts of Theodora and Vigilius were to be vigorously seconded in Rome by Antonia, the wife of Belisarius. Like Theodora, she had risen from the lowest rank of society to be the consort of the great Roman general, and what she wished for, above all, was to retain the favor of the empress. Certain Byzantines who were in the secret now produced a forged document in which Pope Silverius offered the Gothic besiegers of Rome to play the traitor and to open to them the gate close to the Lateran, namely, the Porta Asinaria. Belisarius, though he did not believe the letter to be genuine, nevertheless charged Silverius with treachery. The charge is significant, since it makes us see that the Pope was certainly not regarded as a foe of the Goths, his former masters, to whom indeed he had never proved disloyal, even in the most difficult circumstances. Just as little could he have been accused of hostility to the Romans. For, according to Procopius, he had even induced the inhabitants of the city to open the gates of their own accord on the approach of the overwhelmingly powerful forces of Eastern Rome, that all bloodshed might be averted. Silverius was first summoned before Belisarius in the Pincian Palace, where he was openly accused of treason. Antonia and Belisarius, moreover, demanded that, obediently to the orders of the empress, he should condemn the Council of Chalcedon and confirm the Monophysite doctrine by an official decree. This was much the same thing as demanding his abdication, which indeed was the object of the whole proceeding. The real crime of Silverius was his unwillingness to betray the Church's faith, not his supposed treachery to the forces of the empire. After returning from the audience, he no longer took up his residence in the Lateran, but in Santa Sabina on the Aventine, far from the walls and gates of the city. Thither another summons, together with a safe conduct, was soon brought him by Photius, Antonia's son. Silverius accordingly betook himself a second and yet a third time to the Pincian Palace, though he was well aware of the violent measures which were being secretly prepared against him in consequence of his firmness. In vain did his friends, or consullarii, warn him against trusting in the assurances of the Greeks. The third time, after he had prayed and commended his cause to God, he went accompanied by a number of his clergy. These were, however, made to wait at the first and second curtain, that is, in the antechambers. Silverius was led alone into the audience hall, where Belisarius sat at the foot of the couch on which his wife was reclining. Antonia began to upbraid the Pope vehemently for his pretended treachery. While she was yet speaking, John, a subdeacon who had been won over, approached Silverius, snatched from his shoulders the pallium which marked his episcopal rank, and then, having thus declared him deposed, led him into a side room where his other robes were removed. Having then been vested in a monk's habit, he was delivered into safe custody. Another subdeacon, named Xistus, had meanwhile announced to those anxiously awaiting Silverius that he was no longer pope, but a mere monk, upon which they all fled in alarm and terror. Next day the presbyters, deacons, and all the clergy were summoned by Belisarius and informed that they must elect a fresh pope. Under pressure, and though Silverius had never resigned, Vigilius the deacon was actually elected to the office for which he longed. To Belisarius he had promised 200 of his 700 pounds in gold, though he eventually refused to pay the sum. But what was still worse, he also showed no inclination to confirm heresy. He likewise refused to consent to the rehabilitation of Anthimus. After all, blind ambition is something very different from betrayal of the faith. A letter, supposed to have been written by Vigilius after his usurpation of the papal throne, and containing heretical declarations, bears unmistakable signs of being a forgery. Vigilius was never regarded as true and rightful bishop of Rome by those among the clergy who had the Church's law at heart, at least not so long as Silverius survived. The author of the second account in the Liber Pontificalis regarding Silverius lets this be clearly understood. Vigilius was consecrated on March 19, 537, soon after Silverius had been declared deposed. In spite of this, the contemporary Roman writer continues to describe him as archdeacon. How deeply the dauntless confessor, whose dignity was never lowered but rather increased by Byzantine violence, shamed the fickle deacon who betrayed both his church and his own honor. With admiring sympathy, we follow Silverius into exile at Patara in Lycia, whither he was conducted by the myrmidons of Belisarius. The good local bishop was shocked at the sight of a deposed pope dressed as a monk. He at once hurried to the Emperor Justinian at Constantinople and addressed him as follows: "What hast thou allowed to happen? There are many kings in the world, none is raised so high as the Pope, who rules the Church throughout the world, and who now wanders abroad as a homeless exile." The emperor, troubled by these words, was ready to send the Pope back to Rome that his cause might be fairly examined, but his wife Theodora, by fraud, and apparently too with the help of Pelagius, the Roman deacon, then on a visit to Constantinople, contrived to have him indeed brought back to Italy, but there consigned to his foe, Vigilius the usurper. Vigilius sent Silverius, in the charge of 2 defensores and several slaves, to Palmyra. This was one of the 3 Pontine islands in the Tyrrhenian Sea, opposite the promontory of Circe. These islands in antiquity had been the place of banishment of many Romans. Once here, the consort of Belisarius and the hard-hearted Vigilius heaped humiliations and sufferings on Silverius, striving thus to execute the wishes of the emperor's spouse. Such were the privations which the Pope had to endure, according to the Liber Pontificalis, being even deprived of food, that death did not tarry in releasing him from his torments. The date of his demise is, however, uncertain. The contemporary account justly describes him as a martyr. The same account also states that many sick people hastened to his tomb on the island, and by prayer obtained wonderful cures. The earliest proof of his receiving liturgical honors is found in the 11th century calendar of feasts preserved in Santa Maria on the Aventine. Vigilius was now the sole possessor of the papal dignity, and was accordingly recognized by the Roman clergy, who thus made good the absence of an election. The Pope may have sought to make amends for the manner in which he obtained his position by striving to fulfill his duties, and particularly by laboring in defense of the true faith. We have a really model epistle addressed by him in 540 to the Emperor Justinian against the Eastern heresies. Its language must have made the scales fall from the empress's eyes. In this document, the Pope energetically defends the great synods of Ephesus and Chalcedon, the decrees of Leo I, and the conduct of Agapetus against the Patriarch Anthimus. A declaration of Pope Vigilius, preserved in the Liber Pontificalis, expresses well his attitude and frame of mind. It purports to be an extract from the correspondence between Vigilius and the Empress Theodora. The authenticity of the correspondence may not be certain, but the remark in question corresponds with the character given Vigilius by history. Once upon a time I spoke foolishly. I can in no wise carry out thy will and restore to office the deposed heretic Anthimus. Though outwardly I am the vicar of blessed Peter the Apostle, as were also my predecessors, the venerable Agapetus and Silverius, who condemned Anthimus. In the East, the firmness of Vigilius and Justinian's steadfast orthodoxy would soon have re-established peace in the Church, had not the emperor occasioned fresh disturbances by his interference in theological questions and by his uncalled-for religious ordinances. Justinian issued an edict against what was known as Origenism, in which he made his own the views of the famous abbot Saba of the Great Lavra near Jerusalem. The synods which followed the court quite unnecessarily hastened to give their support to this edict. The emperor next promulgated, in 544, a law against the Nestorians, hoping thereby to bring back the Monophysites into the Church. In this he condemned the so-called 3 chapters, a name which covered certain writings of Theodoret of Cyprus and Ibis of Edessa, and the person and writings of Theodore of Mopsuestia. To the emperor and his advisers, the Nestorians appeared to be using these names and writings as a shield. The subject of the 3 chapters, thanks to the amateur theologian seated on the throne, to his bishops and synods, soon became one of the most burning questions of the empire, though intrinsically it was of slight importance. In the East, and subsequently also in the West, the subject caused a state of excitement, which in our day seems almost incredible, and threatened to produce a widespread schism. Whilst in the East, Justinian's edict against the 3 chapters was widely subscribed to by the bishops, the western provinces of the empire, with good reason, showed less compliance. Not indeed that the edict was wrong in its condemnation, but it seems uncalled for and inexpedient. They feared, too, that it was directed to some extent against the Council of Chalcedon. The violent conduct of the Easterns, headed by their dogmaticizing sovereign, was, moreover, in itself calculated to rouse antipathy and grave misgivings. The strong-willed monarch, now that the question had been raised, was, however, determined to secure for his pet edict the assent of the West, and especially of Pope Vigilius, and thus transform it into a doctrinal decision of the whole Church. To accomplish this, he resolved to bring Vigilius to Constantinople, and it was decided to seize upon him by force. We should not be far wrong did we follow the Liber Pontificalis in ascribing an active part in this plan to the Empress Theodora. Had this vengeful woman given up all the hopes once centered on her favorite? Or was it that she wished to vent on Vigilius her feminine spite? An animated and extraordinary scene was enacted in the Trans-Tiberian quarter of Rome on November 22, 545. Pope Vigilius, on this day, the feast of the Roman martyr Caecilia, was celebrating the liturgy in her titular church on the further side of the Tiber. Whilst the service was in progress, the whole quarter and all points of egress from the church were gradually occupied by imperial troops. The Pope had not yet pronounced the last prayer, the Oratio ad Complendum Super Populum, as an authority calls it, when an imperial official, Anthemus the scriba, forced his way through the crowd thronging the basilica and bade the Pope immediately follow him. In answer to the question, "Whither?" the reply was, "To Constantinople." And Vigilius, who had not even been allowed to conclude the service, was dragged down to the Tiber, where a boat lay ready. The populace followed in fear and suspense. After he had embarked with some of his faithful clergy, it became, however, clear that the crowd was divided in its opinions. It may be that they had been stirred up, or possibly a mob consisting of enemies of Vigilius had been got together for the occasion. The fact is that while some stood in tears and begging the Pope to conclude the prayer that had been interrupted, responding then with a loud Amen, another crowd collected on the shore and hurled coarse invective after the departing Pope. They threw stones, clods, and old crocks at the boat and cried, "Take with thee hunger, take with thee death. Thou hast brought evil upon the Romans. May evil be thy companion." Vigilius left the city, which he was never to see again, in the greatest ferment. He had never succeeded in winning over all those of his flock who were aware of the means he had used to raise himself to the highest dignity in the Church. Many openly murmured against him, even whilst acknowledging him as Pope. His enemies, with the utmost disregard for truth, related shocking stories of his deeds of violence. One of his notaries he had given so staggering a blow that the man had expired on the spot. Asturius, his niece's husband, he had caused to be seized by night and flogged to death, etc., etc. What must have been the feelings of Vigilius while the ship glided down the deserted Tiber towards the sea, and he could reflect upon his past life in Rome, now brought to so tragic a close. He must have thought with some misgivings of Constantinople, to which he was returning, the city where he had begun this disgraceful career, which had borne him to the papacy. There he was to see the dignity for which he had given so much, and even his own person, deeply humiliated by the tyrant. Severe indeed was the penance which awaited him in the capital. The cries, moreover, which had echoed in his ears as he took his departure, reminded him that Rome had suffered during his pontificate from famine and mortality. Such cries he must have heard in the city before, but they had then not been directed against him. Heartrending indeed had been the groans and sighs of the citizens of Rome over their sufferings during the Gothic war of his time. Unspeakable distress filled the streets, particularly during the last siege of the city under King Totila. Famine was rampant, and contagious diseases swept away countless numbers. Pope Vigilius, because he stood for the Byzantines, was denounced by his opponents as the cause of all the misfortunes of the war. We cannot, however, at present describe these events, for the history of the city of Rome during the weary Gothic war belongs to another place. The tragic departure of Vigilius from the West, involving a long absence from Rome of any pope, invites us to cast a glance on the work done in the West by the last popes, a matter to which we were unable to give sufficient attention in sketching the history of their pontificates. End of section 35. Section 36 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Relations of the Papacy with the New Nations of the West, Part 1. Rome's Tasks. As we have seen, the chair of Peter had been endangered latterly by a certain hesitancy and uncertainty about the elections, through the interference of monarchs, through the worldliness of the clergy and of the popes themselves. The papacy had been dragged down from the lofty heights in which its place really was, but however hampered by short sight or self-seeking, even when difficulties from without were, to all seeming, diverting it from its true task, the divine guidance never forsook this see, but enabled it to perform unremittingly the duties which devolved upon it among the nations. The action of the primate abroad never showed any signs of flagging, even at the very time when history shows us the papal power weakened at its Roman headquarters, either through the policy of secular governments, or through party feeling at home, or through human shortcomings in the popes themselves or their counselors. The power of their pastoral language, before which all Christian nations bow, must seem to an onlooker still more extraordinary, bearing in mind their situation at home. In the West at that period, the Bishop of Rome, everywhere acknowledged as the center of Catholic unity, was nobly seconded in his endeavors by influential bishops. Whereas the Western Roman Empire was being rent asunder to form new political agglomerations, the Catholic bishops of Italy, Gaul, Germany, and Spain remained closely bound together. Many kept up active intercourse with one another. In spite of national barriers, by word and deed they kept alive, even in far-off lands, the Roman idea of unity and Catholicity, giving it, however, a higher meaning, that namely of the Church. The Arian bishops in the new kingdoms were united by no such bond. Arianism, which practically everywhere assumed the form of a state religion, felt neither the desire nor the need to stretch beyond the limits of its own country, or beyond the range of view of the sovereign of the land. Even had it so desired, it could not have done so. Its bishops were men of no importance, its religious potency almost nil, compared, in respect to action and influence, with the cultured Latins, distinguished both for their education and force of character, who usually occupied the Catholic sees. The Arians were put completely in the shade. The contrast was increased by the Arian spite and jealousy against the Roman system and the Catholic Church. One of the most distinguished of the Catholic bishops who gave expression to the ecclesiastical Catholicity of Rome was the Burgundian bishop, Saint Avitus of Vienne. The conviction of the Gallic bishops that they were under the successor of Peter, and had in him a pledge of stability not shared by the heretical party in their country, is very faithfully reflected in the letters of this writer, whose native strength was tempered by Roman culture. Avitus exclaims, "If Arianism is not to be our ruin, we must with all our might take the part of the Bishop of Rome. His words show that Arianism really contributed to facilitate the work of the papacy through the opposition it excited and kept alive." The Bishop of Vienne is equally attached to the Roman Empire and to the lawful throne of Burgundy. He would fain see the two brought more closely together. Himself a Roman by birth, he seeks to bestow on the Burgundian state the best that Rome could give. Unspeakable was his delight when Sigismund, king of the Burgundians, entered the Catholic fold. He and Clodovec, king of the Franks, were the only Catholic sovereigns among the rulers of that day. King Sigismund, fascinated by the attraction of Rome, of her tombs, and the glory of her church, betook himself thither, and was there received by Pope Symmachus with honor and affection. Under the impressive influences of this new world, the convert listened eagerly to the admonitions of Symmachus, who bade him reign henceforth as beseemed a Catholic sovereign. After his return, he begged the Pope, through Avitus, to give him often, at least by letter, the benefit of the advice of him who is head of the whole Church. He also asked for relics of the saints to be sent him, as those he had himself brought from Rome were not numerous enough. The letters of Avitus are a copious source of information regarding the history of religious and educational progress during his whole period. His epistles are addressed to Rome, Constantinople, Jerusalem, and to the Burgundian and Frankish kings. Throughout he is occupied with the interests of religion and the furtherance of unity and peace. "I am a watchman," he says. "I hold the signal horn and may not be silent." From Pope Hormisdas he requested and received a detailed account of the course of the negotiations with the Greek Church, for these matters were also of interest to him and his episcopal colleagues. Such were the results of Rome's universal rule. Hormisdas rejoiced over this interest shown in Eastern matters. By papal letters, he put public opinion in Gaul on its guard against the skillful persuasions of the Greeks. With the support of the prayers of his faithful brethren in the episcopate, he looks forward to the triumph of the Catholic faith in the vast regions of the East. End of section 36. Section 37 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Relations of the Papacy with the New Nations of the West. Part 2. Caesarius of Arles, a supporter of the popes. To the popes, the see of Arles was, however, even more important than that of Vienna, where Avitus was bishop. This fortified city, lying near the sea at the mouth of the Rhone, was at that time one of the centers of the Visigothic kingdom. Formerly, Arles had been much favored by the popes, but its ecclesiastical privileges had been curtailed by Pope Anastasius II, who had withdrawn from the Archbishop of Arles certain suffragan sees which had been subordinated to him by Leo the Great. These Anastasius made over to Vienna. This measure was revoked by Pope Symmachus, who, in doing so, confessed quite candidly to Ionius, the bishop of Arles, that he blamed the mistaken conduct of his predecessor in acting contrary to tradition. How much would the dignity of the Apostolic See suffer, he says, were it to interfere with the arrangements it had itself made? For his own justification, Pope Symmachus, in an epistle to the bishops of Gaul, roundly declares that Pope Anastasius had allowed himself to take a hasty step, owing to the urgent requests of secular persons. The celebrity of Arles and its importance as the pivot of the Pope's action in Gaul was greatly enhanced by its illustrious Archbishop, Caesarius. This saintly man, who was full of the Spirit of God during his episcopal career, 502 to 542, became, so to speak, the right arm of the papacy in those parts. From Pope Symmachus he received the commission of watching the course of ecclesiastical events throughout the Gallic and Spanish portions of the vast kingdom of the Visigoths. As vicar of the Apostolic See, he had to convoke bishops to the synods. Whosoever failed to respond to his call incurred canonical penalties. Only such matters as could not be settled within the province were to be brought before the Apostolic See, nor might any cleric or bishop proceed to Rome without a permit from the Archbishop of Arles, the papal vicar. Such were the rules laid down by Pope Symmachus, who placed unbounded confidence in the bishop's zeal for the Church. He grew to value Caesarius yet more, when he had learnt to know him personally on the occasion of the Archbishop's visit to the tombs of the apostles. Caesarius took this opportunity to submit various questions of discipline to the Holy See. The form in which these questions were presented and the reply given, as we may see from the copy yet preserved, is but an early instance of those thousands of documents containing questions and decisions, which all through the Middle Ages and down to our own day testify to the activity of the popes. The decisions given in the case of Caesarius and dated 513 are, however, equally intended for all the bishops placed under his jurisdiction. As the text runs, the addressee must bring them to the knowledge of all. The decisions deal with waste of church property, holy orders obtained by simony, hasty elevation of laymen to ecclesiastical dignities, seduction of women, marriage of consecrated virgins or holy widows, and finally, the interference of unqualified persons in the election of bishops. On this occasion, Symmachus granted Caesarius the right, or possibly only confirmed it, of using the pallium within the boundaries of Gaul. This is the earliest instance known of an investiture with the pallium, an honor which afterwards was frequently conferred, to where the pallium was one of the highest ecclesiastical distinctions. The article in question was a kind of white woolen scarf embroidered with crosses, which at that time came down low from the shoulders. In Italy and in some other parts of the West, only a privileged few among the bishops and archbishops were allowed to wear it. Elsewhere, the pallium, in a different form, was in general use among the bishops. Its shape and the manner in which it was worn until the 9th century showed the pallium of the Roman Church to be a descendant of the classical pallium, so folded as to be reduced to a mere strip. This had formerly been a part of the philosophers' and teachers' dress, and thus naturally came to be used by the heads of the Church. Similar strips or scarfs were worn by the higher imperial officials during the late Empire, though in this case the ornament was put on in a different way, and was also of a different shape, being really the ancient toga closely folded. The ecclesiastical pallium first appears in Roman monuments, on the portraits of Popes Cornelius and Xistus II, and of Bishops Cyprian and Optatus, at the tomb of St. Cornelius in the catacomb of Callistus. The painting may probably be ascribed to the time of John III, 561 to 574. The next representation extant is that on the mosaic in the Basilica of St. Agnes on the Via Nomentana, dating from the time of Honorius I. As may be judged from this and other monuments, the popes wore the pallium so that one end fell low down in front from their left shoulder, while the other was carried backwards round the neck and over the right shoulder, allowed to fall somewhat over the breast, the remaining portion being again thrown over the left shoulder, whence it hung down at the back. Besides the pallium, Caesarius, whilst in Rome, received for his deacons the distinction of wearing a dalmatic, shaped and trimmed like that of the Roman deacons. Anyone who has perused the list of civil dignitaries in the Roman Empire after Constantine, that is, the Notitia Dignitatium, and seen the regulations there laid down for the outward habit and pomp of civil officials, or who has before his eyes the numerous and minute directions to the same effect given by Cassiodorus, cannot be surprised at the importance here attributed to mere accessories of dress. In such outward things, the Church could not escape the influence of the age, and with a broad mind she made the best she could of the secular customs of the day. A synod which Caesarius held later on in Vicus Vacensis, or Vaison, took steps to introduce into the vast province the usages of the Roman Church. Amongst other things, it was decreed that the name of the reigning pope should be mentioned in the liturgy. As far back as 506, the indefatigable archbishop, by virtue of his papal authority, had assembled such bishops of Gaul and Spain as belonged to the Visigothic kingdom of Alaric in council at St. Agatha, or Agde. The assembly decided to hold every year a large council, an intention which was not carried out in practice, and in so doing appealed to an earlier decree to this effect issued by Pope Hilary. In one of their canons, the bishops lay especial stress upon the directions given by Innocent I and Cyriacus with regard to the celibacy of the clergy. The laws of the Roman Church seem to have made the rule even in these regions. After the city of Arles had passed under the rule of King Theodoric the Ostrogoth, Caesarius, conformably with the spirit of the papal ordinances, continued to work by means of councils. He organized at least those of the 3 provinces immediately under his control: Arles, Aquae or Aix, and Alpes Maritime, or Embrun. He well knew the advantage of union and joint action. With clear insight and ready judgment, he was able to secure great results from these gatherings. This was particularly the case at the memorable Council of Arausio, or Orange, in 529, a council well known in the history of the development of the doctrine of grace as Arausicanum Secundum. The synod was in itself quite insignificant. In fact, there is some doubt whether it may be regarded as a synod at all. In spite of this, its dogmatic decree had most far-reaching consequences, being in later times received by the whole Church as a decision against the Pelagians, demanding unquestioning obedience no less than the decrees of the largest councils. What obtained for this synod such weight was the authority of the Apostolic See, which Caesarius had invoked in a timely and energetic manner, and which, after the close of the council, remained to lend force to its decrees. The history of the synod demonstrates so well the authority of the Roman See in doctrinal decisions that it demands some consideration here. In southern Gaul, at that time, the question was how best to stamp out the after-effects of Pelagianism. This dangerous heresy, in the milder form of semi-Pelagianism, still dragged on its existence with its practical denial of the need of grace for salvation. With his learned pen, Caesarius had written a treatise on grace and free will, and, with another document describing the ravages of the ever-spreading heresy, had sent it to Pope Felix IV, from whom he received an answer full of praise and encouragement. On the occasion of the consecration of a church, finding himself in Arausio, surrounded by 14 of his bishops, he determined to take advantage of their presence to hold a quasi-synod, at which they might accept and promulgate a series of propositions against semi-Pelagianism. The basis of these propositions was furnished by some brief doctrinal decisions sent to Caesarius from the Apostolic See at some time unknown to us. As his ancient biography informs us, the archbishop had kept them ready in order to be able at any moment to produce full proof of true doctrine with the help of tradition. In these ably drafted theses, those who denied the need of grace were deprived of their last refuge, condemnation being pronounced on the opinion that the beginning of faith, or the pious inclination to saving faith, could be produced by human power and without supernatural aid. These propositions were joyfully adopted by the little gathering. The assembled bishops, in the preface to their decree, state expressly that it is their intention to set before those who err certain propositions which come from the Holy See, and which define the Catholic faith in lucid terms. The decree was carried to Rome by the priestly abbot Arminius, with the minutes of the council. He was to beg Pope Felix to confirm the proceedings, not indeed because any confirmation was necessary, but evidently that opposition might be crushed more effectually. Felix having, in the meantime, departed this world, the second council of Arausio was duly ratified by his successor, Boniface II, whom he had himself nominated. This confirmation is the only document of Boniface which has come down to us. Under the name of Arausicanum, the above decree was at once accepted generally. It was no longer permissible to doubt the absolute certainty of this doctrine laid down by the council, and semi-Pelagianism was soon driven off the field by a synod of which the authority was made almost equal to that of the ecumenical council. Such great and decisive power can only have come to the synod through the communicated authority of Rome. It was, however, due to Caesarius that the petty local synod of Arausio adopted the language of Rome. Few understood so well as he how necessary religious agreement with Rome was, at a time when all the ancient outward forms of the empire were being swept away. Few saw as clearly as this untiring worker, who was at once a bishop, a Christian statesman, a father to the poor, and a founder of monasteries, the social needs of the period and the Church's power to satisfy them. Caesarius also served the Roman Church as a link with the Austrasian kingdom. When Theudebert of Austrasia, the grandson of Clodovec, sent Moderic, one of his noblemen, to Rome to bring before the Apostolic See on his behalf a question concerning marriage, the Pope's reply was transmitted to the king by the intermediary of Caesarius of Arles. Nor was the Gallic Church to escape the influence of the primacy even later. Pope John II intervened in the decree of the Council of Massilia, or Marseille, in 533, against Bishop Contumeliosus of Rheims, and made it even more stringent. Moreover, when Contumeliosus appealed to Agapetus I, fresh judges were appointed by this pope. Pope Hormisdas issued a decree in favor of a monastery near Arles, which formed the earliest instance known of a papal letter granting protection and exemption to a monastic establishment. Pope Vigilius, in a document dated May 22, 545, raised Caesarius's successor, Archbishop Auxanius, to the rank of papal vicar, or vicarius episcopale sedis, an office which had also been held by Caesarius. The country of Gaul, which this document attributes to Auxanius, here as well as in similar letters addressed to the later archbishops of Arles, Aurelian and Sapoudus, means the great Frankish kingdom which Childebert I had established at the cost of great bloodshed, and to which Arles belonged. Untold suffering had been caused throughout this land by prolonged war and revolution. The Roman See afforded relief as far as it could. In spite of all the wealth squandered by Rome on her glorious basilicas and tombs of the saints, on public worship and ecclesiastical government, the popes could still afford large sums for the relief of their distant brethren. When Saint Caesarius left Rome, he took away with him 8,000 gold solidi as a gift from the Roman Church and various rich members of it. In returning to his episcopal city, where he was greeted with psalms, he brought back with him in triumph a whole host of redeemed prisoners. Pope Symmachus is extolled in the Liber Pontificalis for having likewise redeemed prisoners of war in Liguria, Milan, and different other places, afterwards dismissing them to their own country with presents. The same source also tells of the kindness shown by this merciful pope to the victims of the Vandal persecution, who languished in exile and the greatest misery in the deserts of North Africa and the island of Sardinia. End of section 37. Section 38 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Relations of the Papacy with the New Nations of the West, Part 3. North Africa and Spain. The Vandal king Trasimund, since 508, had transported some 220 bishops to Sardinia. These brave confessors of Christ were annually supplied by Symmachus with clothing and money. The affection of the Roman Church was an even greater comfort to them than the gift itself. Few indeed of these harassed bishops survived till the hour of release. A mere handful were able to attend the General Council of Africa, which after the fall of the Vandal kingdom, amidst the rejoicings of all Catholics, was held at Carthage in the Basilica of Faustus to re-establish and reorganize the Church. At this peaceful gathering in 535, the president was Archbishop Reparatus. Acknowledgment of Rome's preeminence was the guiding principle of the assembled fathers. On the question being raised whether Arian priests of the Vandals, on becoming Catholics, could retain their appointments, it was unanimously agreed to by the bishops that Pope John II should be asked to decide. They did the same for another doubtful question, namely, whether those who had been baptized by Arians as children could be admitted into the body of the clergy. The embassy which went to Rome consisted of 2 bishops, Caius and Peter, and the deacon Reparatus, so well known in Rome through the Acomitan controversy. Instead of Pope John, who had died in the meantime, it was his successor, Agapetus, who replied to both questions in the negative. Together with his solution he sent, following in this the usual custom of the Roman Church in similar cases, a collection of ancient canons since lost, that the bishops might be instructed at first hand concerning the laws of the Church. The papal decision was to be notified to all the bishops of North Africa. The exclusion from the clergy of the above-mentioned converts from Arianism had its justification in the fear lest they should embrace Catholicism from mere worldly motives. The measure was, however, made milder by the wish, expressed by the Pope himself, that converted Arian priests should have a share in the ecclesiastical revenues intended for the support of the clergy. He even directed that converts baptized by Arians should be helped out of the Church's funds. The occasion also furnished Agapetus with an opportunity to invest Reparatus, Archbishop of Carthage, with the metropolitan rights which had previously been a prerogative of his see. Amidst this business, it is pleasant to notice how affectionately Agapetus enters into the joy felt by all the African faithful over the complete change which had at last occurred. An instance of his sympathy is in the following words from one of his letters. We renew our rejoicing over your joy, and praise the Lord that he has delivered us from the hand of our enemies. Yea, he has delivered us, for your deliverance is ours, as your sorrow was ours. The Church forms everywhere but one body, and the head feels with twofold intensity every pain which affects the whole body. How many tears did not your oppression and your distress wring from us? Many a Christian memorial, brought to light by excavations during the last few years in the once flourishing African provinces of the Church, unmistakably bears witness to the connection of these sees with Rome and to the veneration felt for the Roman tombs of the apostles, from which relics were frequently brought to Africa. The epistle of Pope Hormisdas to Spain is the last document we shall quote here as illustrating the relations between the Apostolic See and the Western churches, while Rome was governed by the Goths. At the request of John, Bishop of Elche, or Elche, Hormisdas in 517 sent him a number of canonical directions. As their title shows, these were intended for all the bishops of Spain, that is, for all the bishops belonging to the great kingdom of the Visigoths in Spain. The regulations related to the election and consecration of bishops, to simony and the holding of synods. Pope Hormisdas appointed Bishop John to be, in a certain sense, the representative of the Apostolic See in those regions, enjoining him to report to Rome the progress of matters ecclesiastic. At the same time, he made Sallustius, Bishop of Hispalis, or Sevilla, his vicar in southern Spain, that is, for Baetica and Lusitania. End of section 38. Section 39 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Church Government in Rome. Mode of Procedure at Roman Synods. Cassiodorus. Part 1. Rome and the Scythian Monks. During the Gothic period, the Easterns twice made the city of Rome a scene of their violent, heretical quarrels. The contrast with the more tractable Western nations was then curiously evident. Not content with the standing religious controversies they were ever fomenting in the Greek portion of the empire, the Oriental factions began to agitate and create disturbance even in the churches and streets of Rome. They came hither to seek the patronage of the Church's head, to which indeed they attached every importance. Once there, they were, however, confronted by a judge who insisted on examining carefully and soberly their doctrines, and who did not fear to denounce with all his might whatever was due to mere waywardness. At the time of Hormisdas, a restless troop of monks from Scythia, led by a certain Leontius, arrived in Rome and proceeded to bombard the Pope with demands that he should grant his confirmation to a proposition to which they were inordinately attached, and which, so they fondly imagined, would at one stroke cut away the ground from beneath the age-long errors of the Greeks regarding the divine and human nature of Christ. This proposition ran: one of the Trinity was crucified, and was in itself, from a theological point of view, perfectly blameless. Hormisdas received their application very coolly. In Constantinople, whither the Scythian monks had first betaken themselves, their view had been embraced with much more enthusiasm. Several persons of distinction had really fancied that monophysites and Nestorians might be brought into accord by means of such a formula. Their hope was, however, never to be fulfilled, the practical value of the proposed remedy being seen clearly enough in the subsequent history of the notorious proposition. The misfortune was that Justinian, the ardent imperial theologian, though he had not yet ascended the throne, was led by his taste for subtleties to attach great importance to the new invention. In 2 letters, he had begged the Pope to come to a decision regarding the sentence in question. On the other hand, the papal legates in Constantinople had unceremoniously dismissed the turbulent innovators, declaring that neither the Council of Chalcedon nor Leo's epistle required the assistance of any such formula for their completion or interpretation. Hormisdas also, from motives of prudence and to avert complications, endeavored to dissuade the Scythian monks from their project. The only result was that the monks now had recourse to other means to secure their end. It was no easy thing to convince Greek dogmatists, and in this case, to make matters worse, the Pope had to deal with fanatic monks who were aware that they were backed by Justinian. Anticipating our modern advertisers, they put up bills and placards in the streets, hoping thereby to obtain support. They sought to stir up feeling among those members of the Senate who had Byzantine proclivities. They even appealed to the exiled bishops in Sardinia to help them with the weight of their opinion. They delivered inflammatory speeches at uproarious meetings held in the open places of the city, taking care, however, to keep close to the statutes of the reigning family, where they were in sanctuary and could not be touched. The Romans had too much sound sense to let themselves be excited by these strangers. Coming at last to the conclusion that neither instruction nor display of power would avail to quiet his troublesome guests, Hormisdas took the step of publicly condemning their pet formula. In spite of the following, which the party had gained among the bishops, the Pope, in 521, pronounced the newfangled proposition, "One of the Trinity was crucified," to be both useless and dangerous. He did not actually condemn the formula itself as wrong, but he preferred the clearer statement, "One of the 3 divine persons suffered in the flesh." The Scythian monks, who had now been more than 14 months in Rome, saw at last that it would be useless to prolong their stay, and they accordingly fled back to Constantinople. Needless to say that they accused Hormisdas of heresy. This Pope has left an excellent description of these zealots in a letter to an African bishop named Possessor. This description well fits the many Greeks who in those centuries stirred up theological trouble. We can well understand how such a Pope, whose time and strength were occupied in the government of the Church, was indignant at having to wrestle with such narrow minds. "They come to us," he says, "not to learn, but only to wrangle. In their blind excitement, they are quite unable to take in the ideas of others. They fancy that both East and West should be attentive to their discovery. Of monasticism they bear no trace, save in their habit, and of the monk's chief virtues, namely, humility and obedience, they know nothing whatever." The dogged obstinacy of the Greeks 12 years later again brought on the scene the same formula, "One of the Trinity." Once again the Pope was drawn into the controversy, which this time raged even more widely than before. It was principally the monks of Constantinople who now occupied themselves afresh with the sentence in question. The Ecumenti or monks of the Sleepless Monastery entered the lists against the old formula. Unfortunately, in doing so, they made the grave mistake of advancing certain Nestorian statements. Against this Nestorianizing tendency, war was at once declared by the friends of the old Scythian monks, who now had a new reason for defending their formula with redoubled fervor, for to have forsaken it under such circumstances would have been tantamount to abetting Nestorianism. Justinian, who in the meantime had become emperor, accordingly issued in 533 a theological edict, professedly in the name of the bishops. It was intended to safeguard the formula, which it restated and amplified after a fashion, in itself quite correct, namely, the Son of God, made man and crucified, is one of the Holy and Consubstantial Trinity. Once more a crowd of excited monks, consisting of Cyrus and his comrades, all of them Acomenti, hurried to Rome, though under the excommunication of Epiphanius, Patriarch of Constantinople, they set to work in Rome, where they were assured of the support of a number of senators. Pope John II refused to enter into communion with them, but directed that the matter should be investigated in its new phase, for taking into account the revival of Nestorianism, it had come to be questioned whether it would not be advisable to approve the older formula, which had previously been set aside. John thought it necessary to take the matter all the more seriously, seeing that Justinian had sent him 2 metropolitans to beg him to confirm the imperial edict. Quite recently the discovery was made of a manuscript from Novara containing a collection of the opinions of early fathers, both Greek and Latin, made in Rome at that time for the purpose of the investigation. The collected passages all testified against the Acometi and in favor of the formula. The Pope eventually confirmed the formula, and on March 25, 534, sent a long letter to the Emperor Justinian on the subject. He alludes graciously, too graciously perhaps, to the Emperor's zeal for the Church. Especially does he praise, somewhat artfully, the Emperor's expressed desire to submit all questions of doctrine to the Apostolic See. He gives notice that he has removed the case from the secular courts, which have no competence in such matters. The view of the Holy See, he says, had been even previously that the wording of the formula in the main agreed with right doctrine. Justinian's edict being in agreement with the tradition of the apostles, he accordingly gives it his sanction. Hence he follows the example set by the Patriarch Epiphanius and pronounces excommunication on the Acometi. Owing to this letter, some have hinted that a material theological contradiction existed between John II and his predecessor Hormisdas. That this assumption is erroneous is clear from the above. In a letter to 11 senators, Illustris et Magnifici Viri, Pope John informs them of what he has written to his son, the Emperor Justinian. He bids them follow the Church's law and sever all connection with the Acometi, with whom they must not even speak. These senators seem to have been very much at home in theology, at least in their own opinion, for the letter quotes whole series of opinions of the Fathers, all divided in groups according to the subject. Among these excerpts appear, a point worth noting, one of the pronouncements of Saint Cyril of Alexandria against Nestorius. Cyril had always been held in high esteem in Rome, but so far the writings of this champion against Nestorius had not been used as much as might have been expected in view of his position. John II is the first of the popes to base an argument on an utterance of Cyril. End of section 39. Section 40 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Church Government in Rome, Mode of Procedure at Roman Synods, Cassiodorus. Part 2. Management of Church Affairs in Rome, the Synods. There seems scarcely any doubt that the above decision of the Pope was to come at a Roman Synod. It is true that nothing is expressly said of such a synod, but custom, as well as necessity, had established that debated questions of any importance were to be referred to councils, consisting at least of the presbyters of the city, the neighboring bishops, and any foreign bishops who happened to be staying in Rome. These were the petty synods to which Cyprian refers in the 3rd century when he speaks of the Roman bishops' presbyterium. In the 6th century, special meeting places, termed consistories, existed for this purpose. We have already alluded to several such synods in the course of our narrative. Our historical sources furnish us with one very instructive instance when dealing with the position of the Patriarch Epiphanius with respect to the Apostolic See. Epiphanius, Patriarch of Constantinople, had acted with zeal and judgment in the affair of the Acometi and in other matters also. So great was the confidence of Pope Hormisdas in him that he had made him the Holy See's vicar in the East. After peace had been concluded on the basis of the formula of Hormisdas, the Pope readily permitted him to reconcile to the Church such of the clergy as were willing to subscribe to the formula, stipulating only that he should send a report to Rome on those he had readmitted. The Patriarch, however, allowed himself to be led away more and more by the idea that his see of Constantinople was supreme over all the East. In this he was following the wishes of the emperor, for Justinian, that Byzantine Louis XIV, was imperative in his demand that the Church of the capital should hold the first place among all the Greek churches. The jurisdiction of the exarchs of Ephesus and Caesarea appears to have been already ceased in his time, the right of nomination being unquestionably in the hands of the Patriarch of the capital. In fact, he never ceased to claim the same right over the three great patriarchal sees of the East. The only jurisdiction conceded to these patriarchs, not admitting of appeal to the Patriarch of the court, was the purely spiritual one exercised by them over the metropolitans of their respective provinces. This effort to enhance the authority of his see plunged Epiphanius of Constantinople into a memorable conflict with the papacy. It was this dispute which afforded the pretext for the above-mentioned petty Roman synods, held in the papal consistory, which we have selected as examples of the ordinary procedure at such councils. Although the metropolitans of Eastern Illyricum had long been subordinate to the Pope as their patriarch, Epiphanius had taken it on him to try a charge lodged against Stephen, metropolitan of Larissa, by certain clerics who had come to Constantinople. He began, without any previous judicial investigation, by forbidding the clergy of Thessaly to remain in communion with Stephen. He then had the latter, in spite of his appeal to Rome, brought to Constantinople by means of the secular arm, which was always at the disposal of the higher bishops of the empire. At Constantinople, in a domestic synod, that is synodus idem musa, Stephen's deposition was pronounced. Epiphanius upbraided him with having dared to detract from the rights of the Holy Church of Constantinople or New Rome by his appeal to the Pope, and had him watched by the defensors of his church, for fear he should escape to Italy. He could not, however, prevent his captives' letters from finding their way to Rome. They were brought to the Holy See by Theodosius, Bishop of Echinus, together with the complaints of other bishops regarding Byzantine encroachments. Boniface II organized a small synod in 531 in the consistory of St. Andrew, that is, in the old imperial mausoleum to the left of St. Peter's, of which Pope Symmachus had made a church. It is the earliest example of a Roman synod, of which the minutes incidentally give us a glimpse into the details of official routine at the time, showing us how the proceedings were conducted, for which reason it deserves our attention. In the first session, Pope Boniface is surrounded by 4 bishops. 2 come from the immediate neighborhood of Rome, Felix of Numentum and Carausius of Centum Cellae. The others are Sabinus of Canusium, later celebrated as a saint, and occasionally consulted by the popes for affairs of importance, and Abundantius of Demetrius in Thessaly. The latter was accidentally present in Rome, bringing a complaint against another bishop who had usurped his see. Besides the bishops, 39 Roman presbyters took part in the session, several of the 25 Roman tituli being accordingly represented by more than one priest. 4 deacons of the Apostolic See were also present, but remained standing. The first of these deacons, Tribinus, the archdeacon, introduced with due formality Theodosius of Echinus in Thessaly, who had brought the complaint against the Patriarch of Constantinople. Thereupon, at the Pope's orders, Minus, the notary, read out the first written charge. The acts of violence suffered by Stephen of Larissa are therein described in detail by Stephen himself, who declares that he relies confidently on the aid of the Pope, who has the oversight of all the churches in the world, and who will doubtless defend with especial energy his own patriarchal rights in his papal province of Illyricum. As this report also mentioned the intruder who had usurped the bishopric of Abundantius, the latter at once seized the opportunity to record a formal statement in defense of his rights. After the second letter of complaint from the Metropolitan of Larissa had been read, the first session was brought to a close. 2 days later, there was a second session in the same consistory. There were now 41 presbyters present. A memorial against Epiphanius of Constantinople, sent by 3 bishops of Thessaly, was handed in by Theodosius and read aloud by the notary Menas. In it, the 3 bishops begged for the reinstatement of Stephen, the persecuted metropolitan. Theodosius, who was at once Stephen's advocate and defender of the Pope's patriarchal rights in Illyricum, then craved permission to have a series of official documents from popes and emperors read aloud, by which these rights were guaranteed. He had brought copies of them with him and asked that they might later on be compared with the originals lodged among the archives of the Roman Church. Unluckily, the record of the synod breaks off in the middle of the long list of deeds read out by Menas. Not having the minutes of the remainder of the proceedings, the outcome of the discussion and the fate of Stephen of Larissa are a mystery. It is one of the many unfortunate blanks found among early historical documents, due to the accidents to which such deeds are so liable. To return, however, to that portion of the minutes which has come down to us, and which is important enough as showing the usual mode of procedure in church business at Rome, one is struck by the resemblance in a whole number of points between the procedure of this assembly and that usual in the secular Roman law courts. In its own courts of justice, the Church has taken over bodily the rules obtaining in the secular courts, even down to small outward observances. A few instances will show this. Bishop Theodosius at first waits with his charge sheet outside the door or curtain. The archdeacon announces him within, giving his name and office, and then requests the Pope to give his orders. Pope Boniface says, "Let him enter." Theodosius is now asked by the Pope, again quite formally, to state what he requires, as though no one knew what was under discussion. Being a Greek, an interpreter stands ready to render his words into Latin. Theodosius then explains in general terms the purport of the metropolitan's first libellus, which he holds in his hands. By formal direction of the Pope ensues the legal acceptance, or susceptio, of this document, and then a new order of the Pope is required for it to be read aloud. After all this circumstance, the notary, whose Greek name, Menas, is worth noticing, at last begins the recitation in Latin. At the end of the charge, he also reads verbatim the formula used by the subscriber. And by another hand, I, Stephen, humble bishop of the Holy Church of Larissa, have with my own hand signed this letter of complaint drawn up by me and sent to my most holy and most blessed Lord, the most venerable Father of Fathers and universal Patriarch Boniface. After Abundantius had interjected his own complaint, as above described, the Pope directed both charges to be included among the archives. The minutes were written whilst the session was actually in progress. The same formalities of presentation and acceptance were observed in the admission of the second deed of protest from the metropolitan. Finally, the Pope, owing to the lateness of the hour, terminates the sitting, giving Theodosius permission to produce any other communications or documents at the next session. As regards the formalities of the second session, it is sufficient to say that the beginning of the proceedings, as described in the minutes, corresponds almost verbally with that of the first sitting. There seems to have been a fixed judicial formulary of introduction, as is indeed also shown by comparison with other Roman synods. It runs: After the consulship of Lampadius and Orestes, on the 5th of the Ides of December, in the consistory of the blessed Apostle Andrew, under the presidency of the venerable Pope Boniface, with the bishops, here follow their names with their dioceses, with the assistance of the presbyters, their names, but without their titular churches. In the presence of the standing deacons Tribunus, Agapitus, Donatus, and Probus, the Archdeacon Tribunus states, here follow his words. Then Boniface, Bishop of the Catholic Church of the city of Rome, says, etc. Abundantius, Bishop of the city of Demetrius, so we read in the first session, rose up amidst the assembly and said. From other synodal reports, which have been preserved in their entirety, we learn that invariably, at the end of the deliberations, the presiding pope, with the placet of all present, summed up and announced the sentence, after which all signed the deeds. The Pope was the first to attach his signature, with the unchanging formula, Bishop of the Holy Catholic Church of the City of Rome. Then the bishops, with mention of their sees, likewise the priests, with mention of their tituli, finally the deacons, the latter sometimes adding the city region to which they belong. With the signatures appended, the minutes, which in those times were still written upon papyrus, were complete. It is the fact that such deeds were written upon perishable paper and not upon parchment, which accounts for so few having come down to us even in later copies. Even papal bulls and other legal documents were engrossed upon papyrus. The minutes of the synods were deposited, according to custom, in the Lateran archives. Bishops or others taking part, and having any particular interest in the matter, were supplied with official copies through the papal notaries. Sometimes these records of Roman councils refer to more intimate discussions among the members, or to consultations with the Pope. At such times, the person spoken of was expected to quit the assembly. At the small Roman council in 600, attended by 5 bishops beside the Roman clergy, Probus, an abbot, was duly introduced by a papal Secundi Serius with the formalities already described, but was obliged to leave the synod again immediately, in order that we, as the president, Pope Gregory the Great explained, may consider his request with our brethren, that is the bishops, and our sons, the clergy. At the synod of Pope Symmachus in 499, all the bishops and presbyters present rise from their seats, in order to converse more readily among themselves about the decrees concerning papal elections. In some sense, the session was suspended. As soon, however, as the wording of the decrees was agreed upon, all solemnly resumed their seats to express by deed the resumption of the session, and the notary having read aloud the decision arrived at, it was, after express inquiry from the Pope, accepted by a chorus of placet and fiat. Certain solemnities, such as acclamations in honor of the monarch or of the Pope, or the summoning of the Senate, and even the people, as witnesses to the proceedings, introductory addresses by the Pope, or closing announcements of the decision in the Church, sometimes followed by an anathema pronounced by all present. All these things seem to have been reserved for the greater or provincial councils of Rome. The smaller assemblies just spoken of were, on the contrary, in their simplicity, the forerunners of the medieval consistories, in which Pope and cardinals met regularly and frequently to settle the more important questions of church government. The deacons and presbyters alluded to were even then, indeed, though not yet in name, the Pope's cardinals, while the few bishops present from the neighborhood form a group of judges to be later on replaced by the cardinal bishops of the suburban sees. End of section 40. Section 41 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Church Government in Rome. Mode of Procedure at Roman Synods. Cassiodorus. Part 3. The Papal Court, Roman Learning, and the Monasteries of Cassiodorus. The court surrounding the Church's supreme pastor, even in the 4th century, had already begun to resemble the imperial court. This is seen, for instance, to some extent, in the bestowal on the officials of the curia of titles borrowed from Roman secular usage, a practice of which we have already met several examples. Owing, however, to the fewness of our sources of information, it is very difficult to follow the slow and gradual growth which took place in remote ages. We shall have an opportunity later to study the papal officialdom and the Lateran court at a period when they will be more fully evolved. Could we but rely on the forged donation of Constantine, then the state of affairs would be quite clear, even for the period of Pope Sylvester. The unknown author who wrote this remarkable document in the 8th or 9th century informs us that the Emperor Constantine, after his legendary cure from leprosy and alleged baptism in Rome, gave the Lateran palace to Sylvester and graciously bestowed upon him a diadem, That is, according to Constantine's own words as recorded in the text. The crown upon our head, and the phrygium, and the superhumerale or lorum, about the emperor's neck, likewise the purple chlamys and scarlet tunic, likewise outriders, such as the emperor has, and the imperial scepter with all the imperial regalia and the whole pageant. To the most venerable clergy of the Holy Roman Church of every degree, we further grant the rank of senators. They shall be patricians and consuls, and be allowed to adorn themselves with other imperial distinctions. And as, at our court, the different chamberlains, ushers, and other functionaries have badges of office, so shall it also be with the clergy of the Roman Church. Their horses, when in use, may be comparisoned with smart linen trappings. Their feet shall be shod with the shoes of senators. Earthly things in their splendor shall be a type of the heavenly to the praise of God. And let none sin through pride or conceit. This fantastic document, at least in certain passages, brings before us the papal court and its ceremonial as it appears at the author's time, that is, in the Carlovingian period. In other respects, it merely expresses the pious wishes of the cleric who wrote it, and who evidently took great pleasure in outward pomp and parade. The few extant monuments and written notices prove that the Pope's surroundings have been far less gorgeous. How highly the position, political and social, of the papacy was appreciated about the middle of the 6th century, even by the most distinguished statesmen, may be seen in the letter of Cassiodorus to Pope John II, of which the authority ranks far above that of Constantine's donation, and which is remarkable enough at a period when no one had as yet dreamt of the states of the Church. Cassiodorus, in 533, was promoted to the highest secular dignity in Italy, becoming prefect of the Praetorium. It was then that he commended himself with the utmost respect and submission to the Pope. "Do not leave," he writes to him, "the care of the city of Rome to me alone. It derives its security far more from you. You are placed as a watchman over the Christian people. You show a father's love to all. The sphere of our care is limited, but yours is quite universal. Your first duty is indeed to lead the flock to spiritual pastures, but even their temporal concerns you cannot disregard, for as a man consists of body and spirit, a good father cherishes his children both bodily and spiritually. Yea, his first concern is to avert by prayer those earthly needs which may be a penalty for sin. Give me counsel," he continues, "how I should fulfill my duty. I am a court official, but for all that I am, still your disciple. May the see of Peter, which is the wonder of the whole world, protect me, its reverer. This see was doubtless established for the whole world, but since it abides in Rome, it has special responsibilities towards us who live in the city. Rome has the happiness of guarding in its midst the tombs which all people desire to see, and on this account we have both a claim and a pledge for the aid of the apostles. This, together with your prayers, will overcome the difficulties of our office." Cassiodorus remained in the service of the state for yet a number of years, till the time of Vitiges and the Gothic War. He then, in 540, at about the age of 60, retired to his Calabrian home, Vivarium, near Squillaceum, or Squillace, in order to devote himself entirely to prayer and study in the monastery he had founded upon his estate. During his lengthy public life, he had rendered incalculable service to the papacy, to the influence of the Church upon society, and to the reconciliation of the Latins and Germans. The withdrawal into a monastery of this remarkable man may truly be considered a great episode in the history of Italy and of Christian learning. In the quietude of his cloister, splendidly situated upon a hill overlooking the sea, surrounded by equally studious kindred spirits, Cassiodorus, by his writings and example, prepared the way for Saint Benedict, laying down the roads on which the monks of the West were to advance to the conquest of knowledge. If the monasteries during the Middle Ages afforded a shelter behind their enclosures to studies, whether profane or sacred, and kept alive throughout the time of trouble the sacred fire of scholarship and culture, this is to be ascribed largely to the foresight and enlightened industry of Cassiodorus. Trained as he was in statecraft, he saw full well that the Gothic kingdom, where learning had been protected and had enjoyed a sort of second spring, was doomed to perish. It was also clear to him that, after all he had done in vain for the Goths, no other Germanic kingdom would take over the task of establishing civilization. Hence he devoted his last efforts to monasticism. The only hope of Europe's future seemed to him to be in religion, while nowhere was the religious ideals better embodied than in those associations, then becoming so popular in Italy, of men who, forsaking worldly turmoil, gave themselves wholly to higher things, without, however, neglecting the culture of their time and the claims of learning. Whence the reliance he placed on the monks' work for the cause of civilization. It was for them, too, that he wrote in his retreat his Institutiones, or Guide to Studies both Divine and Secular. The first of the two books into which this work is divided is a lengthy introduction to theological lore, particularly to the study of Holy Scripture. The second is occupied with an epitome of the 7 liberal arts, and discusses successively grammar, rhetoric, dialectics, arithmetic, music, geometry, and astronomy. The work was intended by Cassiodorus in some measure to make up for the school he and Pope Agapetus had hoped to found in Rome, but which the circumstances of the time had made impossible. In point of fact, his institutions did actually become the manual of higher studies in the schools of the Middle Ages. Cassiodorus, in the course of his literary career, to this first one added other books, which enjoyed an equal repute throughout the medieval period. They are, some of them, original works, others translations from Greek. All are, however, intended to be, not so much new contributions to knowledge, as sums embracing the whole field of learning for the instruction of posterity. The schools of Rome were in later years to draw largely on the material accumulated by Cassiodorus, but it must be remembered that the literary treasures of the city had also contributed their share to the foundation of the great monastic library of Cassiodorus. In this library, which its founder himself describes, the works of the fathers of the Church live in peaceful harmony with the products of heathen literature. Cassiodorus recommends his disciples, whom he conducts with no little pride through these parchment treasures, to study above all the Bible, then Augustine, Jerome, and Ambrose. But he advises them also to read with care the masterpieces of heathen and secular literature, which may help to form their taste and enrich them with earthly knowledge. As he says, "In this manner did the great lights of the Church make worldly wisdom subserve the heavenly." Nor does he forget to point to Moses as an example, who also was learned in all the wisdom of the Egyptians. The founder of the monastic academy of Vivarium does not omit to lead his visitor into the copyist's room. Here tireless hands are busy transcribing ancient books. These antiquarii, as Cassiodorus calls them, are bound to follow the rules of orthography, which he himself has drafted for their guidance. In his Institutions, Cassiodorus had already praised the tedious daily work of these clerkly monks. No higher bodily work exists, but it must be faithfully and attentively executed. "As many wounds are inflicted on Satan," he exclaims, "as the antiquarius copies words of the Lord. Whilst he is at work profitably educating his own mind, he is at the same time a sower, dispersing the commandments of the Lord far and wide." The monastery of Cassiodorus was provided with every comfort and all the attractions of country life. It was, however, the wish of its wealthy founder, who was wholly devoted to God's service, that his community should rise above earthly things, even above the pleasure which study brings, and live for virtue and the service of God. Work for the everlasting good of society should be their guiding principle amidst their seclusion. "All which surrounds us here," he says, after describing the attractions of the settlement, "are pleasures of this earthly present life, which afford no warrant for the future. These things are transitory, but the things of the next world are everlasting. In the midst of the present, let us turn our desires towards these last things, and towards them alone, for they contain the promise of an eternal reign with Christ." For the greater inward recollection of those who wished to pass their days as hermits, or had no special talent for study, Cassiodorus erected another monastery at no great distance from the first, on Mount Castellum. In both institutions, however, the rule enforced not only work, but also the observance of the canonical hours, with their psalms and lessons. The founder in his writings admonishes the abbots of both monasteries to guide their respective subjects with wisdom and love to the life of perfection. Cassiodorus, and somewhat later, Saint Benedict of Nursia, through the influence they exercised upon conventual life, were responsible for the dawn in Italy of a new spiritual period. This period began, however, in the throes of a fearful war. All the provinces of the country, and above all Rome, which had already suffered so much, were stirred to their innermost depths by the horrors of a struggle lasting nearly 20 years. Into the blood-stained furrows of the ruined ancient world, Providence cast the new seed of Christian culture in the shape of monasticism, with its renunciation, its austerity, and its energy in all fields, both temporal and spiritual. It was to grow into a goodly tree, and that it did was mainly due to the aid which it received from Rome. End of Part 2. End of Section 41. Section 42 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3. Rome, Byzantium, and the Ostrogoths at the time of the revival of the Empire in Italy. Chapter 1. 20 Years of War in Italy. Part 1. General Survey, the Gothic camp before the city of Rome. Vitiges, Totila, and Teius are the three famous names connected with the first fall, the restoration, and the final overthrow of the Gothic domination in Italy and Rome. The war, which for either side was a matter of life or death, lasted 18 years, from 535 to 553, and led to heroic deeds such as are rare in history, though its result was to reduce Italy and poor decaying Rome to a state of absolute impotence, both material and moral. The remains of classic splendor in life and culture could scarcely have sunk into ruin under circumstances more tragic. Any other city but Rome, caught up in such a whirlwind, would have perished irretrievably. The city of the Tiber, after having been taken by Belisarius, had first to stand a frightful siege by Vitiges from March 537 to March 538. The Gothic king was, however, obliged to withdraw from the walls so heroically defended by Belisarius, and was himself soon forced to open the gates of Ravenna to the Byzantine victor. His brave successor, Totila, chosen king of the Goths in 541, re-established German rule as far as Apulia and Calabria with the energy and success of a Hannibal. Again was the trembling and famishing city of Rome invested from the summer 545 to the very end of the next year. At last the defense of the Byzantine general, Besus, was overcome, and Totila entered as conqueror. After having plundered it and dismantled the walls at several points, he left it to the advancing forces of Belisarius in order to undertake a random campaign in Lucania. After repeatedly attacking the city, he once more took possession of it in the beginning of 549, Belisarius, formerly the Emperor Justinian's right hand, being now languishing in disgrace at Constantinople, whither he had been recalled. Not Belisarius, but Narses, the active and trusty general of the imperial forces, was to reap the reward of vanquishing Totila. He gained over the hero the sanguinary battle of Tegine in 552, and then in triumph enter Rome, which was to remain a long while under the Byzantine scepter. But in southern Italy, the surviving remnant of the Gothic people, regardless of death, still offered resistance. Teius, the new Gothic king, hurried from the north by forced marches as far as Mount Vesuvius. There, on the hills of Campania, overlooking the blue sea and fertile plains, on the loveliest site in the world, he was overcome by the superior numbers and strategy of the Byzantines. Teius fell, covered with glory, after 12 javelins had pierced his shield. Thus ended the Gothic power, which, like Vesuvius, had vainly consumed its own force. This was in March 553. Narses allowed the last band, some thousands strong, to retreat under arms to Pavia. Another 2 years' struggle was necessary to overcome the incalculable hordes of Alemanni and Franks under Lutharus and Butelin, though the Byzantines were powerfully assisted by famine and pestilence prevalent in the ranks of their foes. When all was over, Narses at last began to reorganize, under peaceful conditions, the reconquered country. Italy again became a province of that ancient and powerful empire which still emphatically described itself as Roman. Yet on account of the distance, the bond which linked Rome with Constantinople, the capital, was somewhat loose. Italy and Rome had entered the inglorious period of the Greek Exarchate. Such were, in broad outline, the occurrences which followed one another after Belisarius had for the first time entered Rome as a conqueror, greeted by Pope Silverius. As the present work does not deal with the details of military history, such as those just sketched, but studies the life and evolution of Rome on the background of its local and historical fortunes, we must confine ourselves in the following pages to bringing forward such items, topographical or historical, as are of marked importance for learning what Rome was in those eventful years. There is certainly no lack of reliable descriptions and notices of this kind. A Greek writer of the time, Procopius, who accompanied Belisarius and was himself an eyewitness of most of the happenings in Rome, has left us in his historical work an excellent picture of the varying fortunes of the city whilst the war was in progress. What is chiefly remarkable is that in spite of all the battles which took place near Rome, the walls were never once carried by assault. 4 times did the costly prize fall into the winners' hands by treachery or by the gates being freely opened. Once, indeed, the walls were scaled by Narses, but that was at an unguarded point. Such was even then the strength of the walls of Aurelian and Honorius. Such were the services which could still be rendered by those battlement towers and loopholed walls which girdled Rome in stone. It is, however, true that the tactics of the besiegers were often at fault. In fact, the brave Goths had scarcely any. Nor did the Goths ever succeed in surrounding or actually investing Rome. Supplies were never permanently cut off from the beleaguered city. Their armies usually contented themselves with pitching camps at various apparently suitable places round about Rome, which they made the bases of their harassing petty campaigns against the defenders, the battles being fought amidst the aqueducts of the Campania. The accounts of the camps in the aqueducts given by Procopius are of great topographical interest. From the first, the Goths preferred as a camping ground the undulating country between the northeastern side of the city and the Anio, which is traversed by the Via Salaria, the Nomentana, the Tiburtina, and the Praenestina. From the city walls could be seen the earthworks thrown up round the camps, which were further strengthened by a ditch and a stockade. Vitiges, after having been beaten back a first time from the city, erected for his great siege 6 such camps in the part of the Campania just mentioned. By this means, as Procopius says, he threatened 5 of the city gates. His 7th camp he pitched on the opposite side, or the right bank of the Tiber, in the so-called Campus Neronis, that is, on the flat ground stretching northwest of Rome, along the base of Monte Mario from the Vatican to the Milvian Bridge. This last camp was intended as a base for attacks upon that gate which Procopius invariably calls the Aurelian. This is not, as has been thought, the gate called in ancient times Porta Aurelia, which stood upon the Janiculus, and was then known as the Gate of St. Pancras, but rather the gate close to Hadrian's mausoleum, leading from St. Peter's to Hadrian's Bridge and thence into the city. Besides this, Vitiges cut the aqueducts of Rome, most of which passed over the elevated plateau he occupied on the east of the city. The abundant streams of water fell from the broken conduits into the river Anio, or else, after meandering through the fields, where they formed unhealthy swamps, at last found their way to the Tiber. As, however, the city was provided with sources of its own, the breaking of the aqueducts was not an irreparable calamity. What was worse was the destruction by Vitiges of Trajan's great aqueduct on the other side of the Tiber, We know already that its water was led down the side of the Janiculus, where even now it works the paper mills beneath the splendid fountain of Paul V. In those days, the water power set in motion the numerous and very necessary corn mills of the city. The want of flour was soon felt bitterly by the Romans, more so than their even being deprived of the baths and thermae formerly supplied by the aqueducts. Belisarius managed, however, to replace these mills by others, which he erected near the Tiber, and which the Goths sought in vain to damage by floating tree trunks down the river. No one who knew Rome before the embankment of the river could forget the brisk, industrious Tiber mills in the neighborhood of the bridges below the Janiculus. They had continued in use, reminding one of those first mills erected here in the 6th century. It was an act of negligence on the part of the Goths not to have occupied or strengthened the strategically important points lying at some distance outside Rome. This omission, repeated even later, accounts for their small success. One of the most important positions was unquestionably the town of Portus Romanus, or Porto, situated close to the sea on the right bank of the Tiber. Another was Tibur, or Tivoli, which from its hill commanded the whole country. With these towns, and the Alban hills as their base, the Goths might, on the one hand, have made their blockade more effectual, and on the other, have defended themselves more easily against the relieving forces. As it was, they encamped in bands in the Campagna beneath the torrid summer sun, and suffered scarcely less from pestilence and the fevers bred by the fresh swamps than the terrified Romans whom they were besieging. During these long sieges, the farms and settlements, erected by the industry of innumerable slaves, which still existed in the neighborhood of Rome, must have been ruthlessly destroyed. Many a villa and grand building sank into ashes. In the country houses of the Roman gentry, many a marble statue, which seekers of later ruins have been so fortunate as to discover, began then its long slumber beneath ruins and rubbish. The larger Roman churches outside the walls were in general spared by the Ostrogoths. We know this for certain of the basilicas of the two princes of the apostles. On the other hand, the greedy hordes flocked into the underground Christian necropolis surrounding Rome. Their rich finds in the pagan monuments on the surface of the ground naturally attracted them to the depths below. These mausoleums of the classical period, with their often valuable contents, had hitherto been protected by law and by special guardians of their own. They now fell a ready prey to the Goths. The Christian crypts proved less remunerative to the robbers. The catacombs at this time were almost deserted by Romans and pilgrims on account of the danger, and the rough soldiers could rove the subterranean galleries, searching for treasure without any fear of meeting processions of the faithful, bearing lights and reciting prayers. The catacombs still retain memories of the Goths' destructiveness. Pope Vigilius, after the besiegers had departed, set about repairing the havoc they had wrought in the burial places of the saints. An inscription by him, which could still be read in the 8th century in the cemetery of the Giordani on the Via Salaria Nova, on the grave of the martyrs Alexander, Martialis, and Vitellius, states that when the Getae had pitched their doomed camp before the city, they waged a sacrilegious war against the burial place of these martyrs, which Pope Damasus had once adorned and provided with memorial tablets. Vigilius had shed tears over these ruins, and after the departure of the enemy had restored everything, especially the marble inscription of Pope Damasus. This metrical inscription of Pope Vigilius is repeated word for word in other cemeteries. The Lateran Museum still preserves a small fragment of one of these inscriptions, which we reproduce in a restored form as a good example of the writing of the time. In the catacomb of Callistus, the visitor may see another memorial of those days. This is the marble copy of the great epitaph upon Pope Eusebius, doubtless also executed under Pope Vigilius. The original has disappeared, probably having been broken up by the Goths. The copy, which is a labored imitation of the characteristic Damasian inscription, contains several mistakes, and shows in a measure the decay of epigraphy in those years. De Rossi pointed out that, especially in the cemeteries near the old and new Salarian Way, the damage done by the Goths can still be traced. It was there, of course, that under Vitiges, the main body of the Gothic forces had been encamped. De Rossi also, and doubtless with reason, connects the practice, which became more and more frequent during the 6th century, of burying the dead in the large, newly erected graveyards within the city walls, with the prolonged stay of the enemy in the vicinity of Rome. It seems that this custom had already begun by the end of the 5th century. The continued insecurity of the Campagna in the following century led to its becoming henceforth the rule. One of the Gothic encampments before the city, situated in one of the most picturesque corners of the Campagna, can still be pointed out with certainty. This is the so-called Campus Barbaricus on the Appian Way. The name stuck to it after the war was over, and has come down to us in later surveys of landed property in that district. Procopius describes how, in 537, the barbarians, as he always calls the Ostrogoths, very cleverly established a stronghold in the vicinity of the Appian and Latin ways, 50 stadii from Rome, at the point he explains, where 2 aqueducts resting upon lofty arches meet, and soon after turn in opposite directions, only to cross each other again. The space in the middle, he remarks, is made by these aqueducts into almost a natural castle. The barbarians filled in the arcades with masonry and earth, and thus obtained a fortress in which they placed 7,000 men. Only the outbreak of disease and the failure of provisions forced them to retire. A double intersection of ancient aqueducts is still to be seen at the present day at the distance and in the district stated. This is unquestionably the Campus Barbaricus. There, not far from the villa of the Quintilii, the majestic arches of the Aqua Claudia are twice crossed by the lower arches of the Marcia, forming the enclosure where the Gothic camp was situated. A medieval tower, which now looks down sadly upon the ruins of the aqueducts, gives an aspect of grandeur to the whole. The intersection of the ancient aqueducts, above which rises the tower, is a triumph of classic skill. In 1853, on the new road to Albano, which passes quite near between the 4th and 5th milestone, Christian graves were found containing, wrapped in costly stuffs, bodies which bore traces of violent death. They may have been of the number of the slain in the war between the Goths and the Byzantines. As a set-off to the entrenchments on the Appian and Latin ways, Belisarius established a special camp for his Hunnish cavalry to the south of Rome on the Ostian Way, just before St. Paul's is reached from the city. It was placed at this point in order at the same time to command the Tiber, which flowed past it. Not a trace of this remains, any more than of the portico leading to St. Paul's, which is alluded to by Procopius in connection with the Hunnish camp, which no doubt it served to cover. At a later period, during the second siege of Rome, Totila pitched his principal camp on the opposite side of the river, near the Via Portuensis. The place was at the 8th milestone from Rome, on the so-called Campus Marullus. Even yet a district in that neighborhood is called Campi di Merlo. The remains of a church of St. Peter near the bridge of Marullus, spoken of in the 7th century, were discovered there in 1858. End of section 42. Section 43 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, 20 Years of War in Italy, Part 2. The walls and gates during the Gothic War. After this glance at the camps, let us now turn to the walls of Rome. They will be found to furnish us with many stone memorials of those stirring times. These venerable ruins enshrine the memory of the courage and strategic skill with which Belisarius defended them under circumstances of appalling difficulty. They are also a grand monument to the thousands of Goths who fell before them. Over and over again did a strange fate hurl the stubborn children of the north against these relentless stone barriers, where all their force was spent in vain. During the earlier part of the war, when the walls are spoken of, The Porta Pinciana is most often mentioned. This small gate, which still stands, is not built like most of the other gates of Rome. It appears to have been originally a mere postern, or posterula, only later raised to the dignity of a city gate, owing to the neighborhood of the Pincian Palace, where Belisarius directed the defense of Rome. It obtained particular importance. The keystone over the entrance from the outside still retains a trace of the Byzantines in the great Greek cross within a circle which is graven there. On the city side there is a Latin cross upon the corresponding keystone. We here find a practical expression of the twofold character, Latin and Greek, then borne by Rome. It was no doubt Belisarius who altered the older postern into the gate found there at present. If we follow the city wall from the Pincian Gate towards the east, we shall find large breaches showing signs of having been patched up in earlier times. The way in which the repairs have been carried out, and the wholesale use of older building materials, especially of blocks of marble, leaves no doubt that the work was performed in a hurry. Many of these places, evidently broken down by violence, could they but speak, would tell us of the assaults of the Goths and of the havoc done by their rough wooden battering rams. In many instances they must be breaches made at the time and repaired in hottest haste. Some portions of the walls were also thrown down by Totila during his stay in the vanquished city, as Procopius expressly informs us. That was a deed of blind rage, for in no sense could such destruction be of any use to the Gothic king, as he certainly had no intention of giving up Rome again. The common view that a third of the whole great city girdle was involved cannot, however, be admitted. Besides being inherently improbable, this is contradicted by the appearance of the present wall, which is practically unaltered. The passage in question of the Greek historian must be taken to mean that the uppermost part of the wall was dismantled in several places, perhaps only where the structure was already damaged. In his great Forma Urbis, Lanciani shows a long stretch of the wall to the left of the Porta Nomentana towards the Porta Salaria as having been destroyed in 546 by the Goths. This is, however, a hypothesis and nothing more. Totila had further destroyed all the gates of the city, if we are to take the statements of Procopius literally. This too is refuted by appearances, since many of the gates even now retain the stamp given them by Honorius. Yet at several of the gates, on closer examination, it may be seen that the blocks of stone forming the arch of the portcullis, or Saracinesca, have at some time been violently knocked away and afterwards replaced in hasty fashion. We may well ascribe their appearance to the injury they suffered at Totila's hands and the subsequent repairs by Belisarius or Narses, especially as in the center of these arches, for instance on the Porta Latina, there are Greek crosses and monograms. Turning to the right at the Porta Nomentana and proceeding round the Praetorian camp, according to Lanciani's Forma Urbis, we should reach the vivarium, which proved so fatal to the Gothic hordes at their first onslaught under Vitiges. It was a square of masonry which had formerly served to contain wild beasts, and projected from the city wall to the south of the Praetorian camp. Here was situated the ancient gate, now walled up, called Porta Clausa, or Porta Inter Ageres. The Goths had hoped to be able to surprise the city from this weak side. They clambered over the vivarium, Belisarius quietly looking on. When, however, they had filled it, the Byzantine troops suddenly burst in upon them from the city, and the Goths, who in so confined a space could neither fight nor flee, underwent a terrible defeat. Proceeding in the opposite direction towards the northwest, along the outside of the city walls, and under the lofty boundary of the Pincian, we notice at the northernmost spur of this hill a sunken mass of ruined masonry, now known as the Muro Torto. The Pincian, described in antiquity as Colus Hortorum, had then, as now, enormous substructures on its northern side. To judge by several indications, this masonry dates from about the 1st century. Reticulated work of the best Roman period is visible both in the Muro Torto and further west, below the last of the huge buttresses erected by Pius VII. The Emperor Aurelian, when building his wall, included in it the whole of the substructures of the Pincian. This sunken corner is mentioned by Procopius in his history of the Gothic War. He points it out as a place miraculously protected by St. Peter, according to popular tradition. Evidently, even then, the wall had long since assumed its bulging shape. Some earthquakes after the time of Aurelian, aided by the weight of the soil behind, must have caused the damage. Belisarius, among his first measures for the defense of the city, resolved to break down this corner and replace it by another, as it seemed to offer a very inviting opening to the enemy. But, according to Procopius, the Romans assured him that St. Peter had made a promise to mount guard himself there, for which reason Belisarius gave up the place. As a matter of fact, to the great astonishment of the besieged, the point in question was never assailed even during the succeeding years of warfare. Hence, concludes Procopius, from pious awe, to this day no one has ever attempted any repairs there. The expression, "to this day," holds true to our own time, for the condition of the Muro Torto has, in the main, continued unchanged. The spot was, nevertheless, doubtless even under Belisarius, well defended. At no time, and least of all under the cautious Byzantine general, did people leave this portion of the wall to the exclusive protection of St. Peter. Looked at from below, the leaning mass certainly gives the impression of frightful ruin, but an attack upon the wall at this point would, all the same, have been a more than hazardous enterprise. We must also remember that at the time of Belisarius, as is clear from the description by Procopius, the surrounding ground was considerably lower than now, which would render the assault of the wall still more difficult. But this does not in any way impair the pious belief of those early warriors or of the denizens of the city. Still less is it our intention to call into question the reality of St. Peter's protection of Rome. The representations to Belisarius may really have been made by the Romans in the manner told us. History, however, has the duty of taking circumstances into account, and as regards Procopius, critics are well aware that his narrative is, generally speaking, much more correct than his judgment or his philosophy. At any rate, he is quite right from every point of view in the remark he makes after the above statements. The Apostle Peter is the chief object of the admiration and devotion of the Romans. Indeed, we may be certain that the Romans placed under Peter's protection all the walls of the city, and not merely the Muro Torto. The Goths, too, vied with the Romans and Byzantines in showing esteem for Peter. Belisarius indeed presented the apostle's tomb with a costly votive offering, but on the other hand, even the Gothic king Totila, after taking possession of Rome towards the end of 546, went forth to St. Peter's to offer thanks. Another point of the city fortifications, often mentioned in the history of the war, was the huge mausoleum of Hadrian on the Tiber. The portico previously spoken of led thither from St. Peter's. This, as well as the other adjacent buildings, especially the far-stretching circus of Hadrian, the Goths under Vitiges sought to use as a base for assaulting the mausoleum itself. Hadrian's mausoleum was then, what it remained ever after, a place of great military importance. It formed the key to the Aelian Bridge, or Ponte Sant'Angelo, across which passed the road to the main part of the city on the left bank of the river. First turned into a fortress by Honorius, it not only protected the bridge, but also the so-called Gate of St. Peter in Hadrianio, that is, that then known as the Aurelian Gate. This stood hard by the right bank of the river, in the western of the two walls which ran from the mausoleum to the Tiber, enclosing the bridge between them. During the first siege under Vitiges, one of the main onslaughts of the Goths was against the imperial tomb, for they had resolved at all costs to carry the Aurelian Gate. Feigning an attack with boats against the wall on the left shore, the Goths decoyed the commander of the fortress into the open. Immediately other Gothic forces, under cover of the portico of St. Peter's, almost without being seen, approached the Aurelian Gate. When close to the latter, they let fly a cloud of arrows against the ramparts of the fortress, and then, covered by their great shields, rushed forward with ladders to storm the building. The small remaining portion of the Greek garrison could use neither their ballistae nor their bows, as the enemy was too close and too well covered by their bucklers. The troops within the mausoleum were thus driven to a desperate measure. The ancient statues on the parapet were hastily broken up and hurled down upon the Goths. Works of art due to the genius of Greece and Rome, statues of the gods collected by Hadrian and his successors, figures of the heroes of former times, were dashed against the assailants, making great gaps in their ranks. The imperial tomb was saved. It was surrounded by dead warriors, buried beneath cold marble fragments. Some idea of the wealth and number of the classical masterpieces on the mausoleum is given by the statues or pieces of statues which have been found from time to time down to our own day at the foot of its walls. Thence came the sleeping faun in Munich, found under Urban VIII in a new entrenchment. Also the colossal bust of Hadrian, which is now in the Vatican and was found in the time of Alexander VI. The recent work of lengthening the Ilean Bridge in 1892 led to the discovery of fresh important fragments, amongst others, heads of colossal human statues and a portion of a horse's head of huge size. According to Procopius, the upper portion of the mausoleum was decorated with figures of horses shown drawing a car 4 abreast. In the course of the Gothic War, Hadrian's mausoleum on 2 more occasions became a scene of action, though no further attempt was made to carry it by storm. After Totila had captured Rome a second time, he invested the mausoleum, then held by Paul, a captain of the Cilician cavalry. When the latter had already determined to cut his way through the foe, he was allowed by Totila to retire under arms with his men. The Gothic king then strengthened the citadel by a fresh wall. After Totila had fallen in battle against Narses, and the Greek general had recaptured Rome, the last handful of the Gothic garrison took refuge in the castle, where they defended themselves and the valuable booty they had hastily concealed in it. But brave as they were, it was hopeless to think of prolonged resistance. Narses magnanimously permitted them to withdraw, under the same conditions as the Byzantine captain had retired previously. End of section 43. Section 44 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, 20 Years of War in Italy, Part 3. Scenes in the city during the Gothic War. The inner history of the city during those stormy years furnishes 2 scenes of a very different character. One had its setting in the Lateran, the other in St. Peter's. In the first, the principal actors were Pope Vigilius and Belisarius. In the second, Vigilius and the poet Orator. Belisarius had overcome King Vitiges and brought him captive to Ravenna. Here the unfortunate leader of the Goths was told he was to be taken to the Emperor Justinian at Constantinople, and that Belisarius would accompany him as beseemed his rank. On a previous occasion, the Vandal king Gelimer had similarly been taken to Constantinople to grace the emperor's triumph. According to the Liber Pontificalis, the journey of Vitiges began not at Ravenna but at Portus Romanus. Belisarius first brought his prisoner to Rome, and with him visited Vigilius in the Lateran palace. In the hall called the Basilica of Julius, a solemn assembly was held to celebrate the conclusion of peace, which seemed secure now that Vitiges had fallen. Belisarius and those entrusted with the custody of Vitiges then took a solemn oath in the presence of the authorities of the church to do no harm to the king in life or limb, but to take him unmolested to the emperor at Constantinople. In such wise did the German chieftain, amidst his humiliation, receive from the Greek Empire an assurance of safety and good faith before the successor of Peter. To this scene from Roman history may be added some other reminiscences of Belisarius's association with the city. It was perhaps then that Belisarius, out of gratitude for the result of the war, placed in the hands of Vigilius the valuable gold cross for the tomb of St. Peter. It contained reminders of his victories in the form of bas-reliefs, or simply the names of the battlefields. Beside the glorious Vandal campaign, it was also to immortalize the Gothic War. To its making had gone 100 pounds of gold, and it was also richly studded with jewels. Under Hadrian II, in the 9th century, it was still preserved in the Lateran treasury, but after his death it disappeared, owing to the pillage which the Lateran palace suffered during the vacancy of the see. The generous leader also bestowed on the Vatican Basilica 2 great silver candlesticks. Of these, Vigilius's biographer remarks in the Liber Pontificalis that they stand before the body of the Apostle Peter to this day. He also adds that Belisarius distributed many gifts and alms amongst the poor, that he founded, near the town of Horte (Orte), on the Flaminian Way, a monastery in honor of Saint Juvenal, the first known bishop of Narni, which was nearby, endowing it with many estates, and that he also built a hostel for pilgrims, or Xenodocium, in Rome, on the Via Lata. On the site of the pilgrims' hostel stands the church of Santa Maria in Xenodocio, or Intertrivium, now called Santa Maria di Trevi. An inscription outside the modern church, which speaks of its foundation by Belisarius, comes from the lintel of the door of the medieval church. It tells in Leonine verse how the patrician Belisarius, the friend of the city, had founded the church for the remission of his sins, and bids the visitor pray to God on his behalf. It is not the only inscription in Rome containing the name of Belisarius. Incidental references to the great soldier appear in various epitaphs. These are the more noteworthy because at that period epitaphs were becoming scarce, and only very few remain which contain any allusion to famous people or to the Goths. On the other hand, the statue of Belisarius as a beggar, which was formerly shown in Rome at the Villa Borghese, belongs to the region of fables. The seated figure with hand outstretched does not represent Belisarius at all, but some other person. The almost universal credence in the medieval legend, which told how the famous general lost his sight and was reduced to beggary, affords the reason why so extraordinary a meaning was attached to this statue. This false legend was also responsible for the popular tale that Belisarius had stood at the Pincian gate soliciting alms from passers-by. That the gate for a time bore his name was due to a very different cause. So strong a hold had the legend on popular fancy that during the Middle Ages an inscription was placed above the gate, "Spare an obolus for Belisarius." In 544, the Vatican Basilica witnessed the other peaceful event alluded to above. It would seem that as yet Rome stood in no fear of the approach of the successor of her captive Vitiges. During this interval of peace, a rhetor, a subdeacon of the Roman Church, had composed a great poem in hexameters dealing with the history of the apostles. Our rhetor, who had formerly held high office under the Goths, was a native of Liguria and had been persuaded by Vigilius to enter the Roman clergy. At a solemn gathering in St. Peter's, he now presented his poetical effort to his papal patron. The ceremony, according to a notice included in the manuscripts, took place on April 6. Several bishops and most of the clergy assembled in front of the Apostles' Confession. Pope Vigilius at once ordered part of the work to be read aloud, and then handed the work over to Sergentius, the primicerius of the notaries, to be preserved among the archives, or scrinium. When, however, as is stated in the same notice, the most cultured and learned men in the city ceased not to beg the Pope to allow the work to be publicly read in its entirety, the author himself was permitted to recite the long poem of 2,326 verses in the beautiful Basilica of St. Peter ad Vincula, which owed its fine adornment to the generosity of the Theodosian family. The recitation was given in the presence of high and low, clergy and laity, and required no less than 4 meetings, so many passages being encored that progress was slow. Hence at such assemblies the custom of happier times still obtained, namely, the public reading of the works of distinguished poets. In the period of Rome's decline, classic customs were forced to seek a refuge in the church. But it was not the classical muses nor the Olympian gods which had inspired a rhetor with the lofty themes provided by Holy Scripture and the Church. At times his poetic vision reaches perfection. Easy and graceful, or solemn and dignified, according to the subject, his verses flow smoothly. There is, however, a certain clumsiness in the adjustment of the various parts of the whole. The poet also indulges too much his taste for explaining mystically and allegorically the facts of the Bible. His language, moreover, besides being obscure, shows traces of affectation. A rhetor was the last Roman representative of early Christian poesy. At the same time, we can well understand the interest taken in so rare an occurrence as the appearance in Rome of a new poetical work, especially at such a moment in the city's history. The poetic description of the fate of the persecuted apostles and their victorious preaching, particularly a rhetor's deeply felt glorification of St. Peter, the shield and comforter of the Romans, were sufficient to ensure the poet a grateful and attentive audience. Describing Peter's release from Herod's prison, he exclaims, "From the rock does Peter derive his name. He has obtained an everlasting name. This foundation will never know decay. Peter, we await thee. Come to us, quit thy prison, and save those who love thee." What a deep impression, too, it must have made when soon after, at the close of the first half of the poem, a rhetor came to Peter's chains, kept in that very church. "A pledge for our release," he says, "has been given us, a treasure hallowed by the hand of Peter the prisoner, and by the word of the angel. Through these chains the faith has been assured. Through them, O Rome, thou wilt ever find salvation. Through these chains thou art free for evermore, and thy walls shall never be shattered by the foe. For Peter, who opens the portals of heaven, closes the way to the evils of war." The last words belong to the period in which they were written, and express but the divinely inspired hopes of the poet. Was it really beyond the realm of things possible that the dreaded Totila should soon after again threaten Rome and finally seize the city? Though the Church taught her children to trust in the saints, she never presumed to lay down laws for the help from above which she taught them to expect. Help often comes later than we in our impatience desire. To Rome also it came late, not until a fresh scourge had been held over the city and her gates had again fallen. We see, however, the finger of Providence in the fact that the city was preserved at all for her future mission in the world, that Rome, in spite of all these blows, was able to strengthen her spiritual sway over the nations, that the Church, under such a pope as Vigilius, did not suffer more than it did, may be ascribed to the higher guidance which controlled the history of this city and of its spiritual see. Vigilius, as has already been pointed out, owing to his earlier doings, never secured the real esteem of the Romans. This was peculiarly unfortunate, as his was a time when the city stood in sad need of a new Leo the Great. In his allusion to Vigilius in the dedicatory portion of his work, a rhetor indeed speaks of his marvelous charity. He carries, says the poet, the flock upon his shoulders. There can, however, be little doubt that this is but a piece of flattery, though it is quite conceivable that Vigilius may have sought to wipe out the memory of his usurpation of the see and his mishandling of Pope St. Silverius by freely distributing alms. Official complaints made against him by his enemies were, however, received in Constantinople. It may be that the court had come at last to see that it would be better for the city, in its hour of peril, to be ruled by some trusty papal vicar than for Vigilius to foment, by his presence, the existing dissensions. But the principal reason which led to the pope being brought to Constantinople, as described previously, was the emperor's interest in dogma. Justinian hoped to secure the pope's assent to his own decisions regarding the 3 chapters. As already narrated, at Justinian's command, Vigilius was deported from Rome. This happened in November 545, at a time when the Goths under Totila were hourly expected before the walls of the city. By the month of December, Pope Vigilius was in Sicily, where, on the occasion of the Ember Days, he ordained priests and deacons at Catania. Whilst in Sicily, the Pope had a quantity of wheat gathered together from the patrimonies of the Roman Church situated in the island, and dispatched it to Rome for the support of the beleaguered city. The ships also carried 2 vicars whom he had nominated to administer the Roman Church. Ampliatus, a priest, was to act as vice dominus, this being the first known mention of the office, which included the supervision of the Pope's residence. Valentine, Bishop of Saints Rufina and Secunda, was to be the Pope's vicar in things spiritual. Unfortunately, on entering the Tiber, the ships ran into an ambush of the Goths, who seized the cargo and took the clergy prisoners. Totila had Valentine brought before him, and after accusing him of falsehood, had both his hands cut off. The duty of acting for the absent pope accordingly devolved on other persons. It seems likely that this was undertaken by Pelagius, the deacon, and Moraeus, a priest. At a later date, in 554, Applicatus, a presbyter, and Stephen, a deacon, are spoken of as the pope's vice-regents. End of section 44. Section 45 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, 20 Years of War in Italy, Part 4. Rome's woes during the war. The famine in Rome had meanwhile become acute. Procopius has left frightful accounts of it. Tottering figures were to be seen stealing into waste places and climbing the city walls in search of nettles, which were then boiled and gulped down as the rarest dainties. People without number died of starvation. Many, as the Liber Pontificalis tells us, had to fight the temptation of devouring their own children. The Greek commanders of the city, Besus and Conon, made the situation yet worse through their rapacious extortions. Crowds ready for flight had to come before them and pay dearly for permission to save what remained of their life by leaving Rome. Houses and mansions gradually became deserted, but the fugitives, who had been in such haste to leave, mostly met their death in the neighborhood in consequence of want and exposure. One day, Pelagius the deacon, in the name of the still surviving Romans, appeared before Totila in his camp on the Campus Marulus. Pelagius, who was afterwards to succeed Pope Vigilius, was much esteemed in the city and in Italy generally as the friend of Justinian. Since his return from Constantinople, he had distributed his large fortune among his fellow citizens. Now he approached the Gothic king to intercede for the people. He asked only for a short truce. Should Rome in the meantime receive no help from the empire, the city would then yield itself to the mercy of the Goths. Totila, whilst maintaining a friendly mien, repulsed the advances of Pelagius in so haughty and merciless a fashion that the latter at once withdrew. The deacon merely assured him that the cause of the people was in God's hands, who punishes those who turn away suppliants in contempt. On December 17, 546, Totila entered the city by night. The Porta Asinaria was given up to him by Isaurian soldiers. This was the very gate which the Greeks in their spite had falsely accused Pope Silverius of wishing to betray. The Byzantines had now the mortification of seeing it fall the first into the hands of the foe. The gate still exists, almost intact, as one of the city's most picturesque monuments of the late empire. The Goths, in their delight, remained drawn up during the rest of the night in the Lateran plain, under the windows of the papal residence and basilica. The Greek soldiers and their leaders thus had opportunity to escape. The people, by this time reduced to a few thousand, flew for sanctuary to the churches, where all, from the beggar to the senator, awaited their fate in trembling. In St. Peter's, the patricians Maximus, Olybrius, and Orestes joined the populace before the altars. Thither too came Pelagius the deacon, the crowd's last hope. Towards the same basilica of the Vatican, at break of day, Totila came in triumph, accompanied by a swarm of armed followers. Pelagius met him at the top of the steps to intercede once more on behalf of the population. He besought the king to be merciful to the city, now lying before him as a slave. What Leo the Great had obtained from Genseric, Pelagius now secured from Totila, who gave his word that none would be slain, though the Gothic soldiers were to be allowed the fullest right to plunder as they chose. After the king had prayed in the holy place, he made known his strict commands regarding the treatment to be shown to the Romans. As a matter of fact, only 60 non-combatants and 26 soldiers lost their lives. Women were respected. On the other hand, the rich mansions were stripped with brutal violence, great jubilation hailing the discovery of the treasures amassed by the greed of Bessus. Fires also broke out in several places through the carelessness of the plunderers. Procopius expressly speaks of many houses of the city having fallen a prey to the flames, while Jordanus the Goth, in his history of his nation, even states that Rome was destroyed. It is certainly futile, out of affection for the Goths, to say that the damage done by them did not exceed the loss of a few houses. But it is equally far-fetched to speak of the destruction of the city, or to say that whole regions were reduced to ashes. It is true that the tradition current in Rome at the end of the Middle Ages put down the decline and fall of Rome to the hated Goths. This opinion had its source in the Romans' undying recollection of the unexampled sufferings which overtook the city during the siege and after its capture by Totila. There can, however, be no doubt that the Gothic king did threaten to raze the city to the ground. To tell the truth, he was intoxicated with his triumph, and his deed in dismantling some portions of the city wall was that of a madman, for he, more than anyone else, would soon need them for his own safeguard. He would seem to have vented his spite on the stones against which the best blood of his Goths had been spilt. Totila's awful threats against Rome and its strength and grandeur, against that foe beside which he felt himself small, led Belisarius to send him a famous letter, for Belisarius himself seems to have taken the threats very seriously. He pointed out to the king what lasting disgrace he would bring upon his own name should he destroy the greatest and most noble of all cities. Rome had been left by the ancient world as a memorial of its power and grandeur. The best artists and architects in the world had labored through long ages at the work. Such reproach would the destruction of Rome bring upon the Goths that, should their success in war change, an event which is always to be reckoned with, they should lose all claim to mercy. Though Totila stopped short of the folly of actually destroying Rome, he relieved his rage for vengeance by expelling all surviving inhabitants. This measure also is a difficult one to understand. What added to the king's wrath was the news of the victories gained by the Byzantine general Ioannis in southern Italy. He felt fiercely anxious to quit Rome and measure swords with his new foe. It is in this connection that Procopius mentions the order given for the evacuation of Rome. The king took with him, he says, the Roman senators and the remaining citizens with their wives and children. He packed off to the villages of Campania. Not a soul was to remain behind in Rome, so that he left a city quite void of inhabitants. So writes the most trustworthy historian of the war. Rome thus became for a time a tomb and a wilderness. The queen of the earth was seen deprived of all trace of life. That was the deepest and most humiliating calamity which the city ever experienced. After Totila's withdrawal, the Romans slowly returned to their homes. Nevertheless, from that time, the ancient senatorial families rapidly disappeared from the scene of history. The nobles carried off by Totila to Campania were rescued by Ioannis and removed, first to Calabria and then to Sicily. Many doubtless followed the road taken by so many fugitives and proceeded to Constantinople. Thus did fate lead the members of the Senate into countries varied and remote. Very few eventually returned to Rome. Totila had left a garrison in Algidum near the city. It was, however, unable to prevent Belisarius from making his Byzantine troops again masters of Rome. Without any siege, without even being obliged to storm it, the city fell into his hands in the spring 547. The general's first step was to repair the walls and gates, for better than his opponent, he realized the importance of attending to the defense of Rome. When in winter he was forced to hurry to southern Italy against Totila, never to return again to Rome, the scene of his triumph, the city lost her most powerful defender. Totila reappeared in the neighborhood of Rome at the beginning of 549 and at once set about taking the place by storm. The Isaurians, quartered at the Ostian Gate, treacherously opened that gate to him, and he became master of the city on easy terms. This time, in contrast to his former conduct, the victor strove to people anew the still almost deserted streets and to strengthen the ramparts. Totila even hit upon the idea, which some moderns have praised, but which under the actual circumstances could only be termed barbarous, of having games celebrated in the Roman circus. Who but a callous soldier could have had the heart to invite the crushed population to see horses and chariots racing? Nor was this all. While he was yet before Rome in the encampment he had previously fortified on the Campus Marulus, Serbonius, bishop of the Tuscan sea-town Populanium, was brought before him on the charge of having sheltered a number of mercenaries of the Byzantine army, whom he had hoped to shield from certain death. Totila declared the deed of mercy to be an act of high treason, and determined to administer an exemplary punishment. It was accordingly proclaimed in Rome that the bishop would be thrown to a bear in the presence of the king, when the barbarian, in grand state, surrounded by his troops and a cowardly crowd of people, prepared to feast his eyes on a spectacle recalling the days of Diocletian. Behold, the first bear let loose from its cage laid itself down quietly on the ground in front of the saintly bishop and reverently licked his feet. A long shout of admiration went up from the astonished crowd of lookers-on. Totila himself could not but express his veneration for the bishop, who was forthwith set free. Gregory the Great, when recounting this incident, refers to eyewitnesses of the event still living in Rome in his time. Among the cultured and illustrious families of Rome which survived the Gothic War, Totila left an evil name. In the home of Pope Gregory upon the Caelian, the memory of Rome's cruel foe remained deeply graven. In many passages of his writings, the Pope gave expression to these feelings. Moreover, even Totila's own countryman, Jordanus the Goth, in his De Getarum Origine et Rebus Gestis, speaks with little sympathy of the havoc wrought in Italy by the enraged king, and lays stress on the cruelty which the Romans had to suffer at his hands. According to a probable opinion, Jordanus, in 551, was bishop of Croton and Pope Vigilius's companion in Constantinople. He dedicated to him, so it would appear, another work of his composition, seemingly a sort of universal chronicle. Like Cassiodorus and many other distinguished men, Jordanus was convinced that the only hope for the Gothic nation lay in the peaceable accommodation of the Goths to the Roman Empire and Roman civilization. Unhappily, the wars destroyed all prospect of such a consummation. Jordanus, like most of his Catholic contemporaries, was thus driven to take the side of the empire, that is, of Byzantium. As against Totila and his successor, who were Arians, like all the earlier Gothic sovereigns, the Byzantines seemed to him to stand for unity, both ecclesial and imperial. The Roman nobility also were persuaded that the fate of their city was linked with the empire established by Byzantium. So many monuments in Rome kept fresh the remembrance of the empire and the emperors, even the walls and the gates, for instance, the picturesque Pincian Gate, where the Roman eagles had so recently fought with the barbarians. The reader will not expect us to recount the downfall of the truculent Totila, or the tragic end of King Teius and the remnant of the Gothic nation. The overthrow of Totila at Tegine and of Teius near the Vesuvius are events having no special bearing on our subject. When Totila marched northwards to besiege Rome for the first time, he passed through Campania at the foot of the heights on which the monastery of Monte Cassino sits enthroned. At that time Saint Benedict, circa 543, the founder of the monastery and the reviver of Western monasticism, was still living within its sacred walls. The king had heard of this wonderful man and wished to see him. He wanted also to test the saint's superior knowledge, and he accordingly sent his sword-bearer Rigo in advance, disguised in the king's purple robe, rich shoes, and surrounded by a train of warriors led by the Counts Vult, Ruderick, and Blidden. It was to be seen whether Benedict would mistake Rigo for the king or not. The saint had barely caught sight of the person announced as the king than he cried out to him, "My son, lay aside those robes, for they are not thine." Rigo and his followers sank upon their knees, startled and confounded. King Totila was sent for, and so moved was he at the sight of the saint that he threw himself on the ground to do him honor, and refused to move till Benedict himself raised him. The abbot then said to him, "Thou art doing and hast done much evil. Cease thy crimes. Thou shalt enter Rome and cross the sea. 9 years shalt thou reign, and in the 10th thou shalt die." The warrior king stood as if petrified. He could only stammer that he commended himself to the holy abbot's prayers. Gregory the Great, who recounts the incident, adds that Totila, from that day, acted with less cruelty. When at last Saint Benedict heard of the capture of Rome by Totila, he said to the bishop of Cansusium, who had brought the news, and expressed a fear that the city would be destroyed, "Rome will not be destroyed by the foreign nations. It will fall to pieces of its own accord, beaten by storms, by lightning, hurricanes, and earthquakes." This prophecy, writes Gregory the Great, we may see being fulfilled in the ruins of the olden city and in the elemental disturbances which are ever increasing them. While, in Italy, Ostrogoths and Byzantines were engaged in the long and bloody struggle which was to decide their fate, prayers were rising to God from many a peaceful monastery on the hills or in secluded valleys, where settlements of pious and hard-working monks had been established by Saint Benedict. One of the hymns of the office, sung probably even then, brings to our ears the song of peace chanted by the monks assembled around the altar for their nocturnal vigil. That, while each consecrated hour we praise and sing his glorious power, the offerings of this day of rest may with his choicest gifts be blessed. Such were perhaps the words sung by Benedict and his monks on the holy heights of Monte Cassino when Totila, at the head of his Gothic escort, came marching to the monastery. End of section 45. End of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 2, by Hartmann Grisar.